doggies. Look at that head. Oh, I'm sorry.
You were the head of your class.
I'm sorry.
Man,
In high school, you was prom king. Now look at you.
I'm not gonna make it long. I'm gonna switch it back, but I just didn't want to be left out.
She couldn't play football because they don't make a helmet that'll fit.
I'm like, yeah, you're in Bonnie's. It's all
If
cute.
you had never said anything, I would have never even noticed.
I know.
But you can't unsee it.
I'll tell you something. You can't unsee. You cannot unsee this. This is a real one. In the Flintstones, if you ever watched the Flintstones, who is it? Wilma and Barney. Neither one of them have pupils in their eyes. Wilma, I swear to God, they're just white circles. And you
know why, don't you?
What? Huh?
You know why, don't you?
No,
Neither do I.
I know, but once you see it, you can't unsee
Yeah, you
it.
can't unsee. Yeah, it's like once it's been pointed out, you can't. Yeah, you can't unsee it.
And why Wilma and Barney? You know, yeah.
I think they were AI. They were robots.
Maybe
They
so.
didn't have the gleam.
Ooh, Bank in Houston up in flames tonight.
Anyway, back to Cola's head.
We almost did the countdown on my forehead, but we didn't. All right. Like, I bet half the people that were waiting on us left because we took too long. What's up, Cheryl?
You've still got that little cheat and grin, though.
Yeah, probably. What's up, Brian? I still don't have bangs either, but I wouldn't sweep it straight back like that. It's bad. But sadly, that's the best one I could find, too.
They're all cute.
It was short notice. Yorkie just comes in here looking at a cute little picture of him when he's a kid. It's like, well, we want to do that.
Everybody says I look like Will Robinson from Lost in Space.
What's up, Anna? Watt has a cute picture he's not going to put on the thing, though.
DVD.
I don't know what that is, but...
Hey, Brian. Jen, do I have your email? I think all I have is her phone number. I'm not sure.
I forgot that freaking music, the Feeding the Ducks music. That's my favorite one. I don't know why, because it's not... I don't know. It's just like... kind of nice. I wish I could play regular music, but as soon as you do, you get in trouble for that too. Oh my God. You know what?
I can give you music. What music do you want?
Just any music in the background, but like it won't
stuck
in the strike.
Put on some 70s porn music. I always like that.
Day music.
Noticed Tim's doing a lot of mermaids. I think that's what Mary's talking about. And I
saw another story on the mermaids today, but it was the same damn story with somebody else telling it.
No, I haven't gotten that far. Like, so
I heard one. I don't know if it's the same one, but it probably is. How many mermaid stories could it be?
I mean, was it elite people eating them? Because that was one of them.
Yeah.
Really?
Something similar to that, yeah.
Oh my goodness. Where are y'all finding this? I have not heard anything.
You can find it everywhere, but the thing is, it's one person told somebody else, and then they told somebody else, and you can't go on that, man. I mean, you know.
Who's to say mermaid even means mermaid?
Yeah, I'm from Kentucky.
I'm pretty sure I know what mermaid is.
So,
whatever that may mean, I don't know.
They're all right, but they smell like flounder.
That I even have some wrist flex stuff. Like that's who I saw it on. I haven't looked at it yet. I haven't had time to see it because it's the newest. But it totally said something about mermaids. I was like, no way, because I hadn't seen it. I just heard her talk. She's got TikTok and I don't. And she said it's all over TikTok. Well, I never saw anything, and then now I saw it from that chick wrist flex I like so much. I'm like, damn.
Great. Now we pissed off the underwater of Atlantis. Now they're coming for us.
Oh my God.
Just when you thought it was safe at the beach,
right.
Aquaman returns.
That is accurate.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to really put into it. There's always been kind of that lore, but why now would just randomly hear something about a mermaid? I don't know.
but it's everywhere. Like I don't even have TikTok. I heard it on YouTube from that Riz chick, and I like her a lot. So that's what I mean. Like when I heard that, I was like, holy crap, this shit is getting stretched far and wide.
Oh, and a lawyer office up in flames. Okay, why are they setting Houston on fire?
I
It's okay. No,
I
it's
totally
not.
do want to play some about the Act Blue. I don't know who's paying attention or hearing. Sorry, I had an echo from somewhere. But before I pulled any videos up and stuff, I did want to talk about the PayPal for Bonnie. I put a post up a little while back, and I don't know how many people actually did. I do know that Dee did share it. I don't know. I haven't seen a lot of other. I don't know. Maybe I'm not sub to people that are, but I know when Bonnie goes around on the lives and does her own and things, she doesn't really dwell or talk about, what she's been going through. She just tries to hang out and have a good time, to take her mind off things. But for people that don't know, Bonnie's daughter passed away, and she's been dealing with that. And, she never asked for help. She's the last one, first one to help, last one to ask for it. And I just wanted everybody that is listening, or even if you can share it, or if you can help or whatever with our PayPal. And her email's in the description. So I don't really know a lot about PayPal, but I know you need the email to do it. And it's in the description, but it can also be put in the chat. Billy can do that. And anybody that wants to do like whatever $5 if that's all you got, or $1 million if you have that much, and just try to help her through this time. And I don't mean to like make the whole stream. We got a lot of stuff to talk about, and a lot of fun to have. I just wanted to say that for anybody that didn't know, because it was, a lot of people maybe even got to see her daughter there at the end. She was coming on the live sometimes. She even sang over at Creek Squads. And it's just a tragedy. And I just wanted to get it out there for anybody that didn't know about it. And hey, Steve. And try to share the PayPal link around and do what you can. There is also a way to let me know that if you don't have a PayPal, that another option is to, there we go. There's her email, is to do Amazon. If you have just her email and you have an Amazon account, you can do a gift card that way. So anyways, like I said, it's not all we're going to talk about, but I did want to put it out there because like I said, she doesn't talk about it. She just tries to have a good time, and that's what we're trying to do too. But just for those that didn't know, I'm sorry if I embarrassed you, Bonnie. I don't mean to if I do.
Well, we're going to need a link of some sort.
If somebody knows PayPal and knows how to do the link, I don't know how to do it, or I totally would. But there should be a link, right, Yorga, that you can just click and go straight to her PayPal. I hope.
I mean, I don't know. All I know is her is Bonnie. I can't just go to PayPal and put in Bonnie and it's going to come up,
No. This here is the email. BonniePhelps@gmail.com. And
I can get it through that somehow.
You go to PayPal and you put in her email.
Leave that up there for a second. Hold on. Let me write it down because it's got some lowercase and uppercase. All right. Hold
on. It's not supposed to, is it? I don't.
Well, the F in Phelps is uppercase.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's supposed to be though. Sorry.
I think like most of those things, once you get enough keys in, suggestions pop up, and it should pop up on one of them.
All right. Yeah. Well, while I'm on stream with you guys, I'm going to see if I can do it. Okay.
Okay. Oh shoot. Let me go back to it. What he said. Go to the PayPal and the email. Like I said, I'm terrible with the.
All right. Let's see if I can do that. Let's see.
I had to have someone help me do it. To be honest, I wouldn't have. But that's what they said. Just go to the email or go to the PayPal and put that email in.
Jerry, we don't know yet.
Oh shit! Keep clicking away.
It looks like it could be a heart attack or aneurysm, but we're waiting for the report.
Billy says you will know it's her. The pic she had forever pops up with that yellow flower that you the one time you change it to your little kid picture. Yeah, but everybody knows. Everybody that knows you knows what your picture was like. But now I'm gonna try to look at
Thank
this.
y'all so much. All y'all. That's it.
Oh, you're welcome, Bonnie. I know you wouldn't even, you wouldn't even bring it up. So somebody else has to. But it's a tragedy, no one should have to do that. No one should have to go through all this. And it's not to mention that there were tragedies before this one, so that, I just can't imagine. I feel terrible. And I know a lot of people do.
Excuse me a minute.
I'm sorry, Bonnie. I'm gonna try to look up to see information
We're
about.
having some problems.
I want to put these comments up, but I also don't want to move the email. But yeah, I mean it's not like a fun conversation, but it does have to happen, It's oh my gosh, here I go again. I just by habit when I see someone else say something, I'll push it up there, and I'm trying not to keep doing that, to keep this up for a minute.
It's National Plant a Flower Day.
I did not. Did you plant a flower? I didn't.
I did. Planted some more sunflower seeds. The ones I've already got, they're coming along pretty good, but yeah. Put a few seeds in the dirt.
What did you say? What?
Some more sunflowers and just a couple different varieties, types that attract like bees, butterflies, some that are just like cutting flowers, that type of thing to put in arrangements or in a vase.
I remember when my daughter was still around, there were like sunflowers everywhere. And I always wanted you could kind of do something to make them grow a little shorter because they were so tall. I know most people like to let them go all crazy, but she would never let me do that. Like you're supposed to like cut them one time or something and then they would grow shorter again. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. We never did because she's like, no, I want them out of control and tall. So they were.
Do you know what your state flower is?
I don't. You can make me Google.
The state flower of Georgia is the Cherokee rose.
Where's this blue bonnet?
It's another beautiful flower.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, so the messages or the email's pinned. Now I got to go back. I can take it off the screen because it's pinned at the top for anybody that throughout the night or whatever. I can't even figure out which one I clicked to put up there because it's in here more than once. I'm so dangy sometimes. All I had to do was click another one. I thought you had to click the same one too.
I think it was like 82 here today.
It was warm. It wasn't quite that, but it was warm here. Well, yeah, this is what I was trying to say if I didn't say it right. Because it's better to have a different option. Some people might not have PayPal. I didn't. I had to have somebody else do it. And I don't know.
Now, would the Amazon be the same thing? Just type in the email and it would link you up?
That's what she's saying. I didn't even think of that. It was a really good idea. Because we were thinking like it's only one way. Like she said, she's never ever received it. She's always used it to send out. So she didn't even know how to use it right, So it's not like she has several different, like there's a lot of different ways you can do what Cash App and Zelle. And I don't think none of those. She doesn't
There's
have
one
any.
for every day of the week, I'm sure.
Mhm.
Crap. Oh, here we go. I'm kind of getting there.
Come on down, Jerry. I'll save you a spot.
Mhm. I'm trying to look for what I was telling you about because I don't want to about the Act Blue, and a lot of people, I'm sure a lot of people have already heard something about it, but I have several different sources talking about it, and I don't know. I just kind of like that chick Riz Flex the best. I don't know. She's just cool chick, and that I like the Robert Gouveia guy a lot, but he's like sometimes you'll have to listen for 5 minutes to get, and it's like she can kind of condense it quicker.
I'm
But
trying to send it. I'm in PayPal and I'm trying to send it to the email address, and it says no results found. I'm working on it.
yeah, that's not a good sign. If it's that, it sucks. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm not good. I feel like there should be just a simple link that you.
Yeah, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be this hard. Let's see. I'm sure it's not. Boop doop doo. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, I've never used the PayPal, so I couldn't tell you.
Oh, wait a minute. I might be getting somewhere now. And I am a computer moron, so
Oh, me too. Honestly.
Or just type in the name. Maybe the name will pop it up. I don't know.
no, I think I'm getting somewhere now. Oh, I think I'm getting somewhere now. All right.
Yeah.
Come on, thingy, work.
One small step for yoga.
One
giant leap for
giant
mankind.
leap for vampires. Oh, here. Let's just put that. I'm actually getting somewhere.
Okay, so wait a minute. Is that 4 in the other email? Yeah, Navy Vet has a 4. Is that might be the wrong email? He might have missed the 4. I'm looking back now. Yeah, there's a 4 missing, Billy. After Phelps is a 4. Navy Vet's got it right here.
What?
Yeah.
Well, daggone, I've just sent a payment, I think. Shit. There's a 4?
I don't know. This is missing the 4 at the end. I'm just now catching up to that.
Bonnie, does your email have a 4 in it?
Yeah, it's in the private chat.
Yes, Yorka, but let me look just a second.
Yeah, there's a 4 in it. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, I hope I didn't send somebody some money that.
Yeah, I do too, Yorga. I'm sorry. I don't know. I just saw it in the private chat and I saw the 4. And then I saw it down here too in the chat. Yeah, don't forget the 4. So
Hold on.
maybe her name popped up. Did you see an auto or not?
No.
I'm not sure either.
All right, let's try it again.
What we have here is a Homo erectus in his natural habitat trying to interact with his electronical device. Watch him as he presses the keypad ferociously. Easy. You're not yourself when you're hungry.
I do a monkey imitation when I used to work, and it drove black people would run from me.
It's marvelous watching him in his natural habitat.
Look at how he eats that banana. All
Yes,
right.
look at him.
No. All right. In the family, continue. All right, all right. No. All right, I might have to leave this stream for a minute because it wants to send me a text, and I'm on this freaking thing with my phone, so might have to leave and come back. Hold on, let's see what happens.
Now we've added a new
Yeah.
element into his habitat, the mobile device.
Darn it.
Watch him.
Oh.
What will he do now that there is 2 screens in his habitat?
Wait a minute, he's still doing it.
No, don't do that with the banana. Put it down.
There's a problem. Sorry, we weren't able to complete your payment at this time. Try again later. There you go. Daggone it. Man, Bonnie, I'll just get your address or something in like backstage if that's all right.
I'm sure that's okay, but like,
Wait a minute. Let me try it. I'm still trying. Let me try it again. Please try again later. Okay, there was a problem. How hard can it be? This is what it gets me when I'm trying to pay my bills. They'll pull shit like this. I'm like, I'm trying to give you money. Why are you doing this dumb shit?
yeah. Whenever I have issues, I'll get so mad. I'll be like, why can't I give my money? Why won't you take my money?
Why?
Please give my money
I
away.
know.
I've totally been there.
They won't even take the money.
It's like, and I found the right. It is Bonnie Phelps 4. I found that because it's got a little flower on. It's got a little yellow rose.
There you go.
Son of the bitch.
I'm actually really glad you did that, Yorga, because I imagine how many other people might have done that. I didn't realize that 4 was missing. So I'm really actually glad you were doing this right now, or I didn't realize it was missing.
Yeah, and it's weird. It came up and it showed me people that I've given money to like years ago. And it was like, do you want to donate to them again? Well, one guy's dead, so no. But it was kind of cool. I said, I'm all right, I'm on the right track,
Mm-hmm.
Oh, maybe I needed to do that. Maybe I need to.
Riz chick talking about a little bit about that Act Blue. Are you cool with checking that out for a second?
Yeah, you keep talking. I'll just I'm in freaking PayPal hell right now.
I'm
right.
just gonna play a short thing real quick if that's cool.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, because I know y'all were saying some of y'all hadn't heard any of it.
Blue fundraising platform in turmoil as executives resign and the last lawyer has his email shut off. Executives from Act Blue, not just one, not just two, like all of them. At least 7 senior officials, including the Associate General Counsel, who was the highest ranking legal officer at Act Blue, the Assistant Research Director, a Human Resources official, the Chief Revenue Officer, and an engineer who had spent 16 years building and maintaining the electronic pipes through which the group's donations flow. So this is a platform that Democrats donate to their Democratic politicians. Okay, you donate money to Act Blue, they're supposed to use their electronic pipes to funnel it for the right reasons to the right places. But the dude that created that whole system is resigning. According to a colleague of Red State, the news article that we're reading here, Bill Shipley, he says that this kind of thing starts to happen when there's shady business practices that are operating and law enforcement starts to make contact with the senior officials and want to ask them some questions. And during the 2024 campaign, we began to see a lot of suspicious activity that indicated federal election campaign violations on a biblical scale. Here's Attorney General Ken Paxton showing that his investigations uncovered a lot of shady things going on. Act Blue is the platform for which Hillary Clinton's fundraising went through. John Podesta organizing her campaign fundraisers. Her whole crew here of the girlies, you know, we got the Weiner laptop from hell, Huma Abedin. You know, we got this girl up here. He sent emails back and forth to this girl. Who is she? Award-winning journalist Liz Crokin, explaining who this girl is, Tamara Luzzatto, who also helped Hillary Clinton fundraise, exchanging emails with John Podesta, who also helped her fundraise. Could they be doing something illegal through Act Blue? And maybe that's why Act Blue executives are all running for the hills to their bunkers this week.
Right.
Yeah, there's one angle to the Podesta emails that I think is actually makes the strongest case for that they're involved in the rape, torture, and trafficking of children, and it's very disturbing. So on the Joe Rogan show, Joe and Ian Carroll were talking about one email in particular that discussed a party involving 3 children that were going to be Ubered over to this party and would be getting into the pool for this party as entertainment for the adults, right? Now, what is so disturbing about this email is that it was sent by a woman named Tamara Luzzatto. Now, who's Tamara Luzzatto? Well, she worked for Hillary Clinton, all right, when Hillary Clinton, I believe, was working as the Secretary of State. Now, this woman, Tamara Luzzatto, had a website that was password controlled and membership only. This website, which I researched and found in real time, so before it was shut down and or scrubbed, this password protected website had all of the markers of being a child, not just a child porn website, it has all the markers of being a website that was actually selling children. So for example, on the front page of that website, there were all of these tabs that were sexual references, drug references.
And it goes on and on with
Uh-oh, what happened? Suddenly became the Bulldog Hour. I don't know what happened. Guess we're playing hide and seek. Too big to hide, so I guess they're all hiding right now.
Oh my goodness. We're the only ones up here. What?
Hey, we survived. Hey, we played a game of musical chairs while you were gone, and we won. How about that? I don't know.
We'll just act like we're right at home.
Hey.
So
Okay.
Act Blue is an organization of some sort. Is that what I'm understanding?
That's what I was about to ask. I've never, I'm not familiar with this. I'm not familiar with it.
Well, I'm sorry, y'all. I did not mean
Hey, there you are. Welcome back.
He was waiting because I got knocked out, so I couldn't bring him back in. And
All right, well, real quick, I tried several times. I put the correct codes in, all that stuff. They said there's a problem. I mean, it's connected to my bank. You know what I mean? They said there's a problem. So if some way, shape, or form that I can get your address, Bonnie, not here, of course, I'll help you out. But PayPal wasn't doing it.
It's in private chat, Jordan.
Oh, it is? Okay. All right. Hold on.
So, I'm sorry.
I'm not getting anything in private chat.
That's because you just came back up. Darn it.
Yeah, when you get, I did notice that if you get kicked out, that goes away.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You can email me.
That shit just kept getting deeper and deeper. It goes to the.
Okay, I'll just yeah. I'll email you, and then you can send me back an email.
That'll work too.
Okay. All right.
What about a fax? Do you got a fax number?
No, but I have a magic pony with a.
I'll fax you my pager number later.
Okay.
Carrier pigeon.
They ran away. They never came back.
Well, yeah, that video kept getting deeper
Yeah.
and deeper into like it, but because like that's not, they kind of tied, another source kind of tied Act Blue and USAID together. USAID. I keep calling them USAID, but in a weird kind of way. And I think they do a lot of things. But if you really were listening, it's kind of like she's saying it's pretty crazy. She's tying that to the kids and it's pretty nuts. It goes all the way to
It
it's
sounds
just
like
go ahead.
some dirty laundry and everything all mixed together there.
I mean, she goes deeper into it and like keeps tying it goes talking about different ways they're raising money and they like there's another one somewhere. I'm sure I have it somewhere, a clipboard. I'll look. Where they go to this little old lady's house and ask her, "Did you make several small contributions?" And she's like, "No, never." And it's like, but there's money saying it's from her. It's like really some shady stuff. But yeah, she goes all the way down into a different rabbit hole. She does a lot of stuff about the kids, man. And if there's any chance that there's ties there, then yeah, I'm glad she's talking about it. But like Robert Govea, who takes a lot longer to go through it all, he talks about, of course, they both talked about all the officials resigning, like 7 people. Like you don't quit your job or resign if you're just so innocent, you know? Like there's a reason these people they know that they're going to get caught with something or they wouldn't be resigning. And there's just a lot of stuff. I guess I could pull that one up because he doesn't go down that rabbit. It's just a lot. It's a lot of it's like 4 minutes worth. Really more like 8 whole minutes worth if I played the whole thing. But it's definitely some corrupt stuff and they're investigating it and like that other girl, she made it sound like, there's a lot of investigations going on that we don't even know about. And there probably are, But
Oh, definitely, yeah. These little stories are just like little tips of the iceberg. That's just one particular organization that funneled all that money.
mhm. It's like, okay, then yeah, there's several people talking about it, about raising billions. Like they definitely helped raise money for Kamala. And
It says that
that's
their particular organization throughout the 2003-2004 campaign raised allegedly $3,821,173,165.
that's crazy.
And that's in a link that's in an article I just seen I just put it in the back chat.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of people talking about it for sure. And that's the thing is like, I can't click it, man. You seen how I kicked myself out trying to end a video. For some reason, it always said stop share, and I couldn't find the stop share, so I was trying to X that out, but it X'd me all the way out of the stream.
It's always hiding somewhere.
Grilling a mermaid, New York.
There you
Thanks,
go.
Greg.
Oh my goodness.
Do it big for all those who can't.
Man, I don't know. It is weird the way they're talking about it everywhere. That same chick that I was just playing, I haven't had a chance to see, but she's got a video out about freaking mermaids too. Like, and I'm like, I think it's the same thing. I think it's that they're eating it. It's because everybody's talking about it. So it's trending. It's
What
nuts.
makes these things go viral?
I
Like
don't
who
know.
flips the switch and say, "Yep, this story make it go viral"?
Yeah,
Certain people, certain things.
for sure. And not to mention that, like, I never know what's true anymore. I was totally going to, I was so excited. I was going to play this thing of Cassie's testimony about Diddy. And I listened to it and I was all into it. And I was like, this is intense. I can't believe all of it. And then like I tried to fact check it and I couldn't find anything anywhere. So I just wasted like 10 minutes of my life I'll never get back thinking, it was
Yeah,
crazy. It was like, it's this mansion on the inside. It's like dark and there's all these people. There's chains on the wall. And I'm like buying it. I'm like, holy crap. I can't believe more. Start trying to fact check it and there's no facts to check. Like if it's true,
yeah. It's just a testimony.
yeah, maybe it's true, but it hasn't been like backed up yet to be true. So I don't know. I was all into it. I was like, man, this is intense. This is
I mean, I
crazy
mean,
stuff.
something that massive, somebody that's connected to, I mean, just so many people allegedly getting all those stories and corroborating and evidence. I mean, that's a lot of work, you know. All the different celebrities and who's that's come and gone throughout his time.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I hate to go backwards again, but Lisa, you're one of my mods. I don't know if you were here a few minutes ago. We were talking about PayPal links, and so we finally got Bonnie's email right because it has a 4 in it. But if you go to PayPal and put that email in, is there also a link, or do you know anything about PayPal? First off, if you do, we're looking for someone that can just get a clickable link for the PayPal, so it's not because York
Well,
went through.
yeah, that's good. And just so you know, I just went in again because it was pissing me off.
Mhm.
And it said I tried to send her a payment. It said, how do they put it? Basically, they said we think something fishy's going on, so we're gonna, protect your account. We're not gonna. We
Well,
stop payment on this.
It's
It's like, oh, great, okay, fine,
Maybe because you did 2 Bonnies, or I
right,
mean, you did 2 emails
yeah,
with one number different.
I
yeah.
think so too. So
But you
anyway,
might be able to stop your payment on that one since you know it's the wrong one for
It
sure.
probably won't even go through. You know, a lot
yeah,
of those banking
That's
things
good.
are now. Anything out of your normal spending habits, they'll detect it as fraud until you clear it up.
So there
hmm
might not be a clickable link, y'all. That might be the thing because she's saying PayPal goes by email. So
Okay.
it might not be that odd that we don't have a link. I thought we were just I was behind the times and there was a way to just get this link to click. And I guess that's just not, you have to put the email in. I don't know, y'all. Anyway,
yeah, I tried,
and yeah, it'll work out one way
and
or
I
the other.
sent her an email. If she sends me her address, I'll send her a check.
Is the right email on your post? I certainly hope so now, Lisa. It should have a 4 in it. Bonnie Phelps
Yeah.
with a 4. And gmail.com. So I wish I had looked closer. I didn't even realize. Billy says he's pretty sure that's on your side. Make sure you see the rows. I think he means in the fact that you did 2 times. If you do it one time, hopefully it won't do all that. I hope so. 90s cryptocurrency. I mean, I certainly hope so. Gosh, let's go check that. I certainly hope I didn't have the wrong one on there. I don't think so well, let me go check though, just to be sure. It should have a 4. I heard a story about people being questioned about donations. Yes, that's what I was talking about. She's talking about the that Act Blue stuff. Checks are so 80s. No, I don't see a new one.
Checks are so 80s, but I still use them sometimes.
Yeah.
I pay my mortgage with a check. And
Right.
that's it. That's it anymore. That's the only thing I pay with check now.
So I don't know. I do want to show a different one about that Act Blue stuff because there's something going on. I don't think anybody is 100% sure about all of it, but there's definitely something going on. They're investigating into it. But
Yeah, when you're talking about billions of dollars in funds, yeah, all the greedy and crooks are trying to get their hands in the cookie jar to get a piece of it.
It almost makes me physically sick to my stomach to think of how much money and how many people were in on all of that shit, just stealing money like crazy. And it was all taxpayer money.
Yeah, and that was just one pact. That was just one group.
Well, I tell you, Trump and Elon need to really beef up their security, man. I mean, because there's a lot of people that have a lot of reasons to do something goofy.
Yeah, it's pretty scary for real. I wouldn't want to be in those positions. But same with really
Oh.
anybody.
All right, I got it. In fact, I'm going to write this right now and put it in a damn mailbox so I won't forget. Y'all can continue.
I'm actually looking because I don't want to sit here and say it and say it wrong. So I'm looking for something real quick. In about 8 years, I'll have something for you guys to see.
I mean, there's no shame in doing a GoFundMe, you know? I mean, yeah, come on.
We
It's
don't
a-
have one. I'm not. I don't know.
know that, but
Go ahead. Sorry.
sorry.
No, go
Sorry.
ahead.
No, I was just going to say, you know, GoFundMe is a real easy thing to do. And, you know, there's no shame in that. You know, what the hell? I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, me
It's going
either.
to be hard.
That. I think there's a couple things like something's going on with her ID. She's got to redo with her ID and certain things you can't even try to do without that, you know. So that's why the PayPal, because it's already there. It's just something she already had.
Yeah, well, I think I just screwed it up and did it enough times where they went, hold on, you know, we're going to
Oh, yeah.
protect your interests here. And I'm like, all right, well, I mean, that's a good thing, you know, but still,
Frustrating.
yeah, they just should realize there's a dumbass on this end of the computer and I don't know what I'm doing.
No, I totally get it, man. I'm terrible with technology. I had to get help. So this is kind of about the lawyer Elena Abba, and that I heard this last week. I kept wanting to explain it, or I couldn't find it about the truckload. They kept saying they had a truckload of the Epstein stuff, not just those little folders, you know, and I couldn't back it up, so I wasn't going to say it, you know. But this is what's his name? Benny Johnson is where this one comes from. And somebody said something on a comment about speeding the videos up, but I only do that because it keeps me, it's less likely I'll get in trouble that way than if I leave them regular speed. And I try to just do one little hint up. Oh, I forgot my stupid banner. I'm going to put it up after this. Oh, shoot.
So very much about the deep state, and it's Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson himself, a victim of the deep state. I firmly believe and know, in fact, that it was nefarious operators inside of our intel agencies that leaked Tucker Carlson's text messages to bosses at Fox News that ended up getting him fired. Ladies and gentlemen, anyway, the point is that Tucker Carlson had his emails spied on by the NSA. And the point is that Tucker Carlson knows. Tucker Carlson suggests a force is acting upon the Trump administration to prevent the release of JFK and Epstein documents. The story doesn't add up. We can say with certainty that there is a force acting on these people. Very sinister force and a very serious force, to the point that they are embarrassing themselves because they promised that they would be released and they haven't. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we had Alina Habba on the program just an hour ago. Alina Habba is one of our favorite guests. She's somebody who's never lied to us. So we asked her about the new truckload of Epstein documents. And well, ladies and gentlemen, she says not only are they being reviewed right now, but they're also looking at prosecutions. Here we go. You know, just wanted to touch on when it comes to pederasts and prosecuting them and the people who are related to them or were in league with them. You know, Ghislaine Maxwell is the only person that's ever done any time for this Epstein, for Epstein. I guess the American people, like Pam Bondi seemed furious in her letter to Kash Patel about the FBI withholding evidence from her on Epstein. Apparently, according to her words, there's a truckload of new evidence. Any updates on that?
It's funny. I actually just asked about this and where it's at. And I just want to say, I understand and hear the American people's, ask. And sometimes they mistakenly put it on me, and that's fine. I'm part of the administration. But I will say that I personally have checked in. They are going through it. You have to be patient, because when you are wanting to prosecute and actually do something with the information that you have to make sure that you save the integrity of the investigation so that we can bring these people to justice, so that we can hold grand juries, so that we can do certain things. You have to be careful. The value for the American people to know immediately would undercut, we have to do it. We have to expose it. We're going to be transparent 100%. But we also have to make sure we're not putting any children in danger, putting any minors that don't want and do not deserve to be publicly identified in danger, and making sure that we put forth the information that would still assist us in getting these individuals to justice. It's such a convoluted thing, but I will tell you, transparency is 100% coming. We did get a ton of documents. Pam's letter, I think, was directed towards the SDNY, that we now know the individual in charge there had directives to go in the FBI and said, be the resistance. Do not turn over the documents. We have no tolerance for that. But I would just say to the American people, yes, they got the documents. Cash instructed those individuals that you must cooperate. One resigned, who was leading the charge in not cooperating. And now we have them and we have to go through them. There is a very large amount of documents, I've been told. They are going through them. And I also, frankly, believe in transparency. We have to give the American people transparency. And we have been, frankly. And unfortunately, sometimes we have to wait a little bit to go through the documents. We are not machines. But I know that they are actively working on it.
Let's see, for some reason, okay, I do see it now. That's on me. there is a stop share. I did see a comment too that said you only need her name. Right here.
I've got her address now, and I'm working on it. I'm working on it right now. So,
Okay.
I mean, for me, if anybody else wants to donate, and hopefully you will, it'll work out easier for you than it did for me. But I'm going through the old snail mail right now.
Yeah, that lady was Trump's lawyer, that Alina Habba or whatever. She's a beast, man. She's always, everything I've ever heard about her has been pretty. She's just like good with what she does. What do we got? Jeff B. FBI is arrested an unnamed senator. Oh, interesting. There's a lot of people. There's actually, it's like just spaced out far enough that there's not, like, we should compile a list of all the people either arrested or stepping down. Like there's a lot.
I
Like,
imagine.
and when you would see them together, it might make you really go, man, something's going on. And that's what my fingers are crossed for. And what I really hope is that, all the stuff I've been hoping for is actually happening, and they're actually doing things and getting rid of the bad. And, there's a lot going on. They can't just come right out and say, I feel like. I hope anyways, or they're all in on it together and we're doomed. But I really hope not. I really do. It does seem like a lot's going on. There's another one by Benny Johnson. I could probably look that up too. Talks about Act Blue some more, but it also, I think it's a USAID that says shred the things. They're panicking because I believe that USAID and Act Blue are connected, like funneling between one another. And so that's why they're saying shred the documents, because if one's in trouble, they're both in trouble. If they're, you know what I mean? Like connected.
Yeah.
I did hear the F, B, that one
Yeah.
was
And then your
shredding
eyes.
lots of stuff. Yes. Before they even started digging into, because they wanted to cover their butts.
Yeah, then all the redactions probably
What's up,
done.
y'all?
I'm sorry. Okay, let's see. I didn't used to get a lot of Benny Johnson videos, but it's like, I guess I watched just enough. I've seen 2 lately that I thought were both a lot of good stuff in. And like I said, I don't usually watch them.
You're in the Benny algorithm now. Now you're going to get all the Bennies.
They're good
you.
though. Like,
Did you
What's
see
up,
Jeff
Bonnie?
B? U.S. Treasury has infected Biden staffers for setting up a fake pharmaceutical company and embezzling $255 million.
Nice. 255 million.
Jeff B has always got that breaking news stuff. And like sometimes I've heard of it, but sometimes I have no idea. And then like comes out of left field. But I feel like most of the time it's pretty on point. Like I said, sometimes I've heard of it too. So I know it's something that's out there. But I don't know how he gets it first. He's got his ear to the ground,
Give me 255 million. I'll retire tomorrow. I promise you I will.
Me too.
Allegedly, he's connected.
Who's
Or has not connected, has connections.
I mean, he's going to convince me with too much more breaking news stuff. I'm going to show this one too because it does kind of connect, I think. And why not?
Allegedly.
Allegedly. That's right. Oh man, it just takes me so long. And sometimes there's a couple things I know are easier or a different way to do. I haven't quite figured out. I'll get there. Like I said, I hate speeding them up too, but I think that's the only thing that saves me sometimes. And sometimes even that doesn't.
A senior official at USAID instructed the agency's remaining staff to convene at the agency's now former headquarters in Washington for an all-day group effort to destroy documents stored there, many of which contain sensitive information. USAID official tells remaining staffers, shred and burn all your documents. The mass destruction order marks the latest step to dismantle the agency. Yes, this is real. Yes, this is actual panic. And why are they panicking? Well, would you look at this happening at the exact same time? The Democrat fundraising juggernaut, Act Blue, which mysteriously raises billions of dollars for Democrats up and down the ticket, but like raised hundreds of millions of dollars for Kamala Harris, got it, on her announcement. Raised a total of $2 billion for Kamala in 100 days. How's that possible? Really makes you wonder, because right now, the leadership at Act Blue have all fled. 7 of the board members have resigned. Some of them have left the country. All of the lawyers have fled, save one. Email very mysteriously, anonymously to all staff saying, you are under NDA. You are not allowed to be a whistleblower. That lawyer was locked out of his computer after sending that email. Something's going down. We would like to just posit to you that perhaps the reason why they're shredding documents at USAID was because the USAID slush fund money
Oh, shit. Sorry.
schools in Kenya, whatever. The reason why they're shredding documents at USAID was because the USAID slush fund money funnel that was supposed to go to children building schools in Kenya, whatever. That money was, of course, used to fund nonprofits run by left-wingers who donated all that money to Act Blue, to support Democrats, the self-licking ice cream cup, right? That they take a fat salary out of it, pay themselves $500 million, and then fraudulently donate through Act Blue. And we think that they are onto this, and that is why Elon Musk says Act Blue has committed massive, massive fraud. These are good examples from James O'Keefe's investigation group, noting how various individuals who've donated using Act Blue,
This is what we were
millions
talking
of dollars,
about.
don't have any recollection of doing it. So you see a lady living in this house, like a teeny little old lady in her
Yeah.
80s. This lady supposedly donated 1,000 times, nearly $20,000 in 2022. And she's like, what are you talking about? I never donated. I didn't donate to anybody. Act
Crazy.
Blue is a fraudulent money laundering organization, and they got their money from USAID. And that's why they're shredding and burning the documents right now. It's
Yeah.
panic time, literally, in Washington, D.C. Check this out.
He starts to go on to talk about the Department of Education and the close down there, but really, I was just trying to connect.
Okay.
those-
So now I remember the Act Blue. So what
Mhm.
that is people donating to the Democratic Party. And I saw this a couple of years ago, and they were showing that they were going to these people's homes, and they said, no, we did not do that. And
Right.
it was over and over and over that these donations were
I
coming out
saw that video as well.
of their accounts, and they were like, nope, that I did not do that. So how are they getting into those people's accounts is what I want to know. You know, they may have given one donation one time, and
These weren't no little bit. These weren't no. These were thousands of dollars.
yes,
Wasn't something you could just overlook.
yeah.
I don't know
See,
how
that's
that
what I'm
works.
hoping for, Wayne. I don't know. Maybe I've just trained my YouTube algorithm to feed me hope because it does. Oh, wildlife. Oh, I thought your picture was on there, wildlife. That's y'all moved places or something on me.
God,
he-
Wildlife is cute, isn't he?
I was about to say that.
No, that's my real
Yorga, how cute
face.
you are.
Oh, that was an ugly joke.
That's a cute picture. I already saw it, but I thought you were going to put yours up because that one was
So
cute
if the
too.
IRS is shut down, that means we don't have to do a tax return.
Is it shut down? Is that actual fact? I didn't
Jeff
see. Is that
B
what it-
said 170 IRS offices were shut down by U.S. Marshals and Doge this morning.
Whoa. I mean, that's not all of them, is it? That's a lot, but is that all of them? Maybe.
There shouldn't be that many.
Don't know.
Yeah. Here it is. I'm always behind. Shut down by U.S. Marshals. Interesting. I mean, I believe it. A lot's going on. That's what I'm saying. Like, what? I don't know.
And so it begins.
I hope so. Alex
Yep.
Jones was given U.S. Marshal protection based on the story his report was getting ready to release. Interesting. Okay. So his story was such a big deal. Right. Interesting.
Oh, they have 9 million offices.
That's a name I haven't. He's going to be in the cabinet next. Alex Jones and Joe Rogan. I'm waiting on those
Yeah.
two.
You see what it did to the frogs? They turned the frogs. There.
Oh my goodness.
Well,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Billy. Like, that's not all of them. It's a lot. Don't get me wrong. It's a big deal, but yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff I feel like I told Bonnie this, that I feel like my attention has been fractured because there's so many little things going on in so many directions. It's a lot. Like, there's still a bunch of stuff I have clips for. I don't even know which way to go because there's so much random stuff. Like, Tucker was talking about this Tom Cotton and saying that he was the one saying not to let the JFK files out. I mean, he straight up says it. You talk about needing protection. You just
oh my goodness.
I do have a clip of that too, but that's what I'm saying. There's so many things. The Gene Hackman thing. You know, Bonnie, I never did find a video on that wasn't that stupid live that loops. I wish about the tunnels and all that.
Yes. And
Good to see you.
Jeff's saying that, okay, Alex Jones's reporter was a woman. I cannot remember her name for anything, but was murdered in front of her house this morning in Texas. And I had heard about that.
You see what I'm saying? All these different, it's a lot of stuff going on. It's a lot.
Yes.
I think I've seen somebody mention that last night somewhere.
Yeah.
Because I feel like they're not going to get them all. There's too many people with stories to tell, and it's coming out of the woodwork. Like, I was trying to, I didn't dig in this rabbit hole, but trust me, I will, with the whole Jaguar Wright thing. Like, she has been on everybody's couch in all these interviews. You couldn't shut her up lately, just telling on everybody, from Diddy to Jay-Z to every single person she can have even if they just had a bad hair day, she's telling about it. I don't know how much y'all have heard, but anyways, then the White House gave her some kind of like award or something for truth telling or whatever. I'm not sure. Once again, I didn't dig far enough. I know they gave her something at the White House.
What's her name?
Jaguar Wright.
Oh, yeah.
So she's out here just in all
That's
these
a whole rabbit hole in itself.
Oh my God. Because then, okay, so she's out here saying all this, snitching on everybody, talking about everybody. And then she gets this big thing from the White House, whatever that is. And then it hasn't been that long. And now she's apparently either on a lawsuit or indicted or something. Supposedly she was driving the girls around that were being all the things. She was like shuffling them. Like, wait, what? You're the one. It's a lot. It's a deep rabbit hole.
It's too deep with that one for sure.
I haven't gone down it yet. It's too much. But I'm going to. I promise. I sit there and watch her just spaz out. She'll just do lives. Like, it's really weird to see. Like, you used to sing background to Jay-Z, and now you're just on live streams just yelling at your phone. Like, wow, that's just, that's a big difference. Crazy.
Most people that go around just yelling secrets and stuff like that,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. There could be some truth into some of those things, but you never know.
I feel like that's exactly like that because I've been trying to figure it out.
It gets people hyped up. It gets some, unfortunately, there are real people that's getting hurt in the midst of that, but it gets people hyped up and it kind of gets you involved and gets you attention for a while, and
yeah,
it's not like these are new things, these are just new people, we've heard of the Anthony Weiners, the Harvey Weinsteins, you know, I mean, you just, the Clintons, the Epsteins, the Diddies, man, all these lists inevitably should be connected because you're only so many people removed from anybody in the world.
I think they
So,
are too, for sure, in certain places.
but
That's
if
why I
things
wanted
are working for the greater good, I mean, I do understand the legal aspects of it. You have to respect the children and people's privacy until everybody's contacted and on the same page. As far as that goes.
Well, you know,
And-
what I've gotten out of it is, you know, we all know there's bad people out in the world and a lot of bad people out in the world, but I had no idea how many real creeps are out there. And I mean, we've only scratched the surface. I mean, think about how many of them are out there. Could be your next door neighbor, you know, into, you know, whatever,
People,
huh?
just real people.
Just
Yeah.
people that seem as real as they can be. I mean, think about that BTK killer guy. That guy was in church. He was, you know, he was covering his ground like big time, man. And he was one of the most evil people ever to live.
Well, and that's the real that Cola was speaking about a while ago was about Gene Hackman. And
tunnels.
um,
Yeah.
that's it goes into that he was involved in numerous things. One of them, I think they said
Good point, Wayne. Sorry.
cult, but I'm not real sure, so I'm not going to say that. But that he had evidence in a suitcase, and when they got there to investigate, everything was gone. Even his cell phone was wiped clean. Not
Oh, me. That
He-
tells you something right there.
yes, not just deleted, but wiped clean. And then, whenever they continued to do their investigation of the home, they found the underground tunnel that
Which
had
What?
That's what they were saying.
drawings. It has drawings and things on the walls of this tunnel, and so I don't know if he was having a moment of
Holy shit, Jeff.
feeling bad about what he had done, or you know what was up there. But it's there was a lot to that video, that even as far as his wife, the decomposition of her
Yeah.
body was not normal, that it was like she had formaldehyde injected into her, which is not natural. And
So now we're talking about injections, possibly.
yeah, a lot of crazy stuff with that investigation that's going on.
I agree. There's and there, and that's what I was talking about. Fragmented with Jeff saying, I think I saw that, but with all the other things that I've been sitting there talking about, and all these other clips I've got, I can't. You almost can't hold that much information. You know, you're just distracted by all these different stories, like the freaking Jaguar right. Like what? It
Yes,
takes your attention. It's like you said, it takes your attention. It's not important. She's like losing her mind in real time, but like I don't know. It's not. I feel like she's totally come out and said that she's involved in some stuff, you know, and that she's done bad things in the past. She straight up says it. But now she's trying to turn a new leaf or whatever, and she's trying to tell what she knows. But she was basically and this a dominatrix. And this is why I love Bonnie so much. Please don't get mad at me, Bonnie, but she's like, "What's that?" I'm like, she's so freaking somehow remains to be such like this innocent snowflake amongst all of us degenerates. And I don't know how in the world she does it. But yeah, she was like a sex worker / dominatrix. And like, if anybody don't know, I feel like that's the ones that were like all black and have whips and handcuffs, and the men want to be dominated.
Yeah,
But
you pay them to beat you.
right, it's creepy as hell.
I don't want that, nor am I paying for that.
Well, so she admits it though, you know, she admits that she was not a
Yeah.
great person and she was involved in some dark stuff. So her being like whatever, I can't remember if it's a lawsuit or she was indicted because, like I said, just so much stuff going on so quick.
The quickest way to kill the enemy if you did any wrong is just admit things or whatever. And that way they've got nothing to use against you.
What's up, Billy? Yeah, I don't know. It's some wild stuff. I can't keep up, but yeah, that what Jeff said. The was it? Hold on, look, I got to go back. I already forgot in 2 seconds. The sheriff of Maui been indicted as a co-conspirator in P Diddy. Like it's a big puzzle. It's crazy, and I think like a lot of people are. It's official. Obama's have a divorce. Are you like? Now I'm starting to feel like this dude is just making shit up. Like, is he playing with me? Because I have
Yeah, I
not
did
heard
hear about that one. I heard
You
about somebody
did?
said that a while back. Yeah.
That it's official though.
Oh, I don't know, but I mean, it's talked about they were. So I mean,
I heard
Yeah.
some stuff with Jennifer Aniston, but I don't know.
who knows?
Oh, I forgot there's that one about.
Wow.
I mean, for real, there's a lot of like, but the thing is, I do think that like a lot of this stuff is like supposed to distract you from some of the 2 videos I played. I think these things, like all these 7 people like, stepping down, innocent people don't quit their jobs, and resign. I don't think. I mean, sure seems strange to me that all these people are just
Yeah,
stepping down.
the whole company. Yeah.
Exactly, John. I agree with that. And like, it's hard you don't know which way to look because it's happening so fast. And link on Maui. And Bonnie, I saw something again about you were totally saying this like freaking 2 weeks ago. I don't know. If I run back into it, like it was another video and they were talking about that one was what we don't want to be Mauied. And you were saying that and I couldn't understand Mauied. I couldn't put it together. Then
Yeah.
look at Virginia wrote a paragraph. She's like, I'm just gonna say hi to everybody at once.
Nice.
Yeah. And that was in LA that they were putting up those signs and they were saying, we know we have been Mauied. And so it's like they're convinced that that's what happened in LA with the virus.
Yeah, I feel like you said that a long time ago, and then like I'm like just
Yes.
watching my little Billy videos, and then it got said again, and it like clicked
To the
again.
level it became a hashtag. Don't get Mauied.
Yes.
When it's something of that magnitude, yeah.
Oh, okay. Big circle. Sorry, that is something that Jaguar Wright was saying that caught my attention and got me for paying attention to her a little bit. That chick Angie, whatever that 10 was telling me about, Angie Stone or Angie, I'm gonna have to look. I think it's Stone. She died, right? And there were a bunch of videos about.
Yeah, I heard about that. The singer.
Well, it's some weird shit. So Jaguar was ramming off of the mouth like she does and stuff. Like, I mean, she might be telling. I agree with you, Watt, that I think that some of it's true, but I think sometimes she's just trying to get attention, or
She has to get her cut out of whatever story she's telling, even though some may be factual.
There's
She
some
has
more
she's a business or an entity. You know what I mean? Pretty sure
Yeah.
that's how she makes her living, doing little interviews and videos and stuff like that.
I agree. There's something. It's hard to trust her
But
100%, but there's some truth in everything. But she was saying that they were trying to get her with Angie Stone. Like basically, she says that she does. I kept trying to she had me like clickbait. I kept trying to listen to her going off so I could hear how she was trying to convince people that they tried to get her, basically kill her. And then she goes on to say, and that's why D'Angelo and this one are going to do this. It was supposed to be like I don't know how far y'all go down the rabbit hole, but sometimes they'll say like with certain stars, like someone's a sacrifice and then these people get to get real famous and it was D'Angelo who was somebody's ex. I think she was Angie Stone's ex, or I don't even know if that's the right name. It's Angie something. I didn't know her until she died, basically. So I keep forgetting whatever her last name is.
she sounds like she had a really bad habit of being at the wrong place at the wrong time a lot of times.
Right.
Victim of circumstance.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I just wonder if there's any truth to it. Like they really did try to offer.
Well, even if they try to deny it, then why would they, put so much different stuff out there like that? But even look, I don't know if you've seen the clip of this past, I don't watch the show, but I see when people do reviews of it. Saturday Night Live, they had like a little ritual thing on there. Did you see that clip?
Yeah.
There's a couple things on Saturday Night Live. Which one? I'm definitely interested.
Well, it
What
was,
Lady Gaga? They did this whole freaking devil worshiping thing on there.
yeah,
Oh, I heard about it,
the
but I did not see even a video
this
on
was,
that.
thing.
Oh, it was supposed to be a big joke, a big joke, but it was like a full ritual with, I think the god was Lamash or Lamech or, one of those gods.
Lamash too, which is
I'm gonna
actually a
look
real
that up.
entity.
Right.
And was
It's a
But Miss Mendersue, real quick, I just want to say, Allie actually talks smack about her and says she asks for money, and she's basically kind of says that the truth shouldn't cost, and she does, and Allie doesn't, that I know of. So that's what Allie says about her. Actually, SNL is everybody's seen it. I don't know if I want to watch it though. If there's like something about an entity, I mean,
But it's
you guys
like,
ever think that
when you go out to eat at a restaurant and it's somebody's birthday, they come sing happy birthday to you, give you a little dessert or something. Well, the whole spiel of it is they're at this restaurant called Friendly's, and it was somebody else's birthday. So her friends are like, just say it's your birthday. They'll come sing to you, So they came over there and they said, are you sure it's your birthday? Don't lie to us. The girl's like, yeah. As soon as she said, yeah, the whole everything went red, real demonic, and yeah, they started doing all type of weird things, and they kept calling out this entity's name. I don't want to say it again, but they called out this entity's name, and I thought they were just making up a word to rhyme with whatever they were saying. But I looked it up and started digging, and actually, it's a real entity, like from Mesopotamia, one of the most powerful.
Like
demonic
Baal or
entities,
like
yeah.
Molech or Baal or
Like a general.
Beelzebub or
Yeah.
those I know. I don't know which one Watt was saying, but all the ones you named, yeah, I've heard of, and that's creepy. I don't think I want to play it. I'm interested to know, but I don't know if I want to play it. Do y'all think that could actually happen?
Was that linked to the Oscars? Is that what y'all are talking about?
Saturday Night Live this past Saturday, I believe.
Okay.
Well, what? All right. I'm not even playing devil's advocate. Excuse me, I'm coughing. But think about this. I'll even put my camera on, as ugly as I am.
You're not ugly.
I'm still cute. Think about this. That same day, Lady Gaga released an album. Okay.
Mhm.
Now, as Madonna showed during her entire career, if you can come out and be controversial and get on the news and everything else, over something crazy, can you believe she did that? Good news, bad news, doesn't matter. Your name's out there, Now, Here we are right now talking about Lady Gaga and this devil thing. It's the same thing. Her album sales are going to go up. They are, probably because of that, because of just curiosity and everything else. It was a stunt, more than anything else. I'm not saying she, isn't into that kind of stuff, because she probably is, but still it's funny how these things are really planned out with we release this album the same day you go on SNL. Yeah.
Well, in that video about Hackman, they were even talking about the true thing behind the Oscars, getting that Oscar award. There's something about that that's connected to all of this also.
Probably.
You mentioned Madonna. She put out an album right before the whole 2020 incident. And if you look at the back cover of her album, it is a picture of a Corona typewriter, a Corona brand typewriter. You're familiar with that?
Wow.
Not much. I know Lady Gaga met with a Maria Abramovich or whatever that lady, the spirit cooker lady.
Yeah, that's a weird lady.
Yeah, there's no reason to, and they were like spend some time together in the woods or some creepy shit, and it's like, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be alone with either one of those entities, I promise you.
Well, Ben, I'm sorry. When all this mermaid shit came up, it just made me think about, excuse me, about that spirit cooking thing, or spirit dinner, or whatever the hell.
Yeah, I don't even know
I
what that
thought about the
means.
Chrome stuff that I shouldn't probably say the full name of, but y'all know what I'm talking about. That's what I
Yeah.
thought. Like, what is it special when it comes from a mermaid? Like, that's still what I thought about because they do that. Also, if
These are
I
all
mean,
the
would people be more surprised that they're eating the mermaid, or people just forget? It's like nobody said, "Oh my God, mermaids really exist." I think more people is just
Right.
surprised that they're eating them. Nobody's like, "Wait, hold on. So mermaids really exist now? Is this what you're trying to tell me?"
and you're gonna eat them instead of
So
like,
you telling me Ariel? They're eating Ariel? You know? I don't know. I
so
gotta see this. I gotta see the pictures.
what
there
I'm
was a,
saying is okay, imagine that was just a story. Like they just made it up and they kept repeating it. Did they put it out to make us not look at Act Blue and all the other investigations and stuff to make us look at mermaids instead of look at what's actually happening, But also, I wouldn't be shocked if there was a such thing and they just found a way to keep it from us.
Or like,
It's hard to know which way to think because I could see it being a real good. Hey, let's talk about mermaids. Let's not talk about corruption and fraud.
at
Like
this point, I'm just forget all the rest of the stuff. So you telling me mermaids? What else are you hiding? Where's Godzilla at?
we skipped right past alien. No, they told us aliens were real. Like they were just talking about some other stuff, and then they were like, "Oh yeah, aliens." And anyway, so back to the. Just
Oh
like
yeah, they exist. But anyways, yeah. Next
Yeah.
question, Senator.
Also, they
Yeah.
said straight up they had bodies. They had biological bodies. And then, is that? Oh, look, a pony. They go right to something else.
Yeah, look at that Shetland over there.
Yeah.
it's just like I feel like people
Majestic.
they went from like talking about like making everybody sound crazy if they mention aliens and showing up and the men in black to like, yeah, they're real. But anyways, it's just weird the way they don't
Right.
do that. There's no intent. They don't
Now they're
intend.
feasting on mermaid fillets. This timeline is wicked, but it's a good time to be in it.
I wonder if they make fish sticks out of mermaids. That might be
That's what I'm
good.
saying. That's where where's the fish coming from?
The Gorton's fisherman.
I think all these things are what we need to be praying over because it seems to all have a lot of evil in it. And
Yeah.
Mountain Aviator said Code 103 oversees the development, implementation, and execution of the command's communication, engagement, and marketing strategy, planning and tactics for enterprise and national level initiatives. Then Jeff B said money paid to assassinate Alex Jones reporter was traced to Soros. Did you
I
see
saw
those?
that. Yeah, I put them up there a while back, but no, I didn't hear any of that except from Jeff just now. This right here, money paid to assassinate Alex Jones reporter. I mean, I don't doubt that. Like, when are they going to trace the? Oh, I saw. See, I'm telling you when I say that you just can't keep up because there's so many different things. I totally saw they were talking about something with the guy that tried to shoot at Trump. And there was some information on that, and I just didn't follow up because new stuff was like falling out of the sky every day,
Oh yeah, it's been a whirlwind ever since that first shot. It's been a whirlwind of events, even before then, but especially since then, for sure.
Watch out.
Watch out
Yeah.
now.
No, I don't know where that came from. Watch out.
Watch out now.
The
Madonna's
abyss.
unrecognizable, I swear. Is that you're saying lunar eclipse? I know there's like a blood moon coming.
This Friday, I believe.
Yeah, there's supposed to be a lunar eclipse this Friday. It's full moon already. Somebody posted the moon and they said, what kind of moon is this? Was it Navy Bet?
I didn't see it.
Oh, I did. And it looked like it was it. You know how sometimes you'll see a ring around it, but it looked like it was pulsating. Like it was really weird.
That sounds interesting. Yeah, I think most areas should. I mean, of course, hopefully it's not cloudy, but they say most places should be able to see it.
Yeah, and the 15th is isn't that the Ides of March?
Yes, it is.
Ides of March.
Beware.
Beware. Beware the Ides of March.
So that's
Julius Caesar.
Julius Caesar.
pray unceasingly that day. It seems like it's all coming, just like when we had the regular eclipse. Look at all the things. Okay, there's some things that I know that are connected to that I can't tell, but there was a lot happening on the day of that eclipse, and really close to me, and like with big people that we could never associate with.
Yeah,
And here we go again.
that type of energy. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yes.
Oh, I know this is weird as hell to bring up, but like that song, They Not Like Us, right? That shit is everywhere. And it like, I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. Anyways, I've got a little clip of that because basically, I don't know who knows and who don't, which parts. It's a diss at Drake in a place, and he talks about A minor, like the key A minor, but also a minor.
Yeah, A minor. Yeah.
They actually, when they give him the award to this, they actually play that part of the clip, and everybody's clapping. And I actually was talking to somebody, I won't say who, and I'm like, I feel like the people that do know what that stands for are saying, yeah, F those people that mess with minors. And the person I was talking to was saying, no, they're like, yeah, we mess with minors. So very opposite ways to take it, but it's only like a minute. And
Like hidden in plain sight almost.
but I kind of, you could see it either way, and I don't know which way to take it, but it's only like a minute. So,
You know what's also interesting about that is A minor is the saddest chord there is.
right.
Oh.
It is.
Wow.
I didn't know that.
Some people say D minor, I say A minor.
It also gets stuck. This song, anyways, I don't know. It's just everywhere, and it gets stuck. I bet it's got that thing in it, like whatever they call it, where it's stuck in your head. But it's just a minute long. I'll show it real quick. No, maybe I won't.
Not Like Us, Kendrick Lamar.
Is he the dummy that did the Super Bowl?
Who announced it? Miley Cyrus?
I think it was. Certified pedophile.
Looks like he works at a gas station.
I think he did, allegedly.
At least he got his jaws pulled up.
This is just a real short part. They're walking up on Drake asking about it because it was definitely about him. He was saying about he messes with minors.
I don't care nothing about that shit. No, that ain't got nothing to do with me. All the best to him, man. Okay, cool.
Ain't got nothing to do with me.
That bullshit. I feel you, man. I feel you.
It's like, it's got to do. Everybody knows it's got to do with you. He said, ain't got nothing to do with me. He tried to like dodge it. Like, yeah, it was definitely about you, and everybody knows it.
Yeah, they had a whole alleged beef going back with songs about that type of stuff. Yeah.
But like, I don't know. Isn't it weird that the song that talks about certified pedophile and A minor, that's the one that wins? And like, I don't know. I don't know how to take that, if it's good or bad. Like I said, I was thinking it like they were like, yeah, call them out. That's like, because everybody's not that, right? Like some of them are, but not every single one of them.
No, everybody can't be that way. Yeah.
But I don't know which ones are which. It's hard to tell. Oh,
those type of circles, it's like that old saying, it's almost guilty by association until you know otherwise or better. Hate to say it, but
right.
Yeah, they definitely are. That's like, I saw a clip of a Diddy party in 2010, and it's like, let's see, DJ Khaled was there and Busta Rhymes was there, but it was like the fun part of the party. I hate to even say that, but like they're outside and there's like lights on the trees. It looks like the type of place you could have a lot of fun, just drinking, having fun. I'm sure that the gross shit happened at the end,
Yeah, the before 11 crowd and the after 11 crowd.
But anyone who witnesses that or just knows that it's going on and doesn't say anything,
Same thing.
doesn't that make them just as guilty?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
does. And that's this type of stuff Allie Carter said, like that these people that say they left early. Well, if you left early, why'd you leave early? You know, if you left early because you knew something was going on, well, then you knew something. It's kind of a catch-22.
Yeah.
Yeah, what Lauren said.
That's a lot.
I know we want to see some type of justice, some type of way, but that type of stuff, it gets drawn out. I like to think that there's a higher power, and eventually the true justice will prevail. Because I mean, ultimately, a lot of these people that do stuff, we don't never hear their names or see their faces. You know what I mean? They never will be held accountable in the worldly court, but in the heavens above, there's a court, and they can't run from it.
Exactly. Every man will be judged. Believer or not, I truly believe that.
Well,
Definitely.
I think that some judgment needs to happen here too. I think like everybody wants to see arrests. I think the bad guys should get arrested too. But if they're in places of power and you just take them out of office or take away the power, I think that's almost as good as it's better than nothing, you know? Like all these people that are stepping down, resigning, or being fired, they're not going to the electric chair, but they're not able to cause as much harm anymore. Also, all they can do now is like try to give out ideas, but they won't have the power.
Hey, they did. I forget what state it was. They did firing squad the other day ago.
South Carolina.
There you go.
For firing squad on who?
On it, it was that's the guy. The guy actually requested it, as opposed to because they've been botching these. The one with the needle, and
he was. Is he the 74-year-old man that they kept on like 8 times?
It could have been. Could have been.
They decided that they were going to do an alternative way. And
yeah, you could still. It's perfectly legal to have a firing squad, 6 guys with rifles, and they're all supposed to shoot for the heart. I'd go for the head, man, or the schmeckle. I'd shoot him in the schmeckle, just cause. But yeah, they can do that.
Smeckle. That's way better than any of the other names. It makes it funnier just because you say Smeckle.
What is Smeckle?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Okay, never mind. I didn't ask. Good Lord.
Yeah.
Let's think about it.
It makes me think. Now I'm thinking of that part of Austin Powers, one of them where they keep every scene. It's like, yeah, complete with 2 balls, and they just
Right. Wayne, pay attention.
Okay.
What's your thoughts on strudel?
Yeah.
Damn it. Coming up with these words I've never heard, and I just gotta ask, what's that? No, I'm gonna quit asking y'all. What's that? I don't want to know.
Oh, that's funny.
It just makes me feel bad about myself, though. I'm like, am I that corrupted? Like, it's not. I used to do that too sometimes, but like, I feel like I've caught up to all the things. You do it one time.
I didn't realize I was this bad off.
I'm just that gullible, naive, whatever you call it, I guess. I just don't know all the words.
My ex-wife used to think LOL meant laughing online, and I never told her different. Laughing online. You freaking idiot.
Damn, York.
So that's not what it means?
It doesn't make somebody an idiot just because they don't know. Nobody's ever told them. I've had people ask.
That means you're ignorant.
No. I've
Don't
had
you lie to me. Don't you dare lie to me.
I've had people in chats that ask me what SMH is. I mean, just because I knew that. There was one I knew. Yeehaw.
Yorga was saying ignorant instead of dumb. Like ignorant meaning you just don't know. A lot of people.
That is the ignorance means. I mean, I'm ignorant how to be an astronaut. You know, it doesn't mean I'm stupid.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It means you
That's
just
what
don't know.
Yeah, you are a pretty ignorant astronaut. I wasn't going to say nothing.
Oh man, I'm an asphalt astronaut.
I wasn't going to bring it
It's
up.
funny if you say ignorant. You ignorant. You just
Ignorant.
say,
So ignorant.
what about did you I don't even know how to describe this. This is also really short. I'll just play it about Mark looking at the boobies.
Thank you, Mary. See?
I'm sorry. There's no other way to say it. He's looking at the boobies.
Men can't help it.
This is kind of the only billionaire that doesn't bother me because he makes sense to me. Like you can just tell he was like super dweeby, worked really hard, created this business, threw himself into it, and then realized, oh my gosh, I'm the richest man in the world. And now I just want to have like a bimbo blow up doll. And he just went out and got that. And he doesn't seem to involve himself too much in the political scene. He's just always out partying with Lauren Sanchez, his now fiance. I had no idea she wore this to the inauguration. I am like just stunned. She is wearing a bralette with her boobies are out. I mean, there's no other way to say it. She's your fiance. Who are you taking these puppies out for? He is your fiance. Have some respect, have some decorum. But like I said, I feel like it's their thing. And so people are understandably going, this is so disrespectful. He has the money not to be respectful. That's it. He's so rich. He can just buy himself into this. He doesn't even have to respect the office. He can just bring his fiance. And she has her helicopter license. They're flying around Saint Tropez, doing their thing, and that's what she likes to wear. But what was really funny is people capturing the Zuck gaze. So some of us have wondered if he's a lizard. This might mean that he could be human part-time. He might be like a humanoid or something because oh yeah, there it is. He just went ahead and decided to take a look, and he's wondering, can I afford this? Can I afford this more than Jeff Bezos can afford this? And
Maybe he lost the contact down there.
When she catches this, is going to be deeply upset. Zuck, don't even think about it. Okay, you're still a lizard in my book.
The thing that gets me is chicks like that, and they get mad at you if you do look. You know,
Right.
it's like, don't be mad at me. That's why you dress like that. Come on.
Neon arrows pointing at it. Why are you looking there? The neon arrow.
Man, that's something else.
I mean,
So
that
who
will
was she?
help- Go ahead, Bonnie.
Who
What's
was-
Bezos's woman?
Oh, okay.
For now.
Bezos.
Like, I don't think it was that bad, but okay, the White House, yeah. But like, I don't know, that could be okay somewhere. They're so extra. Like her boobs are hanging out. Like they weren't really. It was like, it was too much for the White House, but it wasn't as bad as they made it out to be.
I liked it.
I thought it was appropriate for the White House.
What man doesn't?
And what man's not going to look? Now, you take the guy who doesn't look. Now, you got to wonder about that guy. You know what I mean?
John. But that's a good point. They were looking at him. He didn't want to be rude. He was trying to make eye contact.
Yeah, you can't help but see it.
Oh my gosh. It's pretty funny though.
I would have had to say, nice coconuts.
I like to call him Yorga approves boobies.
Right.
Peripherals, I guess.
Remember when they said, what was it, Zuckerberg and Elon Musk was going to have a fight? Remember that? And they said they were going to have an MMA fight or a boxing match or something?
Man, I would have watched that. The guy that doesn't look might be a little light in the loafers. You don't hear that.
Remember Celebrity Deathmatch?
I do remember Celebrity Deathmatch. Man, we were. I don't know what to
Something like
say.
that, yeah.
I wonder if that show would work anymore. Would probably offend
Be too
somebody.
offensive.
Well, he did it with some real guys. He did it with Danny Bonaducci and freaking Donny Osmond. And they did it with Urkel and...
Oh, they just trying to get some drinking money, man.
no,
When
it
have you
was,
ever heard
it
about
was
them dudes?
yeah, it was what was the guy's name? Two really nerdy guys. Horshack and freaking Screech.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, before he
Yeah,
passed.
Horshack got his ass handed to him.
Yeah, you got beat up by Screech.
Mm-hmm.
Man, they
He
had
got
to
beat
pay
up
him
bad,
good for
too.
that dive.
Well, Screech actually grew up into a somewhat strapping man.
Oh, so he's a strapper.
Porn. turns.
No, but
like,
I mean, he kind of grew into
Literally a
his body,
scrapper.
and he ended up dying somehow or another.
yeah, he did.
Yeah.
And I think he really was in a couple porno movies. They may not have been like,
He
big
might
time.
have been. He was a terrible drunk too, apparently.
Yeah.
Wow.
Could you imagine being famous for being Screech though? Like, poor guy.
Oh, you're screwed for life.
Yeah,
you're not
your whole life
You're
is
not
that.
going on an acting career as an adult. No.
It's not the kind of famous you want.
Nah.
I feel bad for the guy.
Urkel is still out there. I've seen him in a couple of really crummy movies, but he's out there acting and he's being serious. So he was in like a Sharktopus or something like that. No,
Yeah,
I'm not
that sounds
kidding.
about right.
I'm not
Yeah.
joking. It was one of them freaking
Sharknado versus Tornado Puss or something
something like
Yeah.
that. They've made about 15 of those things. Of course, I watch them because they're good.
It
Yeah.
was a bar fight, Billy. I remember that. There was a thing. He did like it was nuts. It wasn't,
Yeah, Screech killed. Man, how'd you like to killed by Screech? That'd be on my freaking tombstone, man. What a loser!
stabbed. I don't think he got killed, but I think he was stabbed by him.
Mm.
But he I don't know. There was a bigger story. I can't remember it now. It's crazy because I totally read a little bit about that, like right around the time that he died, and I can't
You're
remember.
probably talking with him because he was Screech,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
and he's begging for it.
I feel like that's the same thing. Like, you wouldn't want to be in Hollywood and be the ugly one. Like even if you're not Screech, let me say this: you wouldn't even want to be in Hollywood and be average looking, because you're in Hollywood. You know what I mean? Like, I
Yeah.
cannot imagine.
But he probably made a ton of money being Screech. I mean, that show was on for a long time, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, I love that show. By the way, I did love that
Yeah,
show.
Saved by the Bell.
hmm And it was it's like the last of a certain kind. There was no more. It just things got different after that time frame.
The old high school sitcom.
Yeah. It was almost like a constant after school special. Like, they did it just well enough that it was still fun to watch, but I don't know, it was kind of commercially, but I was totally into it. I loved that show when I was a kid.
After that, I guess about the next closest thing to that would have probably been like Boy Meets World, if you ever seen that program.
I loved that one, because he's like related to the guy from the Wonder Years, yeah? The guy in Boy
I don't
Meets
know.
World. Yeah,
Not sure.
Fred Savage, and I don't know. I like the Wonder Years too. They do that little bit of
Kind of
narration.
like brothers, maybe brothers. I don't know.
Or
Could be
cousins or
wrong.
something. They got that
Yeah,
same
something.
curly brown hair. If they're not related, they look it, and they
Yeah, they
remind
got the Bob Ross going on.
I did love that stupid show though. Boy Meets World. I think I told you this. We might have been on a it might not have been a live stream, but and it's been a while now, but I watched this thing about his brother on Boy Meets World and how he got real dark and weird, and he totally did. But,
Yeah.
you're
Yeah, I
like just
seen that.
watching the show, you don't really think about it, but when you take it out of context, you're like, what the hell was that show doing? What was I watching? Like, it's weird. I can't remember his brother's name, but he was like, I don't know, like they did different things with him, but it was just funny, like that I was even watching that was the weirdest part. I used to love that show. But they don't make stuff like that anymore, I feel like. Not well, I guess maybe I'm just old now and they're not any fun anymore, but
Now it's saturated. There's so many shows. There's a show about everything 10 times,
mhm.
It's, I don't remember the last time I watched a show like that.
What was that show? Because I'm older than y'all, so I don't really like any of those shows. But there was one that was called I can't remember what it was called, but it had Sheila Booth in it. It was on Disney Channel. It wasn't too bad. Yeah, Sheila Booth.
Oh yeah,
That
Even
wasn't bad.
Stevens.
Yeah, that was an okay show. It was all right. My kids
Mhm.
watched it, and I could actually sit through it myself.
It's crazy how that stuff stays in the old memory vault.
Yeah, well, his sister was hot too. So.
I know one of my cartoons when I was a kid, was DuckTales. I remember being excited
DuckTales,
about
yeah.
DuckTales. I remember him diving in all them little coins. It's such a dumb little show, but God, I loved that show when I was a kid.
Oh, that girl from Even Stevens just recently, like a month ago, I forget her name, is something Romano. She was at a shooting range and got shot in the face.
All these famous people are, I mean, not
My
like,
goodness.
I mean, it almost looked like to me like somebody had shot a shotgun too close to her or something. She had all these pellets in her face. I mean, she didn't die or anything, but
Okay.
Dang.
still.
Yeah.
oh yeah, I'm not gonna dig this video out and bother y'all, but another
I
wrist
like
flex.
He-Man.
What's that? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I liked He-Man. Tell her talking cartoons.
He-Man.
Yeah. That's a classic.
Skeletor.
Skeletor. Oh my God. I'm not.
Dang you, He-Man.
But She-Ra though, if you're a girl, you gotta like She-Ra. And there was that's the opposite of Conan, right? There was Conan and She-Ra.
I think they're getting ready to make another He-Man movie right now.
They'll run it. He'll be
Yeah.
They ran out of good original ideas. Everything is just like a remake.
Everything's a
I'll
remake.
probably watch it. I'll watch it. Yeah, everything's a remake, but
Or a comic book movie.
oh yeah.
Oh God, the superhero thing. Superheroes and zombies, man. I'm done with all of them.
Yeah, I feel pretty much confident about the zombies. I think I could last a little while.
No, but I mean, they keep on putting out more and more movies. It's a zombie. I mean, it's old, man. I mean, it's freaking old.
Right. Yeah. Do
About
you
an
think
AI.
the thing about it, I'll be like, well, I don't know. I hope they're not going to try to develop it or like make a virus that's like that or something. Because the predictive programming putting in our face, like, I don't know. I don't know if you can do that. Could you turn some people?
No, you can't do that. The closest thing you can do like that is like down in Haiti when they turn somebody into a zombie. It's basically a drug-induced lobotomy or something, you know.
Intra-body
you're not
communication.
Huh?
Intra-body communication. INTRA. Intra-body communication.
Oh, it is.
That's all I'm saying. Do with that
Heard of that
what you
before.
will.
What is that like?
Oh, it's a whole rabbit hole in itself about those type of things.
They say with the aliens and stuff that they don't speak, that they just, is that what you're talking about? Like that? Like they, what is
It's just
that?
a way of using your body, because I mean, ultimately we're just one big huge antenna, you know, and with these certain signals and Bluetooth and stuff like that. I mean, we know they give off certain frequencies with radiations and stuff, but they figured out ways to do that type of stuff. When you look at all the certain type of metals and metallics and stuff we consumed, all that would amplify the antenna to a certain degree. But yeah, there's a lot of studies and stuff into it. But one of the things is called intra-body communication, where you could just send signals or something like that, just like you would from a computer or an email, just from body to body.
I believe in that. It's telepathic, isn't it?
Well, in a natural sense, yeah, it can be. You know, just as simple as just having a good feeling, or when you get around somebody, you can sense like a good aura or a bad aura. You know, we have those natural instincts naturally. I think a lot of the stuff that we consume or take in, it throws us off that grounded natural balance. You know,
Yes.
But it can be used nefariously, just like any tool we use. You know, we can use it for the good, or somebody could use it for the bad. You know.
True.
I don't know. I wish I could do that. I wish I could speak to people telepathically. If I could, then there could be all kinds of terrible reasons to use that, you know? You could just play a game of spades and cheat.
Yeah. You never lose. Well, if you had a good hand, yeah, you couldn't lose.
Like, no, don't throw off. I got a spade, mother. You know what I mean? Like, that's just the low level stuff you could do. But imagine, like, at the high levels, what kind of crap you could pull off.
Oh, yeah.
My mermaid is ready. Is that new, Yorga?
I like
Or just,
tartar sauce with my mermaid.
or just imagine if a whole family or a whole community figured out that way to just block that negative energy off and not just like read thoughts in a way, but I don't know how it would go. You know, it's wouldn't like you would just start hearing something. I don't know how it would go. You'd have to have some type of ability to shut on and off those receptors. I don't know how that would go. You know, where it wouldn't be to the level that you're like just like reading somebody's mind, but actually having a conversation.
Right. That's insane to think about.
I don't know what would be that. I don't want to know what would be that factor or what would be that on-off switch. You know, would it
I
be
don't
just
know. Anybody that could do that has probably got a really big forehead.
allegedly? Yeah,
Oh my
I mean,
god.
I'm just saying.
My face grew into my head, dude.
definitely need more data. I agree.
I think you had a receding hairline too, so I don't know. You're not wearing a rug, are you?
No. It does look like, I mean, if that was my kid, I'd have gave her bangs.
I do wear a beard piece. I'm not ashamed to admit it.
A beard piece. I got a cod piece. I don't tell anybody about it though.
There you go. Now we
How
know.
many people are here? 43. Now they know.
43,000.
There you go.
Well, I don't know. If y'all want to hear Tucker talk about that, I kind of spoiler alerted it. They basically pulled the name Tom Cotton out of him, but it's not long. If y'all want to see,
Yeah,
Name
go
sounds
for it.
familiar. Tom Cotton.
yeah, and I'm not even gonna try.
He was in Brutes. No.
Hang on, let's see playback.
Cotton.
But I think it saved me out of trouble with it. Oh crap!
You know, there was a scramble over who's going to get what jobs in the new administration, and at one point there was someone who was being discussed for a job in the intel world, and a member of the SSCI, the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence and Intel Committee, went to the people making the decision and said, "You cannot hire this person because this person will be certain to push for the release of the JFK files." So this is in 2025, less than 2 months ago, and you have a sitting member of the United States Senate whose main goal is to keep those files secret. And then you have to ask yourself, why? That?
Yeah.
Exactly. Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Why? Were they even alive?
Now, of course, no one was alive. It was 62 years ago.
I know.
And by the way, the institution, no one can even tell you who the CIA director was. And do you remember the name of the CIA director? John McCone, I think, 1963. But that person is like completely lost to history, except a specialist. And the CIA has already been through 50 years ago, the Church Committee hearings, 1975, where we sort of know they were assassinating people, dosing people with acid, all this stuff. It's like the CIA has already been discredited. So if you're telling me that 6 weeks ago, a member of the United States Senate was trying to keep someone out of a job in order to keep these files secret, that is to protect the CIA, I don't believe that for a second.
So wait a minute. Here's the part I don't.
So who's that person exerting the pressure?
But you are uniquely qualified to get this answer because one of us can call the president of the United States right now and ask him, and the other one is me. So why don't you know?
That's a great question. And
the only kind
Is that Cuomo?
Was the knowledge that a member of the Senate Intel Committee, I'm not guessing, called over and said, you cannot appoint this person.
So why don't you expose that person for
Tom Cotton of Arkansas?
Boom.
Tom
Cotton.
Yes, correct.
Wow. Did you ask him?
I haven't. No, I haven't asked him.
What the hell's
I'd
going
like
on
to.
with you?
I'd like to. And
kind of makes people suspicious of you, by the way.
Because
if you know that Tom said you can't pick this person
that
because
is correct,
and then you didn't go to him and find out why.
Well, I need to sit down with him. I'm not sure that he'll do an interview with me.
With you?
I'm waiting.
You are like the spirit animal of that administration.
No, but it's a fair look. It's a fair question. It's a totally fair question, and the answer is I hadn't thought to do that. And
I hadn't thought to do. I didn't know I could do that. Now that's a funny Dave Chappelle thing. I didn't know
I knew I didn't know what to do.
I'm not sure who that guy is. Tucker Carlson exposes Tom Cotton blocking long-awaited.
The senator. I looked him up. He's a senator from Arkansas. When I seen his face, I recognized him.
I meant the guy who's interviewing. I don't know who that is either.
That was Como. That was the former CNN anchor, brother of the former mayor of New York.
Yorga was asking, and I didn't know for sure. I was more like blown away that he just the way he said he just blurted it out when he asked.
It's weird. It's weird seeing those two talk. A few years ago, I thought they were going to challenge each other to a duel.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the way it is. Haven't you seen? I've seen them a lot. You know, as bad as Obama was, he's the only one that I know of who has listened to the people whenever they spoke.
Crickets.
And I know this just came out of nowhere. Somebody said something about Obama earlier, and I was like, just thinking about that.
I don't know. It depends on who's talking to him. Depends on who he wanted to listen to. You know, that's my 2 cents on that one.
Right.
I think they all listen when they want to listen.
Right. I'm saying, I was muted. I had to get a refill. But yeah, I don't know. What makes you think that Obama listened? Because now I'm kind of lost on that one.
2013, I think it was.
Mhm.
Boots on the ground in Syria. He listened to the people. Nope, we don't want that. And it didn't happen.
What the heck, nipple check? Which part was that? I must be behind like crazy.
Where do you see that?
Right here. I thought it might have been on that lady's outfit, but that was a long time ago. So maybe he's behind. That's the only time.
Still got 2.
Isn't he on the list? Probably. You know what? Life actually check. Yep, they're still there.
Still there.
Oh my gosh. I don't know. I didn't like Obama. He freaked me out, and I will tell you. Oh, y'all can all laugh at me. It's not even a backstage, and I'll let everybody laugh at me. I remember when Obama was in, maybe even just campaigning, and it was all "Yes, we can, yes, we can."
Yeah.
And there was another phrase too. And I'm getting on my YouTube before I knew what a live stream was, and they're all talking about Obama, how horrible he is, and how that backwards was. One of them was "Thank you, Satan," and one of them was "Serve Satan." And my like, hold on, hold thoughts and comments till the end, please. You'll have more ammunition when I get done. No, I'm serious though. I was like, okay, whatever. Well, my daughter had this thing called a DSi at the time, and you could play things backwards. You could record anything you want and play it backwards. So we were goofing off and we said it, and it didn't come up that way. But when I recorded Obama saying it from the television, I'll be a mother trucker if he did not say one. It sounded just like this on the one. Serve Satan. It didn't really sound like Satan. It sounded like Satan. But I'm telling you. And the other one was "Thank you, Satan," and "Serve Satan." And they really freaking did it. But what was more strange was that if I said it and rewound it or did it backwards, it didn't sound the same. Only it was when I recorded it from and I'm telling you, I did my own experiment, and that shit blew my mind. I was convinced he was the Antichrist. Obviously he wasn't, but I mean, it was some weird stuff. Okay, what were you gonna say, Yorga? I'm sorry, I just had to get that part out that I actually did it myself, but go ahead.
I don't remember what I was going to say, but the whole thing with him, with his real name is Barry Soweto, and yeah, and just his past that's so murky, and that Michael, and you know, I mean, there's a lot of stuff there that nobody had the guts to actually investigate.
Yes. Well, and they did. I mean, they brought up his birth certificate and stuff, but they didn't go any further, just like everything else.
Yeah,
And
hands off, you know.
he did give a lot of top secret information out during his pregnancy. That's funny.
That is freaking, that's the funniest thing I've heard in like a week.
It's not a tumor. It's a baby. It's a little baby inside of me.
Al Booty Judge did it.
Arnold did it too. Remember the movie Junior?
Yeah, that's a movie.
You know, I used to love that movie Twins with him and Danny DeVito. That was a pretty daggone funny movie.
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, that was a total difference. Yeah, him being so short, and then Arnold was, of course, taller than him. That was funny.
I like that movie True Lies too. I remember
That
he
was a
did
good
lot
one.
of good movies, and then
Yeah, right.
then he became the governor.
True Lies was a good movie. My favorite all-time Schwarzenegger freaking line was in the Terminator when he told that guy, "Your clothes, give them to me now."
I don't know.
Yeah, True Lies was a good movie. That was a damn good movie.
I liked it in True Lies when she's like, he's got the truth serum, and she's like, "We're gonna die, aren't we?" He's like, "Probably." Like, did you ever kill anybody? Yes, but they were all bad.
Man, she was fine back then too, man. Oh my God.
Yeah.
She's not anymore.
She tried to pretend. She had to pretend to be a hooker or something. For
Yeah,
him.
yeah.
Bedpost. I love that movie. I've seen it a bunch. I haven't seen it in forever, but I definitely saw it a bunch.
Now I see what happened. My chat froze up. I missed a whole lot.
I hate it when that happens. I hate trying to keep up with chat, period. That's a lot.
So do y'all want to hear my weird story?
Always. Look, I don't need. You didn't have to wait 4 seconds. I'm like, yes. Yorga's got the best stories.
It ain't gonna seem like much to y'all, but to me, I don't know, it just kind of creeped me out, man. So just the other day on the 8th, whatever day that was, it was the 8th because it was my son who's passed away. It was his birthday. I don't always go to the cemetery, but I've been working on my car, the sports car, and it was kind of nice outside. And I said, well, I'm going to go up there. It's his birthday. And it wasn't really, sun wasn't really going down yet, but it was almost going down. All right. So I go out there. I'm all by myself, park my car, and I didn't park in a parking lot. I parked like on the side of the road that goes in there. And it's one of these cemeteries that there isn't any like standing stones. They're all like flat. Right. And it goes on forever. There's thousands and thousands of people in there. The first thing I noticed is where I parked my car, they had this little new section. And I don't know what the deal was with that. It wasn't big enough to really put a person in there. I guess it was where they bury urns, I guess. They were like little monuments and stuff. First thing I see is a guy I used to be in a band with. His name is on, it was like a little marble bench. I'm like, Mark. I said, damn. I mean, I knew it was him because his wife's name's on there too, Donna. But she's not dead yet, so there you got the date of her on there yet. I was like, wow, that's kind of weird. I'm all by myself now. So I go on out to where my son is, and I'm just standing there, and there's a guy probably about 75 yards away with a little dog, So, another person out there, damn big deal, And I'm just kind of standing there, thinking to myself, and all of a sudden this dog is with me. And I'm like, hey, puppy, it's one of them little hot dogs on docks,
Mm-hmm.
And the dog's running around and the leash is dragging. So the guy let the dog off the leash in a graveyard, which I don't think is all that cool, right? Because the dog is starting to dig and stuff, and next thing I know, this guy is up on me, right? And I didn't know him, He looks at me, and I'll just tell y'all, my name is Gary, okay? And he just, out of the blue, he goes, Gary. And I went, yeah. And he said, do you remember me? I'm Jay, and I could make this a long story, and I'm not going to, but him and I were friends with a guy that got murdered in 1989. That guy who got murdered was my best friend, and Jay was a friend of his. So I only knew, and I remember this guy, Jay, once he said his name. But this is 1989. I haven't seen any of those people since 1989. And I never really liked this guy anyway. I never hung out with him, but he was like a friend of a friend. You know what I mean? And he always kind of gave me the creep. So now I'm standing in the cemetery. It was just me and him. And his dog comes running up with like a little plush toy off like a child's grave. And he's playing with this, and I was thinking, that ain't right, man. And he's doing nothing about this dog, right? You know, he's being a dog. You know, I don't blame the dog so much. And so he gets to talking and we get to talking and kind of reminiscing about stuff. And come to find out, this guy's like massively racist. I mean, real, you know, which I'm not saying I'm perfect or anything, you know, but it was enough to kind of make me go, come on, man, you know. And next thing you know, the dog's chewing on another one of these little toys on some poor child's grave, you know. And I told the dog to cut it out, and he did. This guy's still doing nothing. So I'm at the point I'm trying to ditch this cat. You know what I mean? And I said, all right, Jay. I said, you know, it's good seeing you, and you know, I'll see you later. And I start walking over towards my car. What year is that? You know, I'm like, it's a 75. You know, well, you know, blah 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 blah. He's walking with me, right? So then the dog goes by. It was a little urn with a bunch of flowers in it, and the dog's tail knocks all the flowers out. And I stopped and looked at Jay, and he just keeps on walking, you know. And I picked up the flowers and put them in the urn, you know. And I'm thinking, you know, I'm like, look, I just want to get out of here. Get over to my car. He's one of these guys that got to, how much did that cost? Where'd you get that at? How much can you sell it for? How much, you know, where do you live? And you know, tell him where I live like an idiot. And he's like, I know exactly where that is. Cause it's not, I live on a corner of two roads. It's not like I'm in a neighborhood, you know. He's like, oh, I know exactly where it is. I'm like, oh, shit. He's like, yeah, I ain't got no friends. We should hang out and smoke some weed or something. And I'm like, yeah, you know. And then he goes, you know, I know exactly where you live. He said, I could just come over. You know, I said, do not just show up at my house. I said, I don't take that from nobody. I said, you need to call me first. And then I went, oh, shit. Pulls out his phone. What's your phone number? You know, and I mean, you know, what do you do then? So I give the guy my phone number, you know, and finally got in the car and left. I haven't heard from him, thank God. But it was just, I don't know, it was just weird. It was creepy and weird. I know it doesn't sound like much to y'all, but to me it was like, it was just, and even late into that night, I was thinking about it and it was giving me the creeps, man, you know, because I never liked this guy before. I hadn't seen him in 40 years. You know, but it was just freaking weird, man. And that big ass place. I got to run into somebody that really freaked me out when he called me by name. You know. Anyway,
That's a good idea, Billy.
I should have told him I was a vampire. That's what Brew W said. Did you tell me you're a vampire? I should have told him I was a vampire and tried to bite his damn neck. That would have got rid of him. Oh, and he's out there smoking weed, just. I was like, damn. Oh, well, I don't know. I'm sorry to bore y'all with that story, but it was dead space going on anyway, Cola.
I love your stories. I think they're awesome. That's how you remind me of my uncle. And I told him that the other day. I talked to him. I said, I got a couple buddies online that remind me of you. Because you in one way and Camel Carl in another, which is a strange combo, I know. But for you always tell all these stories, and like my uncle does the same thing. But the thing is, they're all true. You know, like you're like, how does all this happen to one person? But it does. It is true. It's just like I told him. I remember your story of meeting, and he knew. You know, it's so funny, Orga. I don't think I got a chance to tell you this because I really haven't talked to you much this week. But my uncle, I was telling him how you met the chick from King Kong, and I couldn't think of her name. He goes, Linda Davis.
No, it's Linda Miller, but still, that's close enough. Yeah.
No, he did say it right. I don't know, but he knew, and I just thought that's hilarious. Like he knew exactly who I was talking about.
Yeah,
like, it's funny, and I know you're telling the truth, even if YouTube doesn't, because I saw on your Facebook with her. She actually spoke to you on Facebook. So like,
oh, well, she's come to see me play a bunch of times too.
Right. I'm just saying, like, if anybody didn't know, like, that's real. That's true. So,
Yeah.
and same thing with him. Like, he met a couple famous people too, and he's just got funny, fascinating stories. And it's like, you wouldn't believe it all happened to one person, but it absolutely did. And that's what makes him so great, you know?
Yeah.
And that's what reminds me of it, like the very similar to where it's like just fun lives, you know, good life. Came in the wrong address. But yeah, I thought it was funny that he knew exactly. And I know I got it wrong too, but he knew, he got it right. And I was like, it's funny you knew. He goes, oh yeah, of course I knew. She was a hottie. Like
Yeah,
long
she was. She was.
yeah, for sure.
I
But
have
yeah.
to remember that one because I remember my old phone number. Just throw it out there.
Give them the number
Yeah,
to the Chinese place.
Right.
I'm just glad that he hadn't called me. You know what I mean? I mean, I know what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say my kids are over, man. No, you can't come over. We'll just show up at my house, man. You know, I don't know you. I mean, really, I don't know you.
Don't worry, brother. You can come over to my place.
And he was one of these guys, and I guess I can't blame people, but some people irritate me because I am retired and I'm doing okay. I'm not rich by any means, but I'm all right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
People my age who, and I didn't think I'd ever be able to retire, but I just played my cards right and it worked out. But like this, take this guy, for example. He's like, yeah, I work at Carvana. What do you do? I said, I'm retired right now. Man, you're lucky. I said, no, I'm blessed. You know, and some people actually get mad about that. I ran into a girl I went to high school with in a dentist office. And she said, I heard you retired. And I said, yeah, I did. She said, how is that fair? I said, I worked 35 years in a hot ass freaking factory in a fireproof suit in the middle of the night while you were sleeping. You know, that's how I put the time in. I did the shit I was supposed to do. And I got a benefit package out of it, man. Kiss my ass. How is that fair? That's what she said to me. Yeah.
I don't want to say, did no one ever teach you life's not fair? Like what
I
gave
felt like slapping her in the face while I'm in the dentist office. You know what I mean? How is that fair? That's still good. And I had a buddy of mine then I guess almost 2 years ago. One of my best friends I grew up with and known him for forever. He was on his deathbed and I went to see him Easter Sunday and he kind of had that attitude. He said, nah, I'm retired. You know, he only lived about another week or so after that, you know, and what do I say? What do I say? Like I'm supposed to feel guilty because I had my shit together, you know, and he never did.
Right.
I mean, he just bounced from job to job to job his entire life, and he would work his ass off. But, you know, sometimes you got to, you know, hang in with something that, you know, has got a retirement plan or whatever, you know. I mean, nobody does now. Nobody has retirement now.
And you have to find gratitude with where you're at, what you got, and then everything else comes easy. Like, you know, like even if you do have to work longer than you want, or I mean, you get to work, right? You don't have to. You get to whatever you have the ability. You have 2 legs. You know,
And
there's so many ways to be grateful. Be glad.
and who's to say things might not go tits up for me, and I have to go back to work. You know, I always keep that in my mind. You know, I might not just be on this gravy train for forever. I might have to go back and get a job somewhere. You know, it's not out of the realm of possibilities.
Right.
Probably not, though.
I don't want to though.
Who does? Who does? But you can always, you know, there's probably other things you could do besides just go back to work, even maybe now, you know, without working. Like
I could be a male prostitute or a gigolo, or
that's not.
I could be an acrobat. That's what I want to do.
Oh my
god! You never know.
Never know.
Old ladies need love too. I'm just looking for the ones that got a lot of money.
Did you know that this year's Easter will be on 4/20, April the 20th? The last time it was on April the 20th was 2014. And allegedly the next time it will be April the 20th, Easter will be 2087.
So I have to know, what life. Do you have like a fun facts book, or do you just think of things and look them up and find out like dates and things and who was president? Like, because you do that a lot. I'm like, is that just the way your mind works, or do you have like a
It's all type of useless stuff up there. I got
I
an
mean,
extensive
I-
collection of almanacs.
it's definitely not useless. I just thought maybe you did have, because like sometimes it's like that's like it's very specific. Like, so you just thinking of that and you're like, huh, I wonder when the last time first
I
of all,
think he's making all that shit up. I think he's freaking just coming up off the top of his head. And when we all believe it, when we all believe it, he's when we all believe it, he's going.
I can be fact checked. I don't mind getting fact checked.
I'm
I never
messing
do
with
it.
you.
It's got a point. I don't do it. I'm just like, yeah, it makes sense. But no, I'm just saying, like, if that's just off the top, that's just shit you think of and look up. That's pretty cool. Like,
He's very informed.
There's just stuff I think about that's kind of going with the conversation. You know, somebody mentioned Easter a while ago.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I mean, you know, I understand the whole religious aspect of it, but just to think the comical aspect of it being on 420, you know, the National Weed Smokers Day.
yeah, I wasn't lost on that.
I got a funny Easter story.
Go ahead, York. I'm sorry.
Been more than 10 years ago, but
damn right.
My dad had cancer, but he still in his brain he was, you know, good to go. My mom, on the other hand, had Alzheimer's, and it was a very slow coming on, and you know, it was very, very slow. And at the point where they were still in their house and he was taking care of her, he ended up going in a hospice, and we put her in a really super nice place to, you know, assisted living, whatever. But anyway, this is before all that happened. And my old man was like me. He always liked sports cars. So he had one of the, remember when Ford came out with the 2-seater Thunderbirds again, like in the early 2000s? Remember those?
Yeah.
Kind of looked like a Corvette, kind of. Well, he had bought him one of those because he was a Ford guy. He had 257 T-Birds at one time. But anyways, so he had
Almost
one of
like
them.
the car was backwards, in my opinion. How it
It
looked.
looked like it was backwards. You're right,
well,
man.
I ain't the only one. Then.
I drove it a couple of times. I hated that car, man.
Man, whoever designed this car, it's like they designed it backwards. But
right, am I supposed to sit backwards in this thing, or what the hell? But anyway, yeah, he had one of them, a red one. So one day, and it was Easter Sunday, I get this phone call from one of my brothers, one of my sisters. My dad went out into the garage for something, and the car was gone, right? And my mom's, you know, dementia. She's about 4'2" and got in this car and took off. The car's gone. She's gone. Nobody knows where she is. It was Easter Sunday, I remember. And so me and my brothers and sisters all went over there like, what do we do? What do we do? Of course, we'd call the cops, you know, and let them know. There's an old lady on the loose out there in a freaking Thunderbird. She drove, and it was hours, man. I mean, I went out and we all kind of went out just riding around looking at, you know, what places would she go, She just got on the highway and hauled ass until she ran out of gas. And she ran out of gas up in Fredericksburg, Virginia. State cops, and the cool thing was the state cops saw that, you know, my dad was an officer. And, you know, officers have that certain little sticker, they put it in the windshield. Yeah. And they saw that and they were like super cool with my mom. And of course, and she's all laughing and shit, you know, so they knew she won't quite all there, you know. So that one cop, he stayed there, you know, that's good hour and a half drive away. You know, he stayed there the whole time with her, and then we got her back home and got the car. She ended up sideswiping somebody during all this shit, you know what I mean? She didn't have a clue. She was just out having fun, man. You know? It's crazy. Old lady on the loose. Got an APB.
Breaker 19.
She get in that car and looked like nobody was in there because she was so short.
Now look, I'm trying to think of, I don't know if anybody remembers all the rap songs. You said APP and my brain said Out on My Thug Family.
All points bulletin.
That is literally called musical Tourette's. Musical Tourette's. I got an APP, Out on My Thug Family. What is the rest of this? Some scandalous freaks or something. I don't have any idea Who, these are the times I really do miss Ghetto. I don't know. He would know the answer to this. That, or I would revoke the name Ghetto from him for the 1,000th time. But who is that? Where's Billy at? Now I know he's like taking a nap or something, or he wouldn't have known. Sorry. Like I said, I don't plan it. It just happens. Like somebody will say something and my mind finishes it as a lyric. That's not what that person was saying. Have y'all heard of the Disney 33 Club before?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you gone?
I
don't
think
really
so.
all the way, but I saw this little short one on that a little bit, and it's basically like these people that got kicked out, and then after they were sure they were kicked out, then they want to talk about it. But it's like really short if y'all don't want to see that. Like,
Yeah, show it.
It's pretty cool-ish.
This couple spent $400,000 trying to get back into Disney's most exclusive club, only to lose in court. So now they're spilling all the secrets. In case you're not aware, the Disney parks have a very exclusive membership organization called Club 33. It costs tens of thousands of dollars a year, and people wait decades to be allowed in. Scott and Diana Anderson were members for 5 years after being on the wait list for 12 years prior to that. But after Scott was found passed out on a bench in Disneyland smelling of alcohol, they were kicked out of Club 33. He says he was suffering from a vestibular migraine that day after having 2 glasses of wine. So the couple sued Disney to get back into Club 33, only for a jury to decide against them. And now they're ready to burn every bridge. So they've revealed to The Hollywood Reporter what you get when you're in Club 33. Besides access to the members-only dining and cocktail lounges in Disneyland and Disney California Adventure, where they hand-slice prime rib for you at the table, you get 5 VIP tours per person annually. The tour is basically a skip-the-line pass, and 10 people can go on one. Scott also says our park fees were waived, plus we got 100 park tickets for guests. Diana added, as a Club 33 member, you don't have to pay for the Lightning Lane or Genie Pass or all that other garbage. We used to get to ride the Lily Bell, which was Walt's personal car on the Disneyland Railroad train. And as members, they got to spend time in Walt Disney's old Disneyland apartment. Diana says they were even allowed to use the bathroom in there and poop where Walt pooped. A lot of celebrities are in Club 33, and the Andersons had some wild stories about them. Some friends of theirs were apparently denied a Thanksgiving dinner reservation at Club 33 because Tom Hanks shut down the entire club so he could have dinner with his family. Rebel Wilson was suspended for 30 days from Club 33 for taking photos in the bathroom and videos with Mickey, both of which are against the rules. And they also said it was a big scandal when Katy Perry auctioned off access to the lounge at a charity event for $160,000. Diana says you are not allowed to give your tickets to charity. And the Andersons say that's one of the biggest problems these days with Club 33. Members are straight up selling access and all the exclusive shit for a profit. Quote, members sell their 100 park tickets. They're getting about $125 for lunch in the club ahead. Then there's the exclusive Club 33 merch. Members walk out with 10 bags in their hands of the latest releases of merchandise. They put it all up for sale. One of them even has an online store. We got Club 33 gardening vests and clipping shears that had the 33 logo on the leather pouch. They would sell those items online and get $1,000 for them because they're so rare. There's also special events, and people sell access to those events. The Andersons specifically brought up a dinner inside the Haunted Mansion. The couple calls the devotion to Disney a cult. Scott says it is very truly cultish. Every time they built a new ride and it wasn't up to snuff, members are like, what would Walt do? Diana added, it is a cult and Walt's the Messiah. Of course, what's so ironic here is that even though they're now very critical of Disney, Club 33, and the people who pay for it, they fought for years to get back in after being kicked out.
What's going to happen then?
All right.
So
all these flipping grown-ups that are obsessed with Disney, man. I mean, it's like all you gotta do is look on YouTube. I don't get it, man. I've never been to Disneyland, never gave a damn. I mean, unless maybe I was taking my kids or something. I don't get it, but there's tons of grown-ups that are just, I don't know, they're ate up with that shit. Something wrong.
Yeah.
It's funny they don't want you to sell the access. They're like, we don't want your kind around here. They only want you, they want you to be able to afford to go there. And if you can't, they don't want you to just get to go because someone sold off something. Like it's crazy.
So is the 33 Club, does that have to do with Mason?
I mean, that was what my brain took me. I don't know what they say their reasoning is, but that's what I thought too. Like, I think that everybody thinks that. Oh, we lost Wildlife. He did the smoke bomb.
He said he had to refresh.
Oh, maybe he'll come back then.
He had to go powder his nose.
But he doesn't make a big deal when he leaves. He just kind of like it's like kind of like a smoke bomb.
Says yes.
By the way, it was Hail Mary by Tupac. I can't believe somebody didn't come in with that. La da 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 da. The APP on my Thug Family. I don't know. Like, I feel like that everybody knew that song, but if they didn't even have to know Tupac to hear Hail Mary over and over.
Apparently, it's
He says
from
he's
what
back.
Navy
But okay,
Vents.
he is back. My bad. It's hard to tell when you're leaving because the way you just kind of boom, like in a second. I thought you were not coming back.
Sometimes
Oh
the
my.
bat signal comes up, allegedly.
Wait, what comes up allegedly?
The bat signal.
Oh.
Excuse me.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's
But it's
absolutely right.
that whole thing, that whole place is kind of like mysterious and stuff because Walt Disney himself created that place, and he never even got to see it open because I think it opened a year after he died. He died in '66. I think that the Club 33 was established in '67. So he had a lot of kind of ideas and concepts. How much of it was his stuck to the plan it is now, I don't know. But allegedly, of course, 33, it's mysterious. You think Masonic. Allegedly, it was named after the address. The physical address of where it sits on 33. So wherever that falls in the compass,
Yeah, it's kind of convenient though,
Yeah. Yeah. It can be it's like it's kind of both, huh?
Yeah.
The one thing I hate it goes against everything I ever say, but there is one of Trump's buildings is like 666. And like it just bothers me. What can you say though? Like it's gonna be somewhere. That was one of the most of all the things people say about Trump, and I'm like, nope, that doesn't mean anything. Nope, don't believe it. Don't want to hear it. That 666 bothered me more than anything. Like, why wouldn't you just change it? Why wouldn't you just move next door? Get the building next door to it. That would drive me nuts. I'd need to be like, I would make it be like and a half or
But
something.
you know what? As rich as he is, and all the people he all the connections he has, he could have that address changed to 666 and a half, or or 1024. I mean anything. You would think.
How do you get?
I don't like it at
How do you
all.
even have a half of an address? I guess it can happen.
I've seen addresses like that. Those 623 and a half. I've seen them. In cities and stuff. I don't know what the point is.
I won't be sending them a postcard.
All right. No Christmas card for me, baby.
I don't really know what that means, but that's the only thing ever. Like most of it is Irish Trump's son-in-law building that 666. That may be the one. I know at least one of them for sure because I remember, and I was like, I didn't want it to be true, but it is what it is. Kushner. I don't know what that means.
Oh yeah, the Kushner.
What's this? Bonnie, our Gregorian calendar is based on the solar year. The Jewish calendar is mostly based on lunar and solar, but primarily lunar. Thank you, Google.
Thank you, Bruce.
And the whole concept of time, it's one of the many things that I just find fascinating. I mean, it's a whole rabbit hole in itself. But the whole concept of time, as we know it, it's a young concept. We're only a couple hundred years into the adaptation of the Gregorian calendar in America. And there was a major shift. At one time the new year wasn't on January the 1st as we had it. A lot of stuff and documents and stuff said it was April the 1st. Maybe could that be why they named it April Fool's Day? Who knows? But that whole shift, if you go from you've already went through January all the way through April. Now, boom, you got it back all the way back up. Now it's January, and then when it officially took place in the mid 1700s, I think it was like 2 weeks past. Like when people went to sleep on the 1st and woke up the next day, it was like the 13th or 14th.
Oh wow!
So I mean, literally, you're going to sleep and waking up. Not like technically, you're not time traveling, but those days didn't exist. It skipped ahead to sync up with their calendar system.
That's like that kind of made my brain hurt a little.
Man, mine hurt. I'm sorry.
No, like it's fascinating. This is some weird random fact I shouldn't say. This is about me. Like some of the first early youngest panic attacks I can remember would be looking at digital clocks. Like late at night, I should be sleeping. Young too. I mean, like super young. And then I start thinking about time, and it just never stops, and we're all
Exactly.
gonna die. And I just take that thought and drive myself straight into a panic attack. And it's like,
All right, think about this. Everything is in the past.
right.
What I just said is in the past now. Everything is in.
Not everything. For a split second, where that I do believe that living in the present it sounds so simple, but I feel like that eliminates a lot of anxiety. And when you're looking back in, you're dwelling, and when you're looking forward, you're anxious. But when you just live in the moment, it's like just experience what is. And a lot of times it's not so bad, right? Whatever's going on right then is usually
I think
not.
it's all like translucent, I don't know. I think it's all fluid. Time itself is fluid. Because even when you speak a word, that's a vibration, that's an energy. If we can't create nor destroy, all it can do is be amplified or transition. Does that ever really, if we say hello, does that hello really stop existing because we stop hearing it? That sound and vibration's been put out there. It's got to go somewhere. It's like dropping a pebble in the water and it just ripples out. Eventually it teeters out, but where does it stop teetering out? Where does those vibrations end in our whole existence? How far can they go? How far can we go?
All right, what about this? What about this? This one always screws with me bad. Say you're a baseball player and you hit the ball, and instead of running to first base, you run halfway. Okay. And then you take that measurement where you're at to first base and you run halfway to that. Okay. And then you run another halfway, and then you run another halfway, and then you run another halfway. Do you ever reach first base?
I don't know. You eventually.
See, that'll keep Colo awake tonight. She's gonna be thinking, "Hey, damn, you son of a bitch, you fucking."
What if I was to tell you there was no first base?
Well, that's kind of out of the equation, but it's basically a math thing that if you take between points A and B and go halfway, and then halfway of that, and then halfway of that, and you can keep on going till infinity.
Well, if you keep going halfway, you're reducing it each time.
You're reducing it each time, but if you can only go halfway each time, you'll never get there. You'll never get to first base.
You're getting further away almost. You're almost going you almost go around the other way.
It's like I'm just kidding. It's like a running back in football. He'll get the ball, and man, he'll probably scramble for 25 yards, but only probably gain like 3 positive yards. He's running sideways, he's zigzagging.
Yeah.
It was a 25-yard scramble, but he only got 3 positive yards.
Oh, I hate that too. Like when you're actually into a football game and they do that, you're like, why don't you just lose yards?
I hate that too. I hate it when they get the ball and they keep running the ball. I'm like, pass the damn thing, and they'll run it right up the middle, and they'll make maybe a yard or lose 2 yards. I'm like, man, what are y'all doing?
Yeah, but they
Don't
can't.
give me stuff.
Taking a break.
Yeah.
True.
That's how they get oxygen in them for a minute.
Oh, they take breaks in wrestling all the time. I saw a good one time. Saw it live, and it was Sting, and this is a long time ago. Who was he fighting? He was wrestling Ricky Steamboat, and they were having a really good match. But then a fight broke out in the Coliseum, and it was like I know up on the seats, straight across from me, and it's me and my son. And so we're watching a fight. It was women with pocketbooks were banging each other. It was like 2 couples.
I love it.
Oh, it was a good one, man. It was a good one.
Show.
It was a damn good one. And then I just thought for a second, I said, wonder what's going on in the ring. And I looked down, and Sting and Steamboat, they were down on the mat, but they were just talking and laughing at each other. And they were watching the fight too that was up in the stands. They were taking a break, man. Finally, the fight got taken care of up in the stands, and they started their match again, man. It was freaking hilarious.
I know he wrestled through a lot of different eras, but when I watched it as a kid, he was probably one of my favorites.
Which one?
Sting.
Oh, Sting, yeah. He came along.
He still wrestled up to a couple years ago. You know what? He wasn't in every show, but he'd pop up in whatever that venue he was in.
Well, they're gonna induct Lex Luger into the Wrestling Hall of Fame. You know, he's in a wheelchair and shit.
Yeah.
And they asked who he wanted to induct him, and he said, "I want two people. I want Sting and I want DDP. I want both of them." So that's the first time that's ever happened. So yeah, Sting's a good boy.
You know, Diamond Dallas Page, I don't know if he started, or I think he played a role in it. He started like this thing where to help rehabilitate people. This
Yeah,
program.
he's still doing it. He's working with Lex right now. He's getting Lex up on.
You seen the one about Butterbean? I don't know if y'all are familiar who Butterbean is. He was a boxer. Boxer. I mean, he was a knockout king. He looked like a guy. He looked like the guy from the video game, just that fat, bald-headed guy. But if he catches you, it's over. You know, he was kind of like a show fighter, but I mean, he was knocking people out. But he got into real bad shape. He couldn't even walk. He was just like a pretzel. And he started doing those different rehabilitation programs, and eventually he got to where he could get up and down and stand up straight.
Yeah, it's yoga.
Yeah.
DDP yoga. Yeah, he rehabilitated Jake the Snake and Scott Hall. Although Scott Hall did, die within the last few years. But he's working with Lex now, and he's making serious. We're talking about a guy with, I think, MS in a wheelchair, and he's got him up and damn near walking around now. He's amazing. And DDP, I know I don't want to bore the chat or anything, but he takes these guys in his house. They end up living with him while he's rehabilitating them. I mean, he's a
former colleagues, Yeah. He's been there, he knows what they're going through in a way. So I mean, it's show and it's choreographed. We know that, but it takes a toll on the bodies over time, even if you don't do the juice or anything extra. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Oh, trust me, a lot of guys get hurt. A lot of guys get hurt.
Yeah.
And
y'all ever see the movie The Wrestler?
Yes, that was pretty good.
I don't remember it. I was going to say
Mickey Rourke.
They go on to be famous for different reasons. Like, actually, one that went to my high school, and I knew his girlfriend more than I knew him, or his wife now. He's in that movie or that show with what's it called? It's Tulsa King, and he's even from Kentucky in the show, but he actually is
with Sylvester Stallone.
Yes, I couldn't think of that guy's name. Yes, and he was not even. I didn't think he was that famous. He was just a regular wrestler. And then not that long ago, like a year ago, Netflix did a documentary on a bunch of wrestlers, and he was one of them. And then boom, he's on a show with freaking Sylvester Stallone. Yeah,
cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. But it's like that's all they can really do. They either got to be wrestlers for the rest of their life or get lucky enough, right, to get cast in a movie. He's kind of like the muscle in the show. So
yeah,
he doesn't have a lot of lines because I'm sitting here and everybody's just watching. Like I'm watching it like a show too, but I was totally paying attention and it was like, yeah, boss. Like he didn't have like a sentence here or there. He didn't have a lot of lines. He's not an actor really. He's a freaking real wrestler. But,
some of them people play like one certain kind of role like really good, and then you got like some really good actors that they could fall into any character, and it's them.
Right. Who's that? Dwayne The Rock Johnson is another one. He was a wrestler and became but he kind of does the same role too, though. He's just a tough guy all the time.
Yeah.
I had a weird thing kind of like that happen to me. I grew up with this guy who lived across the street from me, and at some point, and we were still pretty young, his parents moved to Canada, and never heard from the guy again. Well, we wrote a few letters and stuff, for a little while, and that was that. And then one night, years and years later, I'm watching. Remember that show Rescue 911? They had Shatner on it.
I do remember that.
Yeah, Rescue 911. They just do these different stories of 911 calls and what happened and blah 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 blah. Well, they did one in Canada where these two guys were walking along next to this frozen over lake, and a little girl had fallen in and the ice broke, and they went and saved her life and blah blah blah. It was that guy that lived across the street from me that moved to Canada. It was him. You know, no doubt about it. They said his full name and everything. I was like, son of a bitch, that's crazy, man. But you never know.
Yeah, that's crazy.
There's Indy.
We had a, you know, that show that comes on. I don't know if y'all seen it or not. It's like the world's dumbest criminals or the world's dumbest car chases. We had this guy here locally made on that show, the world's dumbest criminals. It was years ago. The Augusta Mall here. The guy, I don't know if he was drunk or high or a combination of both. But anyway, he drove through the mall, busted through the doors, drove through the food court, drives all the way through the mall everywhere he can, plows out the other side. By this time, local deputies is on the scene. Why they didn't bring more, I don't know why it was just two of them. But he gets out the car. They're going at it. They're fighting them. Eventually, they get him under control. And they said, why are you doing this? What caused you to do this? And he said, man, they got my wife hostage. Y'all got to go in there and get my wife. They got her. I know she's in there. He told the police that was his story. He thought his wife had got kidnapped and she was inside the mall and he had to go save her.
That's fun. I had a friend of mine, her son went on Jerry Springer, and it was one of these I never saw the show, but I could probably find it on YouTube. But it was one of these paternity thing, who's the dad or whatever, and I found out about it through the grapevine because my friend who is his mom didn't want anybody to know about this shit. Right? And I finally talked to her about it. I said, I heard Mitchell was on freaking Jerry Springer. She said, that son of a bitch. She was talking about her own son. She said, all he could say was, hey, Mom, free trip to New York. But she was so embarrassed, man. So embarrassed.
That's crazy. People can just go on them shows just for the heck of it, just for the trip, make up stories and all that.
Yeah, I don't know if he made up anything or not. I don't have a clue because I never did see it anyway. But yeah, a free trip to New York. That's all he would say.
I wish I could click on some of these links, but as soon as I do, I'll be gone.
The one I just put in the back chat is the clip of that guy driving through the mall where he made the world's dumbest criminals.
That's just hysterical.
Now, so that was a guy you knew?
No, I didn't know him personally. No. I remember the story. And because of that guy, they totally had to revamp that mall. They put the concrete billiards up. They got the new special type of doors. I mean, they had to do all type of stuff because of this guy. I mean, he went full Jason Bourne.
Do you remember way before 9/11, when the barracks got blown up in Lebanon and they killed all those Marines? I actually worked with a guy that his brother got killed in that attack. Right after that happened was when I saw changes everywhere with, like you say, the concrete bullets and stuff. We've got it's a joint armed forces base very close to here. It's a supply depot, and they changed everything, man. Jersey walls and shit everywhere, so nobody could just drive in. And that was like the first time I had ever heard anybody, doing like a drive-in. I can't say the word, I don't guess, but it starts with an S. Offing yourself with explosives to, yeah. That was like in 83, I think. I did say joint 420 Wild Dragon. Bong on, buddy. Fire it up, Jose.
Yeah. So, I do have another short of something we already knew. It's like 1 minute long. Something we all know anyway, but it's like, oh, wait, actually, I lied. It's not what I thought it was. Play it anyway. I think I have.
It's Biden. Biden was fun. Also hilarious. My favorite thing about Biden was anytime he was giving his speech, in between teleprompters, his face would go back to being dead. You remember that? He'd be like, ah! No, serious. Look, I get it. You guys are pretty liberal here. I understand being liberal, dude. It feels good. It's powerful. It's too powerful.
That really wasn't even what I was trying to play. I'm sorry, y'all. Actually, that was pretty funny. I played that the other day, but I had another one, and it's we already know it, but it like is about.
Man, there was so much good material, comedy material about Biden during the 4 years he was in there that they were too chicken to do anything about, man. Hey, am I messing with Trump?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm going to change my watch for a calendar, Cola,
Why's that?
because you take forever.
I'm over here. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were waiting on me. Okay. Yeah, this is it. I just had to make sure because I already did it wrong once. Let me see. All right.
420.
Do what?
Oh, just tell him 420, of course. 420 puts up some good music videos. It's a different type of music for some people. And he has rat rods. He's pretty interesting.
Okay. I'm sorry, y'all. I guess this
Make
is
sure you subscribe to his backup channel. I think he's having to run his lives through that one right now.
Yeah.
Good night, Mary.
Let me see if this will even work. Like I said, it's only a minute if I could just get the right one. Shoot. No, I don't know how
Yeah,
to
that reminds me. I saw a clip of some guy that was on the Rogan Experience the other day, but I forgot to take a mental note and I forgot who he was. I don't think he was nobody famous. There was what they were talking about sounded interesting.
All right. I don't know why, but I couldn't unmute on that one spot. All right. Let me try this one more time and then I'm going to say F it if it doesn't work. It's pissing me off. It's weird that it's like in this.
Behind him.
In some ways, I actually kind of feel sorry for Joe Biden.
So he gets into office, and you saw the Mike Johnson guy, the Speaker of the House.
He's in the twilight years of his life. Obviously, has not been in charge for some time.
He said that he had talked to him. It took a year to have a meeting, and he finally had this meeting with him, and he wanted to talk to him about something.
Great requesting a meeting with the president, but they wouldn't let me meet with him, and his staff kept giving excuses. This went on for like 8 or 9 weeks. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, he doesn't have time. What are you talking about? I'm second in line of the presidency. He has time. I need to talk to him.
And he said, "Why did you sign this executive order,
sir? Why did you pause LNG exports?"
He said, "I didn't sign that."
And he looks at me stunned and he said, "I didn't do that."
He said, "Yes, you did, sir. You signed it. Can we get it?"
Mr. President, yes, you did. It was an executive order. I didn't do that. And he's arguing with me. I said, "Mr. President, could I go out here and ask your secretary to print it out? We'll read it together. You definitely did that."
He has the secretary print it up. He brings it in. He'd never read it.
He was not lying to me. He genuinely did not know what he had signed.
So he was just signing executive orders that he didn't even know. He didn't know what it was about. He thought it was about research, and it was about shutting it down. That's because the machine was behind him.
In some
Yep.
I mean, like I said, we all knew that, but it's like out there now. So, and I don't know why it had to be like in a short like that. Like it couldn't just be a regular video, but I think because someone sent it to me in a text, but I'm sure somebody else could have figured that out better. I'm still learning this stuff. It's wild. And I know people have shifted in and out, so I'm gonna do a rewind to the beginning where we were talking about Bonnie's PayPal, and we've got the email correct this time with a 4 in it where we didn't have a 4 before. If anybody didn't know, Bonnie's lost her daughter and has gone through a lot of tragedies back to back. And if anybody wants to help, the PayPal, all you need to do is put her email. They say you'll see the flower that she used to have on her picture, or you could just use her name. I've seen it shouldn't be that difficult if you guys wanted to do it, just in case there's anybody that wasn't here earlier when we said it. But anyway, just wanted to say it one more time. Sorry. Like I said, it was way earlier. But yeah, that little video was just basically proof of it, pretty much what everybody already knew. It says, yeah, you don't need the email. I think just the name, but it's in the description either way. And I don't know, a lot of people, like, I don't know if anybody wants to share that and put it in their own words, like if they don't want to share my post, like if they just want to put that PayPal and maybe even probably could do it better for real than I did, then go ahead and do it that way. You don't have to share the one that I put out there. Any attention to it would be good though. I swear,
Yeah.
and everybody's struggling. If they don't make it easy, man, that's the thing, is they just don't make it easy enough. And if you've never done this type of thing or received, it's hard to even figure it out. It's but most of the people that need the most, they don't ask. That's what we were talking about. Imagine all the people that probably needed help that don't even think to ask, for help. We should be able to help each other in times of need and tragic situations that are out of our control.
Definitely.
And if you do go to that email, make sure you put the 4 after Bonnie Phelps, because that's
Right.
where I screwed up.
Yeah. And it is fixed now, but I hope no one else tried to do that. And no one said they did, but yeah, like I said, people say, well, if they don't have money, I get that, like that happens, but sharing it, just putting it out there for other people, can really spread it around.
Sharing it definitely helps, just like praying helps. It's just another form of putting positive energy out there. I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone across the waters to create many ripples. Mother Teresa once said that.
Man, here you come with your philosophical stuff, man. I swear.
It all leads back to the waters and time. It's just,
I swear
something about it.
That came out of that book of cool facts that you just bust out. I swear it's got to be, because it's just, I'm just kidding with you, but really you do come up with a lot of different things, like back to back different. And
Yeah, we get
on
so
this day, like how do you freaking know all this stuff? Like you almost have
Yeah,
to go
that-
look for it, right?
if they ever locked me away, my room would probably be like a beautiful mind where he was just writing stuff on the walls,
I totally believe that. Like, it would be, people could go there like a museum and learn some shit. They'd be like, hey, did you know yesterday that this president, like some fun facts, like crazy.
Yeah. I'd be like, if you ever seen the what was it? The Time Machine movie, the remake they made, like I don't know, maybe the mid 2000s, and
Yeah, that was a good one.
when he went into the future, they had like this like digital, like I don't know, it wasn't an android or nothing, but he was like on a computer screen, and he stored like all the facts, like all the books and stuff like that. And at the end of the movie, it was just him sitting there. He survived, and he's just telling all the remaining people the stories and stuff.
Yeah, he had all the knowledge. You know what got me about that movie is there's the whole thing in that movie that screwed me up, but it's another one of these time and space sort of things. So his girlfriend gets killed. It's like the 1800s or something. She got run over by a car or something.
She got shot first.
All right. Well, anyway, yeah,
What
she
movie
got
are y'all talking about? Because I'm definitely thinking wrong movie.
the time machine, not the old one, but the one that came out in the mid 2000s.
Lifetime Time Machine.
No,
Okay.
just the time machine. The Time Machine, written by H.G. Wells. Okay, it's a classic. But anyway, the thing that freaked me out was, so she gets killed, and he's so in such grief, he builds this time machine so he can go back to right before she gets killed and save her, which he did. But then she gets killed some kind of other way.
By the car.
And then he goes back again and saves her again, and she gets killed again, and he cannot understand why there's nothing he can do. So he goes way into the future, and that's why when he found the Morlocks and everything. Anyway, he finds this guy way in the future that's basically an enemy, and he asked this guy because he's so smart. He said, why wouldn't that work? Why couldn't I save her? And it was just so freaking cool. He goes, the reason you couldn't save her is because you built the time machine to save her. How did it work? There would be no time machine if she hadn't gotten killed. So there was no way you could. Am I explaining that worth of shit?
That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Why would you build the time machine in the first place? Yeah, it
Right.
She was
The time
she was the whole cause and effect of that thing. So you can't go before the cause and effect of that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You can't. There's no before the cause. You know, you're not trying to stop before the cause. You're going to a definite spot.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Well, couldn't you?
And that
then
did
you
kind of
would
make sense in a way.
invent the time machine, go back, talk your other self into inventing the time machine before you actually did. Like that's the only way, because that's the whole problem, right? Is when it got invented after it happened. I don't know.
Yeah, it was invented because of that accident.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I was over here. Y'all got me feeling dumb. I was thinking about Hot Tub Time Machine and that part where he's like, he changes. Google's now Lugal because he knows about it.
Yeah.
So his name's Lou, and now that's some funny shit right there. Lugal.
I wonder how many people actually went out and bought a hot tub after seeing that movie.
Oh, you know my favorite part. It was in all the previews over and over again. He's like all confused about what time what color is Michael Jackson?
Yeah.
Oh, because if he's still black,
Oh,
it's
man.
this time frame. But if he's white, yeah, it's
I
always
went back too far.
Well, he was born a little black child, and then he grew up to be an old white woman.
oh my god! Right. It's just
You know, I've known so many people get them hot tubs. In fact, the guy lives right next door to me. He's got a hot tub. He never uses it, man. Those things, I don't know. They're nice to get in every now and again.
It's an investment for sure.
Yeah, but I think a lot of people, just like a boat or you know, stuff like that, it wears off after a while and they never use it again, you know?
On to the next shiny thing.
Get somebody to come out and haul that big piece of crap away.
Well, they actually make something called a soft tub instead of hot tub. It's a little bit cheaper and you can move it. And like I think those things make more sense.
That makes a lot more sense.
Mhm.
Because a hot tub is, man, that's a big, heavy thing, man.
Right. It's like a little bit more sturdy than a inflatable, but a lot smaller and more
Wish I
movable.
could fit in the tub. I have to get a hot tub just to get that experience.
You can't fit in a regular tub, you're saying?
Shoot, no.
Man, I'd cry. I would
Not
like
the regular experience, no.
No, for real. Like I couldn't live in a house with just a shower. I mean, like that's a real thing. It'd have to. I mean, I could, but I wouldn't want to. You know, I don't know. Some people don't like it, but I
Remember-
think they're awesome.
When I was a kid, I had this bad habit of getting up in the morning and going and letting the water run for a few minutes, just get warmed up, you know, and I'd sit back down. This one particular morning, obviously, I did more than sitting back down. I dozed off, and I wake up to my mom coming down the hallway yelling, "What the heck is going on? There's water everywhere." So I'm jumping up. I'm thinking, oh, man, I done left the water on. I done fell asleep. I didn't know how much time had passed, but make a long story short, the tub, it done overflowed. Because I had it at that time, I had a bathroom in my room. It overflowed through my room and started going down the hallway.
Oh, God.
So my mom's yelling. I'm starting to freak out. Figured out what's going on. I shut the water off as she's coming in. But only good thing that happened that day is I didn't go to school that day, but I had to spend the whole day shop vacuuming up water.
Man, did you have carpet?
Yep.
Oh, and then the floor underneath gets ruined.
Oh, it was a whole ordeal and process. Like I said, the only good thing that came out of that day is I didn't have to go to school. Oh, man, yeah. That was one morning I just did more than sit back down. I completely fell back asleep.
Damn.
I won't never forget it.
I used to fall asleep in the tub all the time. And I know a resort that has a hot tub that's huge. Like you could fit
That's what I'm talking about. I need to go to these places.
15 people in it. Yeah. So there's
Not
ways
that many people at once, though, but yeah.
No. Yeah, trust them because that's how fungus grows.
Yeah, I know they're very unsanitary, but they're actually really, really cool. I had a friend of mine that had one that we used it like it was be cold as crap outside, man. I mean, like, freezing or below freezing and getting that thing, man, it felt so good, man. Getting out sucked, but yeah.
Actually, the thing is, if you stay in there for an extended period of time, like your actual body heat raises. So even if it's like snow on the ground, if you get like, I don't know, a couple I feel like I do get like a couple minutes leeway. Like you're so warm from the hot tub, you get out and your temperature's raised, and you get like a minute or two, get inside, get dry, and then you get cold. I feel like, if it's a short trip, maybe not, but I don't know. That's my theory on it.
I never liked them. I don't like the water that hot. Even when I take a shower, it can be freezing cold. I still can't have the water that hot. It doesn't steam up in my bathroom when I shower. I know I'm weird. It's okay.
No, I don't know if it was a thing or just certain people in my area with cash was getting them, or it was keeping up with the Joneses. But it seemed like for a while we was getting these odd calls every now and then. These people, either they had already got the unit, had done research, or they were inquiring about it. These, pretty sure you've seen them. It's like these 1 or 2 or maybe 4-person saunas you can get at your house. These people wanted to get power hooked up to them. But yeah.
Yeah,
Some of them.
one of the cottages that we stayed at on the trip had a hot tub out on the deck, the front deck. And he always had it turned on for us, but we never did get in.
Yeah, I don't like a sauna. Screw that sauna, man. No, hell no.
That's
sure.
Good sauna, a good sauna, and a good cold plunge.
No sauna for me.
Gets the juices flowing.
I want to walk in shower. I saw what Billy said a while ago about people wanting their tubs replaced with walk-in showers. That's me.
Yeah, that's me. I want the full-on rainforest experience when I walk in it.
Yes.
Shit, I'm so skinny. I got to run around and get wet.
Well, I got a buddy of mine I go shoot pool with sometimes, and he's like a carpenter, so he works for himself, so he's always got like little odd jobs, and sometimes he might need a hand. But this one time, his mom, she's a retired nurse, she was house sitting for, I don't know, some doctor or somebody, and they had a bunch of odds and ends they needed hauled off, so I went over there and helped them. And man, we went on a tour of this house, and what made me think about it is the bathroom, the master bathroom. Oh man, it was almost like a baby Scarface type bathroom. It had the huge walk-in type shower, but then it had this huge tub. It wasn't like sunken in the floor, like you had to take 2 steps up to it, but it was just basically like an oversized jacuzzi type tub. And then right behind it, the window, it was this big stained glass window of a peacock. I said, wow. And that bathroom was probably bigger than some people's house. It just, maybe not literally, but it felt that way.
Yeah.
I went to this guy's house one time, and I mean, it was, because I've been in bands and stuff, and sometimes you get around some pretty shady characters. This guy is in prison right now and will be for the rest of his life. But at this point, back in the 80s, he was not. And he had a mansion, man. I ended up going over there. I had the creeps the whole time I was there, and I had to go use the bathroom. And he had down in his basement, he had a men's and he had a woman's. And the men's bathroom actually had urinals in it. This is in his house. I was like, holy shit.
Nice.
Yeah, like 7 Rottweilers outside. I mean, it was creepy, man. It was creepy. I had to get out of there.
Sounds like a scary movie.
Yeah, he was what they call a kingpin, whatever that means.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That means.
Yeah, yeah. So
Master seamstress. I don't know.
he liked me for some damn reason. I don't know why, but I didn't like going over there. Some guy got killed over there too, so they had that going for them. Yeah, crazy. I don't want to even think about it. But yeah, yeah, urinals, man. It's like, good God, man, how much money you got in this place?
Now that you mention it, if I had a man cave, I wouldn't mind having one just for the hell of it.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's cool.
I'd
But
like to have like little, not a like a fountain, like a water fountain outside or inside. Like if I was gonna just waste money on nothing.
that's called a bidet.
No. Just for looks, like a big ass fountain, like even outside.
Yeah, those are cool.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if we're throwing away money and trying to be bougie and rich and shit, like we're just
Then you
throwing
put colored like spotlights on it and stuff.
Oh yeah, that sounds cool.
It wouldn't be that hard to do something like that.
No, yeah, all you need is a pump
Yeah.
and some water.
It wouldn't take much to power the pump or the lights. You just have to have a water source. Either get water there or have a main line to it.
Yeah, I could make me a redneck fabulous little waterfall.
Yeah, you could. My brother-in-law did that. You can buy these
the liners,
like black plastic. They're like little ponds made of black plastic. You just dig a hole, put it in there, and put your pump in there with the nozzle and all that happy horse shit, and you're rock and roll.
I'm trying
Yeah.
to my new project that's not really a project, but I have them. Oh gosh, now I'm going to draw a blank on what kind of flowers they are. Morning glories. I did not know anything about them. I
Oh,
planted
those are beautiful flowers.
they like vine and all that, right?
Yeah.
I didn't
Oh,
know
yeah,
that.
they're beautiful.
So one of my plans is now that they're already growing, they're pretty cool, man. They're like finding each other, right? And hooking on.
Mhm.
I'm going to get some pictures of that probably, or maybe a little video. But my plan is for like the future, I got to put them somewhere and do something with them. I saw like these little teepee setups, right? It looks like a little teepee, but like it's in each stick is in a pot with one of the flowers, or it could be the ground or whatever. And then they grow up the
Yep.
sticks, and it's like
Yep.
a flower mountain.
Yep. You can do that with like your vining flowers or any of your vining vegetables, your cucumbers or peas or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited. I've never done it, but I'm hoping it won't be that difficult and it'll work,
Just do it. You won't know until you do it. That's the best thing about it.
Yeah. I think it'll be pretty cool. I got to do something with them. Like I've got like, who does that? Who really just plants some shit and like figures it out? Like I should have most people would research
Why
it.
not?
That's what I did. I'll tell you
Shoot.
who does that. I do that.
Johnny Appleseed didn't know he was going to be famous. Heck, he just had a hole in his bag and just started walking. He's just dropping seeds accidentally.
Here you go. Yeah. I didn't know anything about zinnias, and I know all kinds of stuff about zinnias now because I planted them last year. And it's really cool how they make seeds. Like every single petal is the seed, basically. That the part that's stuck in I didn't know any of this stuff,
Oh,
And it's
yeah.
pretty neat, man. To like, I feel kind of dumb, like I never, but I guess I just wasn't interested,
And like, looking into, all flowers are beautiful, but look into like definitely the kind that attract, if you don't see a lot of bees, attract some that attract bees, or, certain plants to keep certain insects you don't want away, and then like companion planting, it's all little stuff like that. You can never stop learning.
Yeah. Someone told me look for the plants with the butterflies.
Yeah, a lot of your seeds and stuff will tell you now. Usually most of them have it marked like bee or like butterfly friendly, stuff like that.
Yeah. And you said who does that? I did. So
Sorry.
I had bought my mama ivy, and when she passed, I was like, the ivy's going with me. And so I brought it home. It needed some help, but I took cuttings off of it and planted them in the solo cups to make starts for the kids. And then there was so many they just kept building up. I started just giving them to friends and people. So I get it.
Man, I love it. I'm learning so much stuff.
I want to, Cola, I want to send you some of this Christmas cactus I got up here.
I remember you telling me a little bit about that. I hope I can keep it alive. I feel
You
like
can, all you got to do is stick it in some good dirt, man. It'll grow. Trust me.
oh, look at Miss Mindersley talking about honeysuckle, and you were talking about it, Bonnie. And
It's another honeysuckle.
I've never grown it on purpose. My
Gives me the
grandmother.
goosebumps thinking about it.
Remember when you were a little kid, you pull the stem thing
Oh,
out, and
yeah.
you like
It's
one
just-
little drop of freaking sugar on there.
That's
Really?
when you
I've
know
never
the
done
season
that.
has begun.
I'm like, but that hurt my feelings to think that someone's childhood didn't include honeysuckles. Like, it's a faint memory, but I
Couldn't
remember.
imagine it.
What about
Yeah.
blackberries? Did y'all used to have blackberry patches?
Oh yeah,
Dude.
wild blackberries. Yeah,
Yeah.
wild strawberries.
Yeah, we
I
had
just remember-
dewberries.
I'm sorry. I just remember being fascinated, right? Like watching, like it was like this cool little mystery. Like watching her. I can't even remember exactly because it's like been so long, but there's like a piece you pull out and there's like a little drop of like
Yeah.
natural honey, yeah, in the inside.
It's just one of the things.
Yeah.
Once you smell it, you can't really forget it. I don't know. Maybe you could, but
It's a cool little memory for me. It's a very fun, happy memory, you know. Her
We
showing
used to have muscadines that grew around here, and I
Oh,
think there's
yeah.
some kind of wild grape or something. And
yeah,
so we were
muscadines. Yeah,
a bunch of dumb kids, and we were always having wars. Like this part of the neighborhood was having a war with the other part of the neighborhood, and their dirt clods and all kind of shit, for weapons. And we fought one time over this hill that had muscadines on it. And my I want to say team, but it was like my part of the neighborhood won. And we went and thought they were going to be good, and we ate those things. They're horrible, man. They're horrible.
I love a good muscadine and scuppernongs.
Lost some good men in that war over some crummy grapes.
Y'all
You
have
can
both
find
our
somebody that can make some good muscadine wine. Oh man, that's some good stuff.
I've heard it is, but man, them things are horrible.
Got to be done right.
And somebody else had a crabapple tree in their neighborhood, and they tasted like shit too.
Have any of y'all ever made wine?
No.
In real life? No, I haven't either. Billy said he
Drank a
has.
lot.
Neither
My
can confirm
family
nor
has.
deny.
No, y'all haven't either.
But
I
I
mean,
haven't.
I don't think it's like, I don't know. I've never done it either. I'm scared. I'm like, how do you
I
know
wanted to. If you ever heard of mead, if any of y'all ever heard
Yes.
of mead,
Yes.
Yeah.
which is just pretty much just honey and water, and of course, your yeast, your activator, and then you could add fruits or other stuff. I looked into doing something like that. I never did it. I got some of the equipment and stuff to do it. I just never did it. Then of course, everything skyrocketed, honey and everything. So I was like, put it on the back burner.
So what does it do? I'm sorry. I missed something. I'm sorry.
It's mead. It's pretty much basically like a wine. It's just ferments. You just take so many parts water, so many parts honey. Of course, your yeast, which will be your activator, and then the yeast will feed off of the honey, and it just kind of ferments into a wine. And of course, like any alcohol, your sugar content is going to determine your alcohol volume. You can put blackberries in it. You can put strawberries, apples. You can put different fruits in it to give it a certain flavor. And it ferments over time and it bubbles off, and eventually you'll strain it off, and you've got it's pretty much a wine.
I mean, I used to play at this vineyard up north of Baltimore, and I mean, it's real fancy, real expensive, everything. We used to do these outdoor shows up there, and since we went up there, quite a bit, we got to know and I can't remember what his title was. He was the main guy who did the wine. He was like a vin something, I can't remember heck on it, but he had a house right there, his own house that, was right there with all the grapevines and everything. And the whole process, he was telling me all about it and everything. That shit is complicated, man. I mean, big time. I'm dead on it. I'm going to have to look that up. What do you call a guy who runs a vineyard? It's a name.
Trying to think of it because
You know what I'm talking about?
all my kids have worked there.
Viticulturist.
No, it's Vin something. I do believe this.
Yeah, that didn't. I don't know. But my youngest daughter, she stomped the grapes. She's.
Oh yeah.
Visionaron.
That reminds me of that Lucy episode. They literally stomped the grapes in that episode.
Oh yeah.
I never did, but that's crazy living that out. Like I remember that for some reason. I guess it was just a good episode.
Natural yeast.
That's what Navy vet said.
Somebody was talking about how long like witches have been in the culture or whatever in shows and stuff. And I was thinking, I used to love that show Bewitched and then I Dream of Jeannie. And I think about it, there really were a lot of weird shows like that. Like, but they were
Remember what was it, Sabrina the Teenage Witch?
Oh yeah, for sure. And that was in my little lineup. So I definitely watched that. And I remember my mom, like as much as she's saying stuff about that. And I'm like, oh my God, shut up. No, not for real. Because for real, it was kind of a joke. But what's crazy though, they actually did some kind of reboot or something. And they said they were actually real spells and all. I'm like, damn, was she right about that thing? A little bit, because for real, like something like a couple years back or something, they did something with that. Maybe it wasn't her. Maybe it was a different show.
I seen a video about that sounds similar to what you're talking about. I don't know who this lady was, but she was speaking somewhere, and I don't know if I think she identified as a witch of some covenant or some realm of some entity, and she said that some show wanted to do a show, and they came to her as pointers of stuff that they should say or do, and then the producers of the show took what she said it was supposed to be a real witch and took it further.
Oh wow.
Like something about, I don't know if it was that one or something different, but like things were happening on set and stuff because it was actually the real deal. Like forget that. Like you just can't pay me enough.
I can't remember what show this was, but yeah, it was recently. It was this year, last year, late last year.
Now I want to know.
Did you know they have a witch convention in, I think it's Pennsylvania annually.
They have
Oh,
something.
sure, yeah.
Sorry, not to get off topic, but it's a vintner. A vintner is a guy who runs a.
That's what Navy vet said. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Anyway, back to the haunted TV show.
No, I remember you were talking about, what's up, Kush? You were talking about a haunted script or something like a curse.
Oh yeah, a took. Have y'all ever heard about that?
No.
All right, this is true. This is freaking true. So there was a script that was going around Hollywood, and it was called A Took. I think it's ATU.
Oh yeah. The script of death.
And it was just going to be a comedy. It was going to be about a fat guy who was an Eskimo, and that was his name, A Took, and it was some sort of comedy. So they offer it. I think it was first offered to John Belushi, and he died before he could make it. Long story short, they offered it to all these different fat comedians that all died before they could do the thing. And it was John Candy, it was Sam Kinison, it was of Chris Farley, John Belushi. That's at least 4 I just counted off right there, and I think there might have been a 5th. And it seemed like shortly after they got that script, they'd all died. So the script is still there. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's nuts. I believe in stuff like that though. And
Yeah.
like,
7
They always
days
said
later.
they always said there was a Superman curse too.
and the Joker, playing the Joker.
Mm-hmm.
Who was the one that just died? It wasn't that long ago. He like went.
Heath Ledger.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
Okay, my bad.
But I mean, I'm sorry.
Timelines are merging.
I've been snarky tonight. Have you noticed?
It's like,
No, you don't ever. I mean, you could try to bug me, and you probably couldn't bug me. I mean, I feel
No, I'm looking at that picture out there.
no soup for you.
I swear it's called Big Head Little Body, like South Park. That's what it is. I get it, but you know, it is what it is. Everybody else had their kid pictures, so
She has neck muscles to die for.
see,
I tell her I'm not fat. I just have bigger bones than you.
Hey, at least you were born with an ass. That's the one thing I never did get. It was like a birth defect. No ass at all. None.
No ass at all.
No. Black guys used to mess with me. Man, what cat got your ass? Yeah.
no ass at all disease.
Yeah. Please give.
He can tell I was chunky.
What is a male witch called? Isn't that a warlock?
Warlock. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why don't we hear about the warlocks? Where are the warlocks at? It's always about the witches.
Yeah.
Mention.
Did any of y'all see that old ass movie called Warlock from like way back? It is old, Yorga. This one.
Probably, yeah. I think I
Oh,
have.
well, I probably know it then, huh?
Well, you were making fun of me for saying it wasn't long ago. This one was long ago. The only scene I remember, I seen it when I was a kid. The dude,
Yeah.
Starring Charlie Chaplin.
I know. I saw it in the theater in 1923.
not that long ago. No, but this is going to be, you guys probably won't remember this, but if you saw it, I can't forget it.
Probably what, the 80s?
He had his maybe like later than the 80s, but right around there. He had his hand out with eyeballs in them. Like the guy was a warlock. And it was just it was so crazy. I think they moved and all that craziness. And like one of the things was that they couldn't kill this guy. And like if salt was bad or something, so they buried him on a salt beach in the end. In the movie, there was like more than one, but they were called warlock. My brother was 5 years older than me, and he'd be the one watching them. And I'd be way too young to be seeing him watching it. And I just never forget the guy who had the eyeballs in his hand. Like it's so graphic, no blood or anything, just eyeballs in his hands. Of course,
And stuff like that'll mess you up, man. I remember we were lucky enough because I lived in a neighborhood and there was a golf course in our neighborhood, and then there was a shopping center. And in that shopping center, they put a Jerry Lewis movie theater. This is early 70s. And it was just a one screen, I don't know how many people you get in there, but it was kind of a small building. And I'd walk across that golf course at night, which there's no lights out there, spookier than hell. Climb the fence, go over to the movie theater, watch a movie, and then walk back home. It's just, we did it all the time. And this time I was by myself. They were playing this movie called Asylum. And it was a British kind of horror thing. But anyway, this one part, this guy murders his wife and he dismembers her and he wraps all her pieces in butcher paper and puts her in the freezer. Well, yeah, his girlfriend he ends up getting killed, but he was cheating on his wife. He was waiting for his girlfriend to come over, and she comes over and goes down into the basement where it was, opens up the freezer, and he's in there, but the body isn't. And then she freaks out and slams the thing, goes to run up the steps, and the head wrapped in butcher paper was on the top of the steps, and you could see the breath going in and out of the mouth.
Oh my goodness.
Man, oh God, that messed me up. That messed me up so freaking bad. And I had to walk across that golf course in the pitch black going home, man. I was like 12, I think. And man, I didn't sleep for like 3 or 4 nights because of that. I swear. Like you said, the eyeballs, And when you're young like that, man, you could see one thing like that. It kind of messed you up, man.
I was super young and I still remember it. Like I'm way too old to like remember that so vividly. What's up, Zach? Absolutely.
There's that.
We were at a drive-in when I was a kid watching one movie, but on the next screen over that we could turn around and see, they were showing Coma. And yeah, that was like, oh, heck no. That could be my fear of hospitals.
I'm telling you, I've said this before and it's embarrassing, but it's so true. I can't even remember which Freddy Krueger, but I was a kid watching it and he came out of like a bath drain or something like that. And
yeah.
That you remember. So look,
Yeah.
my little bath drain. It's
the bubble bath.
Oh my God, y'all remember? I don't remember that anymore. I just remember how obsessed I was with the stuff we had.
Yeah, but it's just those little things like that, you know. I mean,
They look
everybody's
like
got
a
to get in the
face.
shower or the tub, so I mean, you got to see it.
I'm telling
Yeah,
you,
the
you know,
birds.
the little metal part, right? And you got the little it's kind of like squares or whatever. It's like, you know, tic-tac-toe, like kind of the way it crisscrosses. And it like it kind of like felt like it looked like it was bent in the inside, so it looked like a face. I'm like, it's Freddy Krueger. I mean, I knew it wasn't, but oh my God, the way it was shaped like that, when you looked at it a certain way, and I was just a little kid, I knew better, but it was scary. And I can remember that drain more than I remember the movie where that happened.
Mhm.
It totally messed with me.
Yeah,
I
the
hope I
birds
sent
was
the
cool.
link to the right place, Zach. Did you get it?
Who was
Oh
that?
my God.
Oh,
Oh,
Willard.
there he is. He made it. What's up, Zach?
Hey, Zach. Good to see
Hello,
you.
Mike.
He's
How
got
are you?
Tommy said in chat, and
Hey, Zach.
and we'd like to let him do it.
I wasn't really scared, but I think the one that probably messed me up a little bit was I don't know if y'all seen the movie, but it was called Dr. Giggles.
It sounds familiar, dude.
It was about this guy that escaped from this mental asylum, and he took on the role of a doctor, Dr. Giggles.
Mhm.
And
I
ooh, man,
didn't
yeah.
see that, but I would probably watch that just for the fun of it now. But I remember it freaked me out. Are you ready to say it, Zach? Okay. Just trying to make sure I'm not talking over you. The movie It was freaky to me too. We all float. What was it? We all float down here. Creepy ass movie.
It all floats down here.
Something like creepy as hell. I think they made a new one or something. I don't know if I watched that, but
It was pretty good for a remake.
yeah, Billy could probably put Zach's channel thing in because some people haven't realized that he has, like, they went from watching the other channel and never got to the new one. Like, they didn't realize he has another one. So let me try to share it whenever people, say hi and stuff, like make sure they have the right new one. I can't remember what it was called. I feel like he's had this new one for a while now. Psycho. Oh my God, Bonnie. I remember that.
I've been to that house in that hotel right there on the studio lot where they made that. It's crazy.
No way.
That's cool.
I'm going to be careful about saying they made a new one because it's not that new, Yorga, but to me it is because it was like 5-10 years ago and they did something like it had a series. No, it was the Bates Motel, which is still based off of it, but it was a show called it. I totally watched every freaking episode.
Well, we're on one of these goofy ass tours, which I love all that Hollywood shit, and we're on this. Wasn't a bus. It was like, those things they drive around and you could put 150 people in one thing and then they drive it. Well, they go by the Bates Motel where it is and they stop and there's a guy on a microphone going, well, yeah, this is where they filmed, Psycho in 1960 and rah, 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 rah. And right then you see a guy who looks like Norman Bates come out of one of the rooms in the motel and he's got like a body in his hands, only it's wrapped up in a sheet. And he opens up the trunk of this car and he puts the body in the car. It's a real guy,
Yeah.
And then he's looking all crazy and starts walking over towards us, And then the guy, on the microphone's like, "Oh, well, I think it's time we need to get out of here," And we take off. But it was cool as shit,
Yeah.
It was cool.
Makes the tour more interesting. I mean, it's
Oh,
already
I
cool,
love
but
it. I would take that tour damn near every day. It was great.
Is that like Universal Studios?
Yeah, the one in Hollywood. Yeah, it was. We had a blast, man.
I think that I don't know where it was. It was in California, and maybe it was another. There's more than one, isn't there? Universal Studios.
There's a Universal
There's one in
Studios
Florida. Yeah.
Florida and Orlando.
Okay, I don't know where I was. I was in California, and they had like I remember there was this thing like they had a fake jaw kind of thing going on.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
They must have that everywhere because there's one down at Corpus.
And like it was like also like a fake earthquake. Are you ready to talk, Zach?
Yeah. Yeah, they had a fake earthquake.
Are you ready to talk, Zach? I can't tell. I hate the yeah, there we go. Go ahead, Zach. Yeah, he's gonna talk about Tom.
Tom is hanging in there. They changed his feeding tube stuff to a thicker mixture so he only needs it at meal times. Lets him be more mobile. His arms are getting strong. They unhooked the tube yesterday and he rolled his wheelchair all the way down the hall. Still working on the swallow test.
Man.
Praise God. That sounds great.
Yeah, but this has been going on for a while, though, hadn't it, Zach? We're looking at 3 months, maybe more.
Yeah, he was almost on his way out when he got, wasn't it pneumonia?
Yeah, he had a setback. That
And then he had to do rehab again. And he was in rehab when they had to go back to ICU again. It's been a lot, but I think he's on, I mean, there's V. I think he's going in the right direction.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that, Zach.
But yeah.
Definitely. Baby steps will always get you further than giving up ever will.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And what Navy Vet's saying about horror movies, that is so true, because back in the day, they didn't show blood like they do now. But it was just as impactful as
I love scary movies and I love horror movies, but the gore part I can do without, man. It's just, it doesn't do anything for me. It doesn't scare me. It just makes me go, ooh, look at that. It's,
yeah. And I hate jump scares. They get me every time, but I hate them. I want it to be spooky. Like I just.
But you can go back to the original Psycho, which we were just talking about, 1960, and that's a scary movie. And when he stabs her in that shower, you never see the blade go in her. All you see is him swinging it and her screaming, and then it shows her feet and there's blood going down the drain. And that's enough, man. That's enough to scare the living hell out of you.
Yeah.
You just know.
I mean, you hadn't seen anything like that before besides reading it in a book or imagining it or unfortunately seeing something like that in real life. So,
Yeah, they're desynthesizing.
you can't be scared of the boogeyman until they show it to you. You didn't know the boogeyman exists. How could you have fear for something you didn't even know existed?
Exactly.
Yeah.
You all were saying like not showing a lot of stuff. One of the scariest, all the crazy shit that happens in Exorcist, like the stuff she does with the cross, all that is scary and freaky. The scariest part to me is so subtle. I remember as a kid, the drawer shuts or opens or something, and the guy looks at her and he goes, "Did you do that?" And she goes, "Hey," and she like nods her head. It's like, so fucking creepy.
Yeah.
Every time she's like, "Yeah, I did," but it's that she makes this horrible sound and she just nods her head, and it's like, I mean, goosebumps gets me every time. I think that was the scariest part. What's up, Zach?
Well, Bruce, right? It is imagination.
I just wanted to have a good night.
Yeah, I knew that's what you were going to say. I should have tried to ignore you for a little while, make you hang out longer. I'm just
all right. Good night,
I'm glad
Zach.
you did come up and let us know. Good night.
Thank you, Zach.
It's always
It was
good to see you, buddy.
Have a good night.
Yeah, he said one time, he's like, I was like Tom's grandson. I'm like, you know what? You're right. He does look at him like a grandson, like just one of his own. They had a really close relationship, It's so sad. I miss him so much. And it is crazy. You just, when you think he's going to get better, something, else happens. You're like, damn, let this guy get back to his life.
Luckily, he's still hanging in there.
Yeah, he's not giving up.
If he's rolling his wheelchair, that's major right there, because he's building muscle back. Because when you lay there like that for so long, that muscle just disappears unless they were really feeding him good. And that they're just using the feeding tube at meal times. That's a good sign too.
Yeah.
The swallowing does take a while. One of my friends it wasn't even a full stroke, and he had trouble swallowing. He even had to go for speech.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
that's
was-
scary.
I don't know the scenario to that one, but my mom's best friend, her son Chad, which inevitably was a good friend of mine, but he was like 8 or 9 years old. A car hit him while he was riding his bicycle, and it messed him up pretty bad. And it pretty much restarted his whole life over again. At the age of 9, he had to learn how to do everything: eat, walk, everything, talk, learn how to do everything. It was like his life just kick started over, and he had a lot of. He got better. He got a lot better, but he had a lot of side effects from that, and he had seizures was one of them. And he had certain things he wanted to do. He always wanted to drive, and he wanted to get married. Well, he battled the seizures, and he got cleared, and he got a license, and he finally could get a car. And he finally got married. He finally met a wife. But ultimately, seizures got him, you know?
Dang it. Yeah.
He had to learn how to do all that stuff over again. Couldn't imagine.
At least he experienced that before.
Yeah,
You know,
he got to experience everything he wanted to. Pretty sure of that. Yeah, he was a cool guy.
You never know, man. Stuff can just happen, man. I knew a guy that was that I worked with, and he was driving home from work, and I didn't know him really well. He worked in a different area, but I knew him, and I just didn't see him for a long time. And I hadn't heard anything about this guy or anything. Come find out, he was driving home from work in a logging truck. Somehow or another, all the logs came off the truck and landed on his car. And he was in a coma for like a couple of years or something, or really, really long time. And finally came back to work, man. He looked all screwed up. I was like, man, what happened to you? And he told me about it. I said, man, I'm sorry. I didn't know nothing about that shit. But you never know. You're just driving home next to a truck, you know?
Never know.
That's it. We don't ever know. And it's just treating everybody like it's the last time you're going to see them. And you want your last words to be good, not something mean.
You know what I did about 5 years ago? Thinking about on the same line of thought that we're on. I could be a real prick sometimes, man. I mean, really and truly. And
we all could, I imagine, at times.
Well, I thought about it, and I wrote them all down. There was 9 people. I didn't want to grow old and be bitter. You know what I mean? And there was 9 people on my list. And I got in touch with every single one of them and said that if I've ever done anything to you, you know, I'm sorry. Or if it was a specific thing, I apologize for it. Even if I knew I was kind of in the right, you know, I just wanted a clean slate. Some people didn't answer at all because a lot of it was like email and whatnot. Some people embraced me. And I even, you know, one guy, I mean, we were really on the outs. And I even went and stayed at his place down in Florida after this, you know. And several other people that you know, I even got the, all right, I accept your apology, you know, but basically you're still a dick. Okay, fine. That's all I can do is apologize. If you don't take it, then it ain't on me no more.
That's all
It
you
ain't on
can
me
do.
no more, right? The last one was my brother of all damn people. And what happened was with that, I was holding off on that one, man, because I was just like, man, you know, you don't want to be fighting with your brother, you know. And his wife died, and I was right there, you know, as soon as I heard, you know, and me and him, we didn't say a damn thing. We just hugged each other. You know, we did say later, you know, all that shit, you know, that shit's behind us, you know, and me and him are super cool right now. But that was one of those things I did because I know I've got more days behind me than I have ahead of me. And it's like, man, I don't want to grow old or die bitter or have some dumb shit on my plate. You know what I mean? And I took care of it, you know, best I could.
Yeah.
Nine people. Yeah.
And yeah, sometimes it will surprise you who in your life had that effect on you.
Yeah. Well, a lot of these things were my fault. You know, so anyway.
But you never know. Some of those same people might have been sitting by the phone wanting to call you for a certain thing and didn't, and you broke the ice and did it. You know, one phone call.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, I got every response you can imagine that you could get: good, bad, indifferent, very cool. You know, from the worst to the best. You know, I mean, I got them all. But hey, I felt like that's all I can do is throw it out there, and if you don't accept, then hey, it ain't on me no more. You know, so
That's right, though. Like, at least you tried to.
Yeah.
I didn't only try; I did it. You know, I got that off of my plate, and it's gone. So, as far as I know, I don't have any enemies right now. I don't think.
There's two people I still need to forgive, and it's really hard.
Oh, it's hard.
It is, especially when they've hurt your loved ones.
Yeah. That to me, not to break you off, but that to me is the hardest thing about Christianity is the forgiveness. Because some people, you know what I mean?
Yes.
I mean, yeah.
But it's still, you don't have to forget it. You don't have to associate with it, but you do have to forgive it. And
if you think about that one that says forgive so you can be forgiven, or you know,
Yes.
or judge not so you not be judged. There's, you know, I think about it like like I don't know. I know I've done things that are wrong, and somebody else might think that
I'm sorry. It took me years to forgive my ex-wife, my last one.
Yeah.
I mean years, because I think about it and try to, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it, man. I have since, you know, but
That's the biggest, well, not the biggest, but that's a big portion of it, I believe, is the sense, the acknowledgement that there is a right and a wrong and that it has been done. You know, even if, you know, differences may arise, just having that sense or that consciousness there, you know, still having a soul or heart, whatever people may say, you know,
yeah.
not heartless.
But it's really hard to be nice to them if they come around. And
Yeah, if you still have
I
to
think
interact with that person, yeah.
there's a difference between being nice and forgiving. You know, why do you got to be nice? You know, forgiving that's a whole nother bag of whatever. You know, it's a
Be
different
cordial
thing.
to a certain degree.
right. It is true. Like, you don't have to be nice to have forgiven someone, but
Right.
don't be fake either. Like, but yeah, I think that it makes sense. If I ever feel like I have unforgiveness, I try to work on it because I want to be forgiven. I don't want to be unforgivable.
Man, I've even got to the point where I'll have somebody like cut me off on the road and I'll get pissed, you know, like you do. And then I'll just stop and go, Lord, forgive them, you know, God bless them.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's another one of those. All right, I'm covered.
Well, it's actually funny, and I don't know it. I have to look it up, but it exists. There's a scripture that tells you when you pray for your enemies, it's like putting burning
Hot
heaping
coals.
hot coals on their head.
Yep.
But I'm certain that if you pray for your enemies, like, haha, I hope he does good, and you're like hoping for that, like, I don't think it works that way. I think when you actually mean it with all your heart, in some type of way, God takes the vengeance from you and does it. I mean, this is just like my thoughts, you know, of looking into this stuff.
I believe it too. Yeah, you're speaking that positive energy. You know, regardless of the fact, you know, we've all fallen short somewhere. Somebody could easily thrown that stone and said we was unworthy. You know, it's hard to deal with in life. There's so much that gets thrown at us that makes us think divisively, or, you know, one simple topic could just throw the whole, you know, however it may be. It's so easy nowadays, I think.
Well, that hot coals thing, the way I look at that, and I think that's in Isaiah. I think I'm probably wrong, but the way I
Could
see
be right.
that is God wants you to forgive your enemies, and if they got something coming, you forgive them. Then God's like, okay, I'll take care of it. You know, if
That's
they've got
between
something
them and
coming,
God at that point. Yeah.
He's going to take care of it for you. You know, you don't have to ask for vengeance. That's all His. You know, but
That's it. Vengeance is mine. That's the
yeah.
thing. Like, and I don't know. I'm cool with that. You know, I really
That's
am.
cool.
And I do
Yeah.
feel like this is like another one of those things. Like I feel like a lot of people do get into the spiritual, you know, darker side, but I feel like when they try to put out bad to a person that is, you know, that does try to do mostly, you have good around you, you mean good, you try to be positive. I feel like it comes back. There is some kind of law of a times 3. If they do something
There is.
and it's wrong, then it comes back times 3. But also, I don't know. There is no law for this, but I just feel like
Tesla was big into that, the 369 methodology.
Yeah.
that shit is fascinating, dude.
It
That
works just like, as you know, people say, you know, you got to think it in your mind, you got to write it down, and you got to verbally commit it. You know, of course, that alone isn't going to do it, but it sets the wheels in motion. You keep writing it down, or even don't talk bad about yourself or stuff, because even that's a
Yeah.
type of energy. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
You just keep
So you
projecting it,
believe
and
in
it puts you in that mind state. So you have that goal, and you're working for it. You know, just eventually it's there.
so you believe in the law of attraction, like like as far as whatever you fear the most or you want the most, like you it comes to you because
Oh
you're
yeah, regardless, yeah.
I
I
believe
like
that
it.
too. Like I didn't know anything and like all of that there was a point like when I had not given it any thought, right? You're just like living your life and I'm unchecking the thoughts that are going through my mind, right? And like kind of went down this rabbit hole with the stuff you're exactly the same things. And I thought, okay, well, let me monitor my thoughts. As dumb as that sounds, like you think so many thoughts a day, but like, let me just, you know, if they're negative, I need to like get rid of them and be more positive. And oh my God, they were all negative, like all of them. And I was like, you know, I wasn't as happy in that point in my life. Like it would be thoughts like, oh, I don't want to go to work tonight. Oh, it's probably going to suck. Oh my God. All these like bam, 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 just terrible thoughts back to back to back. So then I started like saying the opposite. It's going to be a great night. I can't wait to have such a good night tonight. Like, and like it came so unnatural at first, but I don't know. I really feel like I
Yes.
slowly but surely made my thinking more positive than it used to be because I just it was unchecked. You know, I just let that shit run wild. And if I was thinking negative, it would just keep staying negative, you know. I don't know how to explain it, but I believe in that stuff. I believe in there's something funny about the different ways and different like psychology, the Bible, and just different places where how important what we say out our mouths is. You know, the Bible
Yeah.
says don't bless with the same mouth you curse with. Like that's a big thing. It's telling you don't do that.
Careful
Like,
what you say, for your words carry more weight than an atomic bomb.
yeah, there's so many, and then cognitive thinking with psychology, and there's like one other, like, okay, you go with the spelling, their words are like spells. Like there's just so many ways. How many different ways can you say be careful what you say out loud? It affects you, you know?
Mhm.
Like
And
if you say go ahead.
it's easy because it's the easiest response we have. You know, I'm pretty sure we've all stubbed our toe or hit something and we said something, you know, or it's, you know, certain things happen, you know. It's a common reaction. Speech is the first output we have.
Yeah. I went to a motivational speech one time, and the one thing that I remember from it, he said, when somebody asks you how you're doing, no matter how crappy your day is or how bad you feel or whatever, he said, you respond with, I'm fantastic. And he said, you keep doing that, and it brightens that other person up also. And
It
I think
does.
it's the same concept that y'all are talking about.
And I believe it.
Yes.
I believe it. And I think it's fascinating for real, like energy, all the things. And because I never really thought about it like when I was younger, you know, I just kind of lived my life. But like I said, I think about the thoughts that I have. I try to watch what I say out loud. I try not to say, oh, I'll bet this bad thing's going to happen, which is something I used to do all the time when I was younger and not even think about it, you know? And, but
Becomes
also,
Murphy's Law at that point. If it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen.
I had that. I had a list poster that said the Murphy's Law. It had like 10 things on it. I can't remember what all the things were, but it was funny. It was supposed to be funny, but it actually that was kind of depressing too. If it can go wrong, it will. You know, like all the things were like terrible. Or I feel like there was maybe it was something else. It had a bunch of different things on there, and I feel like I never even considered it, but they were all negative. Like just thinking the worst.
It does. You roll out of the bed, you stumble, you hit your toe, you're in a bad mood, you go in to make coffee, you're slinging stuff around, the coffee falls down, so now you're really ticked off. You don't have no coffee before work. You're driving to work mad, you're giving somebody the finger. You get to work, you don't feel like doing no work because you're thinking about the guy who cut you off at the road rage. You know, it's just an endless cycle.
And the guy that you fucking flipped off and swerved is like
Now
spilled
he's
his
mad.
coffee on his shirt.
Now
And
he's
he's like,
done
"This
spilled his
motherfucker."
coffee. Yeah, he done went to work and now he's done getting into argument with his coworker. Is yeah. Now you just crazy. And then the chain continues.
What'd you say, Bonnie?
Or you walk in and he's your new boss.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
It's true though. That's how it can affect. It just keeps on going. Like you were saying earlier with the ripples.
Yeah. It's just finding that balance because, like, a lot of things, how we always say, things come in threes. Things do come in threes, you know, certain things, you know, the Trinity, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, or even like in the electrical aspect, because I do electrical. You need three components. You need a positive, you need a negative or a neutral, and you need a ground. You remove any one of those aspects from there, it's probably not going to work properly. Even the neutral, you remove the neutral, that light's not going to come on because you don't have a completed circuit. It's just finding that proper balance of all three. You know, we're going to have constant negativity. We got to remain grounded and we got to find the positivity. It's not going to always be right in front of us. Well, it is, but you know.
It really is.
Yeah.
As soon as you walk out the door, you can see it. Or
yeah,
you have any of your kids living with you, just see her smile or whatever, you know.
Definitely.
It's all around us if we just take the time to look.
It's really true. And like most of us know, we can grow it and put positivity. I think that the plants that most of us have some life and plants around us, and it's springtime. It's like that shit is energy.
It
And
is.
it's good. It's life, you know? And it's pretty amazing. Like, I don't know. I can't believe sometimes I get mad at myself that I wasn't into it. I just didn't care. Like, my grandmother was the one, and her stuff looked like out of a magazine. She had a bunch of cactuses on her porch randomly. Like, she just liked them, you know, and they were all healthy, but she liked everything manicured and she worked hard on it. And I'm like, it's beautiful, but I just didn't care, you know? And I get older and I'm like, I care. And I'm like, man, if I could have just remember half of what she told me. I do remember some of the things she told me, but not all of them. Cause I just really just helped her pull weeds or, you know, raked or did the hard physical things. But
yeah,
I just didn't think I didn't realize how much I was going to it's almost like that's why, like she literally, it's corny and pun intended. She like planted a seed, you know, and like later on, I'm like, well, why not? Why not have beautiful plants and flowers, things around? I think my life was so impermanent. It was hard to ever do that. But like I'm trying to stay in one spot and have something beautiful around me now, you know? And I guess now's the time to appreciate it or something. I don't know. Because like I said, I just never had a lot of interest. And it's like, oh my God, I wasted all that time. I could have known all kinds of cool shit about about this. And now I've just got to catch up, you know.
That's one thing I always notice is the plants. And like someone will show me a property that they're interested in or something, and if there's wildflowers all over, it's like, oh my goodness, don't mow it. Look how beautiful that is. Or there's plants that are growing around it, ivy growing up a trellis on the side of the porch or something, and you think somebody planted that for their happiness. You can't take it down. You know, it's like that's part of it. It's part of that
Yeah.
home.
There was a little rectangle. There were like some pieces, but you couldn't really tell when I first got where I'm at now. And it was like these two bushes. There was something in the middle that totally died, couldn't be revived. But these two little bushes have the most, and I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Even this picture from one of my childhood, pink is just, I love the color pink and purple and red. I like, you know, things like that. And this these two bushes just happen to have the prettiest little pink, bright pink flowers. Like it wasn't me. I didn't put them there, but they're there. And at first it was all messy, you know, but then pulled all the weeds. I kind of, with help. And there was like a border that was already there that somebody else had taken, but it was all jacked up, you know, and with help, I kind of got that all, it looks beautiful now. It's just two little beautiful bushes with pink flowers and a little bit of mulch in the middle and the little border. And it's like, I had to spend probably maybe an hour or maybe a little longer than that, because I also shaped them up a bit of my time. And it looks like so good to me, looks so manicured and beautiful. And like, I didn't have to put hardly any time because someone else did it. And then they don't, you know, and then
That's awesome.
kind of held together enough that I could fix it. And it's so cool that they're like just the bright pink flowers. It could have been anything, you know, and like little shit like that. I'm just like, I'm corny. I'm grateful over little stuff like that. Shit was cool to me. Like it could have been any, you know, like it was kind of like some kind of like special thing for me. Like, thanks, universe, or God, or whatever, you know. Anyway.
Yep.
I felt like that's kind of what you were saying, Bonnie, is like all the work and effort I'm like secondhand enjoying that. Like I didn't have to do half the work I should have had to have
It's
that.
like you're leaving behind a gift for you to enjoy while you're living there till the next person comes along. And I think that that's the way we should treat it too, is, you know, preparing it for the next person. And maybe that's all through life, is preparing it for the next person. So you take care of it and nourish it. And
Right. So now they won't just have those couple bushes, and then I'll add a bunch of flowers, and my little TP flowers might come back. If I could work that out. I'm really looking forward to that. God, I hope it works out. I don't know where in the world to put it. I guess it doesn't really matter. It's just going to be like a teepee of morning glory if it works out right. And then maybe like a couple trellises, because I've got about, I can't, between like 5 and 8 of them, and they're like starting to really, they're like finding each other, and I'm like, I need to get them in bigger pots or in the ground. But like, you know, March warms up, and I'm working on there's this little green, it's not like a, kind of like a greenhouse, like it's not like a glass, you know, building, but it's like it's getting put up, and it's kind of like it bows and has like a tent like material, and it's huge for real. And I'm gonna start putting all my plants there and then move them the rest of the way. But I'm excited about it. I just don't know how those are gonna go, because once again, I didn't do the research first. I bought the flowers or I bought the seeds and planted them, and I don't know. I didn't even think about it. I just kind of thought all of the flowers I planted would be just like, I didn't think about them vining, which of course I should have.
Yeah, certain flowers have different heights and stuff, but I know when the Helena tore through the South, we went out and restored this his family's power one day, and it was just a little small event, but there was just this massive oak tree that came tumbling down, and I just went and stood beside of it, and I probably took a picture somewhere, but then I went and I started counting the rings, and I said, wow, I counted however many years I was old, and I said, wow, just that little bit of fragment of time is my life compared to just how long this tree was living here. I mean, it was just wow.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And they say, you know when the best time to plant a tree?
No.
20 years ago. The next best time is now.
I
And there was
was not expecting that. I was
another
thinking
quote.
what?
I don't know who said it, but somebody said a society grows great when old men plant trees in whose shade they will never sit.
That's deep.
It is.
Yes.
Kind of like what y'all was saying, leaving something for somebody else, you know?
That's
Yes.
what Billy was saying. He's never got to have the fruit off the tree because he moves, but I guess he's just already
Hey,
a wise
somebody
old
said
man.
something about a peach. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
I love some peaches.
I had peach trees here when I moved in, and they eventually just died. I don't know why.
Or even like if you're near a peach orchard, if you know somebody that let you go out there, anytime like a peach tree or any type of tree like that gets a scar or something, it'll make like a little sap, you know. There'll be a little pocket of sap right there. Or the peach trees, you can get that peach sap, a bunch of it, and you can, you know, process it down, clean it out, and you can make a really good jam with it.
Huh. I mean, I saw that on the trees I had. I saw that sap you're talking about.
Oh yeah, you collect that stuff up enough, yeah, you can make a killer peach
Huh.
jam.
I didn't know
Have
that.
you guys ever heard of watermelon jelly or jam?
Yes.
Oh yeah, pickled watermelon rinds. That's another good one.
It is because I'm totally doing watermelons. Okay. So since it's taken so long to get this little greenhouse together, we were kind of looking into things that like the greenhouse all year, that like the hot, and watermelons are one of them, as are tomatoes. So I might not put my tomatoes in my actual, or maybe half of them, or maybe none of them in the actual garden. If they like it better anyway, it's like 10 by 20. It's a lot of space. So
Do a little of both if you can. You do an experiment, see which one does better.
that's a good point. But I'm just saying, if I get an overabundance of watermelons, that you just added something else, Watt. Thanks for that. Rinds, pickled rinds. I didn't even think of that. Somebody else mentioned was it jelly or jam or something?
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking selling whole watermelons.
Have y'all ever had Smoky Mountain Chow Chow?
What the heck? No.
I like a good chow chow.
You know what I'm talking. See, I knew
know.
somebody would. What?
Oh, yeah.
What knows what I'm talking about?
I like a good chow chow.
That article, Angela G. I don't have them. I totally heard this in an article. I'm sorry, y'all, because the morning glories will come out in the daytime and the moonflowers for the night. But I just don't have moonflowers. And you did, Billy.
My mother-in-law had moonflowers.
I've never had those either.
That'd be cool if you had both. You have day and night.
Yeah.
That's what everybody says. Yeah, I only have the day, I guess. I never had heard of them until I was like kind of reading it finally, going backwards and looking up the morning glories. And when I did that, then I saw it and I was like, well, crap, these are already ready to just about be transplanted. And I don't have any moonflowers planted. I don't even know. I've never planted them at all. Okay.
I think chow is different in different areas.
Yeah.
Did you already finish that, Yorga, or what happened with that? You did mention that. Did I miss it?
What? Chow Chow?
Yeah.
I just wrote it in there for Billy. It's like a kick-ass relish kind of thing. It's really good on hot dogs.
I made that for the first time last year too, relish. I don't know about the chow
I like
chow.
putting it on.
You get it like in a mason jar, but it's it's. I don't even think they sell it around here. But
It's
like if you go into
certain
Smoky
areas.
Mountains, Smoky Mountains, Tennessee, whatever, you can find it, and it's just. I mean, it doesn't really look like. But what is it like? What? It's like.
It's
almost
kinda,
like salsa.
It's almost like a It's not the same concept, but it's the same concept if you take your vinegar peppers and you put it over your black eyed peas and rice or your collard greens or whatever. It's good like that. Like I'll take some chow chow and I'll put it over my pinto beans if I make some, or if I make collard greens, or you can put it on anything really. It gives it a little spice, just fermented vegetables.
Cook wildlife? Like you were you saying that you actually like cook meals and stuff? Like I feel like, or was
Yeah.
it something else?
Yeah.
I feel like you were saying that somewhere.
Allegedly. Yeah, allegedly. Don't get rumors started.
Okay, well, you mentioned about pinto beans. I'm just curious, like, what do you do to your pinto beans? Like, if you just do straight out of the can, do you have a certain recipe? Or
Oh no, they would never come out the can. Just like collard greens. I would never cook canned collard greens.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
No self-respecting Southerner would ever do that. Just like them 5-minute grits, you can put that whole ordeal up. But like the pinto beans, like any beans, just soak them overnight, give them a good soak, rinse. Throw you some fat back, some bacon, ham hock, ham bone, ham.
Yeah.
In there.
Bacon.
Yeah.
We call that cowboy crack.
Cook that up, and then shoot. I could eat it with a meal, or I could just eat a whole bowl of pinto beans with a fresh onion chopped up with some cornbread.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get those Great Northerns. Those are pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, jalapenos. Yeah, I love them. I can't eat enough of them.
Yep.
Well, I guess I'm not a self-respected Southerner because I make pinto
Sorry.
beans out of the can.
Sorry, I didn't mean to go there.
No, it's
My
all right. I
soapbox.
figured you were going to say there. I figured you were going to say that, but I was wondering if you had like anything for the can, like certain seasonings or something but you wouldn't even fucking
Oh,
dare.
no.
So okay.
We wouldn't
I
even-
gotta.
if you make homemade pinto beans one time, you will not use a can again.
No, you won't. I can't believe they don't have chow chow in Kentucky.
I'm sure they probably do. I just didn't know about it. I mean, I'm sure it's a me thing.
You got farmers markets near you?
Probably.
That'd probably be if they had it, they probably would find it there. Probably.
It's good. Yeah. It's real good.
One jalapeno has all the vitamin C your body needs for a day.
How about, all right, I got one. How about apple butter? Do y'all get that?
Oh yeah.
Love it. Yes.
All right. Okay. Cola?
Peach butter's good too.
Yeah, my
Cola
daughter
said-
can make it from scratch. I feel like that's the one. At least one of the sweet butter she can make from scratch. And I mean, I guess I'm easily impressed, okay? But I like to think I'm a decent cook, but like I don't cook. There's certain things I didn't learn to cook till late in life. Like I didn't get taught it. I had to learn as I got older.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah.
Baking soda. We were 91 today. 91 for 3 days, and then I think Saturday it goes back in the 70s.
Nice.
Weather, but not that
Get your little tan on. Let's start the flip flops.
I was sitting outside for quite a while and just soaking it up.
So our weather is going to be in the 70s, but like early, like low 70s, mid 70s, maybe, which I think is beautiful. But 90s, damn, that seems early.
I know. It kind of surprised me. I was like, wait, this little warm all of a sudden.
Yeah. We got up to the low 80s, but yeah. No 90s yet.
Man, I love the summer and the spring. I'm about to be so happy all the time. Like I'm already happy because it's almost here. Like I'm happy now because I just love this time of year. I think I get like that seasonal depression a little bit every year. I didn't even know what it was, but the summer's so much better. How could you not be a little bummed out that it's cold and it's snowy and it's only like a couple months, but man, they just feel stuck in the house. They just suck. I hate the cold months so much.
Well, if you want some good news on a positive, see, there is some positivity out there. Spring is officially 1 week away.
I mean,
there
I
you go.
call it
The final
pretty much-
countdown.
Heck yeah. I think it's pretty much here. I call it.
Oh, it's here.
Yeah.
And there's so
Groundhog
many,
was right.
so many events are going on here. And I'm like, I keep on pushing interested in all of them in Facebook because I want to go to so many of them.
You better.
Hopefully I can.
Don't be playing around now. You better go to these events. We got to see what's happening out there.
Right. I was just looking at GoPros today to see about how much they cost for things like that, because that's
Wouldn't mind having one. I need to look and see. They're probably
I mean,
an arm and a leg now.
I want to put one on my cat just to see where the hell he goes during the day.
There you go. People will watch that, dude. 24-hour cat footage.
Jorge doesn't even use his channel, and he could just do lives of his cat wandering around, and
Yeah,
people
you
would
could
tune
be a
in.
cat philanthropist.
That would be awesome.
I agree, Brew. I wish it would stay this time zone year round.
Yeah, we need to vote on that. They don't let us vote on that one.
I feel like, I swear it's funny. I swear I feel like they asked Trump about this, and he goes, well, it's pretty much a split issue. And he said some people like it. I mean, he just pretty much said it's pretty much dead ass split, but I swear they actually talked to him about that.
I mean, it can be done. Arizona and Hawaii, they don't acknowledge it.
Mhm.
Arizona's slap in the middle of,
Yeah,
everything.
That's the one thing I don't think that people give him enough credit for. This one thing that they definitely don't is that the transparency, how much he does he like 17, news conferences. He answers all he just does everything is wide open. That argument with Zelensky was like Jerry Springer for all to see. And like, I don't know. I feel like that's better than not knowing anything all the time. Like, I feel like he at least deserves that credit, that it is so far, it has been pretty damn transparent, even when things don't sound good. Like when the press secretary admitted, when he talked about, what was it? I can't think of it. And he's Black Watch was, or why do I keep saying that? Black Rock, not Black Watch.
blame it on Black Watch.
I know. I'm trying
Same
to.
thing. Same thing. Not the same, but
I mean, it just doesn't sound good of anything if you say that's who's going to take it over, because I've been down the conspiracy rabbit
Just
hole.
seen an article where they just bought something or was about to buy something. I forgot what it
That's
was.
probably the same thing. It's a certain island or something. Oh my God, it's bugging me.
I mean, it wasn't something that I was like super surprised out of their realm, but I was I guess I was shocked in a way.
All right, it could have been different things. I don't know. I just know that she didn't hesitate. She just said it right out, and I feel like they knew that it could probably. It's better just to say it and let people think what they want, and maybe it isn't the worst case scenario. I mean, there big expensive things are going to get bought by people with the Panama Canal. Thank you both. At the same time they come through. That's exactly what I was trying to say.
Was that it?
That's what
That might have been it. Yeah, that might have been what I was just thinking about.
And she said it. Like, they asked her, she answered it. Like, she didn't try to go, well, we'll talk about that later. You know how they do the political thing and sweep and try to ignore it. She just said it, whether they like it or not, and
Give you just enough to bring you back to the next press conference.
Yeah, well, and it does too. I think she's a trip. I like her a lot,
Regardless of the fact, win, lose, or draw, real or fake, or whatever it may be, you couldn't pay me enough to do any of those jobs.
Right.
I promise you couldn't.
I think that because of her, like, because the comments made on The View, I think they're getting sued by her or something like that. Because
once you make it to that realm, I imagine you face multiple lawsuits just from different stuff. And a lot of them don't never go nowhere, you know what I mean? But it's just that type of warfare, political warfare.
Right. I don't know though. I like her. I think that I think she's pretty straightforward. I mean, I guess you can only be so straightforward, and some stuff you have to beat around the bush with.
Yeah. Some stuff they can't talk about regardless.
But they do put a lot more out, and he's in front of all they did change some of the people that they like allowed people that probably have never been, and kind of, I remember some of the bigger news tried to give her shit, and she like kind of responded with, yeah, she is funny. She responded with like, look, don't act like, she's like, we tell y'all what, it's a privilege. It's a privilege to ride on the plane with him and things like this. Like, he's more transparent by far. I don't know. It was funny. I wish I had that clip, but I don't know. I can't even remember. It's been at least a couple weeks. And it's old news now. Like, news goes one day old and it's old news pretty much. Yeah, that's her name. But yeah, she's pretty cool. But that's the thing with The View is like they said comments like, oh, she only got her job because Trump thinks she's hot and she wasn't qualified, and a lot of crap that isn't true. Like, and I think she's either suing them, they're getting in trouble over it. And I'm like, good, because that's not true. Yeah, she's pretty. So what? That's not the only thing that got her the job, though. Like,
Oh,
what is
she's
she-
suing The View.
That's what I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I
Oh,
don't
I
know.
was about to say The View. I thought The View was suing them. I was about to say, man, they'll sue. Yeah, that's crazy. But
They're
yeah,
just jealous. They are so miserable with their lives that they have to sit up there and talk about everybody else's, and you can just hear the bitterness and jealousy coming out of them. Just spew it.
yeah.
Cybertruck.
Uh-oh.
I haven't heard of anything about the Cybertruck.
Got a few people in my area I've seen had those things.
What is it?
It's the Tesla's version of a truck.
Oh,
It's like a little
they're ugly as crap.
yeah, you don't think truck. If they didn't tell you truck, you wouldn't think truck as your first guess, I'm pretty sure.
Looks like a
some kind of flipping moonlander or something.
squished up station wagon or something.
Yeah, like I don't know. Can't think of anything to describe it to. That's just how it is.
First time I saw one, I was like, what the heck? I thought it was some kind of because we have things coming through here all the time, going to movie sets, and I just thought it was something for a movie set or something.
Maybe a Jeep and a ball of silly putty had a love child. Maybe that would be it. I don't know.
I did see they were actually reporting that egg prices were down and gas prices and different things like that were down. And I don't know. It's just amazing to hear. I feel like it was fake news reporting on that. So at least there's movement in the right direction, like if they said 11% or something like that with the eggs. And then I think gas was one of the things. I mean, he's really not even been in that long to have any movement away from inflation and high prices and stuff is amazing, honestly, if it's actually happening.
I know there was people like 3 days after he came into office, gas prices are still high.
He
Like,
wasn't
yeah,
always
on.
I
was thinking
saw
the same
some-
thing, Yorga. It really was.
It's true though.
Yeah.
I saw some roughnecks. I saw a picture of some roughnecks drilling today, actually.
What are you talking about? Drilling for oil?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Because of
Good
what
picture.
Indy's comment. Sorry, I just threw that out.
They're drilling for corn. Subterranean corn pockets.
Hey,
Eggs still cost me 100 steps to the cubic. That's true.
There you go.
And I was almost, I mean, I don't want to be a hater, but it's like, damn, of course, if the eggs prices would have stayed up, I could have felt like I did the right thing having my little chickens, but now it's like, oh, okay. Yeah. Best price around.
Don't you egg shame me. Don't you do that. Then Then you think of, well, eggs are always a thing, but it's getting it to be egg season, I guess. It people to do eggs with the Easter, if they still do the real eggs, or your
Oh,
deviled
yeah.
eggs for your Easter dinner, or your potato salad with your eggs in it.
Yep.
Yeah. That's true, Brew. I think that's back with the drill baby drill and all that. That was a lot of it. Is that whenever the thing about Canada, he was talking about the trees. He's like, we've got all we need. We don't need anything from them, but we do have a lot of, and people feel differently about that. Changing the environmental. I feel like I don't know. I guess there's good points on both sides, but in the position that we're in, I don't imagine, you know, any other better
Right.
way right now. At least for now, right?
Right. And that's I lost it. Never mind.
Happens to me all the time.
I do believe there are better ways, but I also understand that having everybody having an electrical car is definitely not going to fix anything.
No.
Yeah, somebody mentioned something about Trump and a Tesla, and I could have swore I saw something where their stock got worse because he bought a Tesla.
That was pretty funny. I'm not.
That's
was funny.
hilarious if that's true, but that's what I saw. I was like, really? Like they could do that shit on.
Levels.
It's kind of funny for sure.
Good old Elon, my little rocket man. That's what I call him, my rocket man.
Yeah.
I thought didn't like.
Yeah, it's true though.
He said he was going to keep it like at the White House, and people, I guess, White House staff could drive it or whatever.
Hmm.
So I think that's like one of the things written in like presidential thing is they can't drive vehicles or anything, like even after the fact. I don't know.
Yeah, TJ. Or our children or anything else.
Right, but I've never heard anything like that, and I'm like, that shit scares me because that's nuts. Like, what level of I don't know. I do think it will get to me last, or maybe not last, but definitely not first. It's gonna happen in the cities before it
Oh, of
happens
course.
but and like I don't know, man. I don't even like to think about. I want to see what happens. Like they talk about making you register in them and stuff. Well, I mean, I hate to say this on a live, and I probably shouldn't, but I'm just saying I like to see what happens. And they say, "Oh, you have to." What happens to the person that doesn't? I mean, to
Register
what?
what?
Your chickens. You need to register your backyard chickens, and then you don't.
It's already happening in real time.
Okay,
Look at
so
different.
like what I want to know is what happens when someone doesn't. It's like they told me to, but I didn't. So now what happens? Like how serious of a offense is that considered? You know what I'm saying? Like I have no idea. It shouldn't. I don't know. It's insane. Yeah, that was really the coolest thing I've ever done was watching.
Kind of like a vehicle violation, fines, and if you continue, jail.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. That's crazy talk. You didn't let me do
Yes.
something to your birds. I'm gonna put you in jail. Like, get out of here with that's nuts to me.
You're going to jail because you're feeding yourself and your family.
Yeah.
That's insane. And I don't, but that's what I'm saying. Like, you will, because I'm in the like furthest spot, I will get a chance to see what happens in each scenario. But it's still nuts. I'll probably get rid of my chicken.
But even still, where are they going to find the chicken police to check every yard for chickens? You know,
Y'all ever seen that movie, Free State of Jones?
That sounds so familiar.
It's based like during the Civil War times, like slavery times, but it was the one scene Matthew McConaughey he caught up with the soldiers that did him wrong, and he said, "You see what you did here is you stole my corn. When you steal my corn, I can't feed my hogs, and if I can't feed my hogs, I ain't got no ham and no bacon to put up for the winter, and if I can't do that, then you're killing my family, and that's treason, and you know what the penalty is for treason, don't you?"
That was a really good reenactment. I did see that movie, and I would if you didn't do that, you took it to a whole nother level. I know I've seen it now. I remember that was a good part of the movie.
All right.
Oh yeah, no, that movie I know so well. They keep getting. Oh wait, I keep getting older. They stay the same age. It's so
Mhm.
creepy nowadays, but it was hilarious at the time. I didn't even think of it like that. But yeah, you got
Yeah,
a
when you
joint?
take away
No.
somebody's basic human right to provide for themselves and their family, I mean, it's those little small slaps in the face that just eventually lead to you, I don't know.
Saying "f you," I won't do what you tell me.
Or when people tell you that you can't catch rainwater, I mean, how insane is that?
Yes.
Can't imagine.
Like they
You know?
control the rain. No.
So you telling me that you're gonna lock me up because God decided to bless my buckets with the cups are overflowing here. They told me that the cups would overflow. So you're locking me up because the cups are overflowing?
Yep.
Man. What about all them city fountains y'all got out there? When it rains, water's going in there. Who's getting locked up? Who's getting penalized and fined for that? Nobody? Oh, matter of fact, I'm even paying for that fountain to get there and collect the water, but you're gonna lock me up for some buckets. Come on, man.
I don't see how that hurts anybody. Collecting your own rainwater. How the hell?
Mosquitoes. Here they blame
Oh, okay.
As long as you don't have open containers, you know what I mean? It's if you do it the right way, you're good.
That is such a dumb reason though, because there's gonna be natural places where water are, and there's gonna be mosquitoes. But like, oh no, not you! You're adding to the mosquitoes. That's the dumbest reason I've ever heard. That's crazy.
Yeah,
They
it
just had
is.
to have a reason.
It used to be in our city ordinance, but they removed it.
Well, damn. I mean, plenty of people have swimming pools. What's the difference from that?
Exactly.
Oh, breaking news. We got breaking news here. Hold on. What's this say? It says, hold on. No, I can't really decipher that. No, I better hold that one off. Never mind. False news. Fake news.
Man, I was waiting for you to say the one you said. I thought you were going to say the one you said the other day, but it was already tomorrow somewhere.
Had a really good one going and it just totally slipped my mind.
Yeah,
Just-
I like the one that you said the world's not going to end because it's already tomorrow.
Oh yeah. That was another breaking news. Yeah, it's the world's not gonna end tonight or today, unfortunately. It's already tomorrow in Australia.
I like that.
So we're safe.
Yeah.
Unless it's the void over there, unless a void happened that we don't know about.
Yeah, they're in the future.
I do believe that about time that it is like they say we're like the past and the future are going at the same time somehow. And that's like really hard to understand, but like I feel like it makes sense. If you can follow the train of thought, and I can't follow it for long because it makes my brain hurt, but I do think there's something to that. Like almost, I don't know, like you can almost do something now that could change what younger you, I don't know. I can't, like I said, it makes your brain hurt, but I do believe there's something strange about time. And like,
There's always that connection, when you're born, you're the umbilical cord is severed. You have that physical severed from your mother, but you're always connected in that way. So I mean, I think it's kind of to that same effect. You know what I mean? Being reconnected some type of way. I don't know.
yeah, I don't know. It is like a rabbit hole. There's a million probably. And I don't know. There was also a video of, I'm not going to play it, but it was Allie Carter, and she was going on and on about she had to move again. It's just really sad. Is the reason I'm not going to play it, but I don't know. I worry about if she's really telling the truth. She's literally just trying to stay alive. It's crazy. Same thing with Jaguar Wright. I know she comes off with some stuff, but she like has this whole, because I don't know. I don't remember your response why, but I really do believe they do stuff like they kill, like maybe not put a gun to their head, but they do stuff for like
I
people to
mean,
die. So that
I guess we all could say we don't have enough to totally confirm it, But just how things play out and we see how people react in certain scenarios, it's probably safe to say that could be true. You
Well,
know what I
like
mean?
then I do have that. I just don't know if anybody wants to go down that route. It's kind of dark and everything, but I wonder why they push
Because
forward
it's
so
like
much.
you have to do something more. Because I mean, to just acknowledge God exists or there's a greater power of good that doesn't cost you anything. You know, by simply accepting that, you are granted. You know, you have to live a certain way. So when you accept that, you know that there's evil. So in order to, I guess, to get those advantages in the world, you have to do something extra. Because just acknowledging that the evil exists isn't enough. You know, you have to show me that, prove it. You know, in a certain way.
Right, like they do like they talk about humiliation rituals as one of the rituals and
Uh,
like sacrifice people that you
like
love dying and stuff.
Jesus died on the cross. He sacrificed himself for our sins, committed, uncommitted, known, unknowing. But as far as in that realm, the evil realm, you have to create your own sacrifice in a way. I guess you could say.
Hmm. Yeah.
There was a movie like that where there's a lot of them, but it's a movie. It's kind of a corny movie. It's like a B-rated movie, but the plot, the story was pretty interesting. It was called The Golden Toad, or The Golden Frog. But basically, this guy just gets this random call on his phone, and it starts out doing something simple. The guy was like, "I want you to kill the fly that's flying around in your kitchen right now." And he's like, "How do you know this?" He was like, "Do it, and I'll give you $1,000." And he did it. Boom. And $1,000 showed up on his account, but he had to go through all these stages, and each stage to get more money, the challenge got more intense.
Hmm.
It was a
That
pretty
sounds like a
interesting
good
movie.
That does sound like a good movie for real. It kind of reminds me of but you probably a lot of people haven't been watching that. It's what is it? They did a thing to it at the Super Bowl. They do the red light, green light in it too. It's
Oh,
like a
yeah,
I
the
almost said the
game.
Hunger Games. That's the
Yeah, I
name of it.
almost said the Hunger Games. It's all like that, but
But you know what I'm talking about. Did you happen to watch that? I'm
I
trying to think
haven't
of
seen the show, but I've seen like highlights.
I got into it a little bit. Like it's kind of like
Can't
it's
think
kind of
of
like
it.
because it's like money and greed
Squid
and
Games.
yes, that's it. That is the
That's what
name.
it's called. Squid
I
Games.
totally did watch it because it's the same kind of thing. Like it's I don't know, man. And then they put that it's crazy. When
Then
you really
like
think
the
put the
uh
program in.
like the enforcers in there, they like have like what X's, squares, triangles, and
Yes.
circles on their face, and those are the buttons that is on a PlayStation remote.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
And they put them in the Super Bowl for some odd reason, which I don't know why, but
it was some type of game, and even after, and I'm gonna admit, this was probably, I don't know, it's just something. It wasn't even about all the hype or everything that was going on. I just didn't even feel like watching it. I didn't watch none of it. I watched replay videos, but there was a scene when they showed the Hunger Games people in and they panned over. There was like these lights in the crowd and it said game over.
Oh yes, yes, in the Super Bowl.
Hmm.
I saw that too. And it's like it's little, it's not a big deal, but they do something every year. I don't know. I don't remember if I was in a backstage or what. I talked about this and it stuck with me though, because I was working at a Beef O'Brady's waitressing, and it was the Super Bowl that Beyonce performed at. And because it was Beef O'Brady's is like a sports bar. Like you have a game playing and it's like people sit for the whole time. But anyways, in
Yeah.
the halftime, it this weird you might have been a backstage. I don't know. But all these people with hoods and stuff like started like standing in this line beside the sideline. Like it really happened. You can still find it. It's really dark because the lights went out, the power went out, and it was out for like 33 minutes or some crazy shit
I
like that.
remember that. That was the they nicknamed it the Harborough Ball. It was the Harborough brothers coaching against each other. It was Jim Harborough versus his brother John Harborough. It was the Baltimore Ravens versus the my mind just went blank.
I don't remember either. I didn't remember that much. I just remembered
The 49ers, I believe. Yeah, the 49ers versus the the lights went out. That was a weird Super Bowl.
they said that's what I'm saying. That was one of the first times I went down some rabbit holes, like way back. That was a long time ago too. I was young. I feel like I was younger than I am now anyway, but um I started seeing all these videos and they're like, oh, they did a seance. Look at these people on the hoods. Look at 33, like 33 degrees of masonry, and just on, and like stacking it on top of each other. And that's when I started really seeing, that was my first thing, was all the bullshit in Hollywood, like all the weird people dying and it's, all the crazy stuff. Like
Oh,
my
can't
first
remember
time.
any events. I probably just stayed home and watched it on TV. I don't remember going out or doing anything. But yeah, I do remember that Super Bowl. 'Cause I'm thinking, man, the lights went out. And once the lights came back on, it was just, I don't know. The lights were out longer than the halftime show.
I mean, it was so weird. I can't even remember who was performing. None of that. Like, oh, it was Beyonce. Duh, I do remember that. But there might have been somebody else supposed to be there too. But they just,
She had a guest. They usually bring out a couple. I don't remember who they were though.
it was just weird. And I definitely noticed because people. So like, if people are eating there or hanging out they really want to see the game, they're going to stay till it ends. So that just extended everybody staying. Or some people left. Like, screw this. What the hell's going on? And get frustrated.
Oh
But
yeah. They made an extra $25,000 in beer sales from people just sitting around drinking Bud Lights.
yeah, good for
You
the
know,
beer company. But what about those poor people giving them their beers to these cranky mofos?
shit, there ain't no limit. It just cuts
Yeah.
off at the last fourth quarter. There's a cutoff. There ain't no limit. Well, I mean, if you start acting a fool, yeah, they'll show you the exit quick. But yeah,
It was a crazy time though. It was just like, if I'd have been at home, it wouldn't have been such a big deal. But like, it made it even more like,
well,
what the hell is going on? What is
remember
going on?
the Justin Timberlake and the Janet Jackson one. Remember that one? The
Oh,
whole
dude, wasn't
Nipplegate.
there's that shit was kind of staged, and it was weird they gave her so much shit and not him. That's what I remember most
I
from
remember
that.
watching it and I seen it, but it happened so quick that I guess I was, but the next, I don't know, the next couple of days, that's all you could see. Remember what was on the TV is what happened.
So the part that makes it feel staged is that she had that big brass like nipple cover thing on. Like,
Yeah, who has a
run
tear?
around.
Yeah, who has a tearaway nipple revealer? Who are these people? I mean, I don't know.
That's what did it for me. I'm like, no
Where
way,
are they
no.
at? I don't know. It happened, caused the whole sensation.
Oh my god, yeah, that shit was hilarious. I mean, it wasn't like I've actually seen. I can't remember. It's been forever, but it was like a thing that Janet Jackson. She's mad at him. Like, well, not really, but she just feels like she took the brunt of it, and he should have been like.
It's messed up, but yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I thought you were gonna. That's what she said to me on that one. I got one
Oh,
earlier.
definitely, yeah. But I mean, if it's one of them things, if she knew it was going to happen, then you can't really get mad because you had to know that the people were going to talk good or bad regardless. But if
Yes.
you didn't know, I could definitely see where she would have
I bet her paycheck it was planned.
It almost a bit. You just don't. People don't do that. It's just like. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she wears them every day of her life, but that's weird to me. Like, I don't even know what it was. It was like a big metal thing. Like, yeah, that's true, Virginia.
It was like a star or a sun. Not that I looked, but
No, it's
it was-
funny. We all know. It was like.
I mean,
this
it kind of
big
looked like a
metal
pewter, kind of like a pewter looking thing with a hole, and she could, and her,
Her
I guess her ninny held it on there. I don't know.
like a Xena warrior princess wrestling outfit. I don't know how to describe it.
Xena warrior princess. You're killing me. But yeah, it was definitely not like a Tuesday. I feel like most people, but I don't know. I've never been in Hollywood, so how do I know? I don't know, but it was definitely one of the first times I was like really. And then then I saw all the pyramids they throw and the one hand over your eye, and it's hard to say. Like, there's something to that stuff, even if it's just symbolism. They like do it on purpose. They get the same photographers,
Yes.
something. But it was weird. I was like, I was kind of glad I was so busy and not just staring at the screen, because I'm like, if they put a spell in that. I don't want it to I don't want to be susceptible.
Yeah.
Ridge Runner.
Yeah, I'm thinking more of a Red Sonja outfit, not Cena.
I love that show, Xena. That was a good show. Oh, what?
Well, I do. I don't think anybody really wants to. Some other time, I definitely do have a little they always do that. Like they'll put a video out and one part will be new, but most of it's the same information, but it's all in the same place. It was Bobby Brown talking about but it's just such a short part, and the rest you've heard 1,000 times, is that this guy Nick Gordon that used to date his daughter, he thinks he's responsible for both him, and it is weird. Like we were talking about things in Hollywood, the way that both her and her daughter died in that tub that way. Like everybody thinks it's weird, but it's like all you can do is say it. What can we do about it? Nothing. But I don't know. I think that's too much of a coincidence. If not both of those were getting rid of them, at least one of them was. Good night, Indy. Thanks for sharing that post and stuff.
Good night, Andy.
Yeah, if anybody wants to look in the description that has Bonnie's email, if anybody wants to do the PayPal thing, I worry that the link the post that I put up is probably far back on my page. I should probably just repost it again at the top, because just just day-to-day stuff makes it push back down the line. But I just want to make sure I put it out there. So it's people come and go, and it's gotten later. But that stuff is expensive, and it's hard to keep up with it all.
Texas TJ. What part of Texas are you in?
Who?
Curious. TJ.
India's good. Her email is
There's in Texas. I was just wondering what part.
I'm not seeing the Texas one, but I mean, I believe you. I just don't see it.
It was way up there when
okay.
They first started talking.
Yeah, somebody said earlier Cola's in Kentucky, and I'm like, yeah, but I'm wondering, were they in Kentucky? Why it was way at the very beginning.
Oh, West Texas. Where they like that desert land. See, I'd argue that Hill Country's best.
What'd you say is best?
Hill Country.
I don't think I've ever been to Texas, but oh yeah, the yellow flower on
every terrain you can think of is right here. It's just, to me, it's beautiful. But I'm probably.
Damn it, Virginia. Never heard of that name before. Damn it, Virginia. It sounds like somebody's talking to Virginia.
It's probably
a troll.
Possibly.
That's a funny name. I mean,
I'm checking it out.
Okay, I don't know how to do that, so I'm glad you do.
I do. April 19th, 2022.
Oh my gosh.
I would say they just changed their name.
Mostly. I don't know. It is hard to tell.
Mostly.
But yeah, I don't know why he came out and said that. I think it's pretty new. I don't know what brought it. It's got to be a reason. Maybe just an interview or whatever. And of course, it's like I was talking about Jaguar Wright. In that video, it clips to, okay, there we go. It's Craig. How do people always figure that out? I don't know how they figure it out.
Because they say that to each other.
Also, yeah, damn it, anything, but mostly true news. I don't know. And because it's so early in the morning now, technically. I don't know. It's actually not. It's the middle of the night where I'm at, but I guess it's morning somewhere.
I am really surprised that What Life is still with us.
Yeah, he
Well, I'm going down as we speak. Ground control to Major Tom. We need emergency landing clearance. Over.
There's Craigie, baby.
Yeah, I think he was Damn It, Virginia.
Oh,
I think Austin.
Enjoyed all your input. What?
Likewise. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try to work on my beauty rest. I got to get up and make the donuts in the morning. Somebody's got to do it.
Man, that sounds
Y'all have a
awesome.
blessed night.
You
And,
too.
what's today? Is today Thursday? Happy Thursday.
Yeah.
Happy New Year. Happy St. Patrick's Day. If I don't see you again till then.
Have a good day tomorrow.
You too.
All right, see you.
Good night.
Night what?
Craigie, baby.
Yeah, we've been on for a long time when Craig's up for the day, probably.
Right. Craig, you're a brat. Just saying.
I heard he was an asshole, but I don't know. That's what somebody said.
A brat is a nicer way of saying that.
Yeah, but it means the same thing.
Maybe.
It's a nicer way to say it, I suppose. I mean, I feel like going off every once in a while is human. It happens. I try not to do it. I really do, but I'm not saying it's human. It happens. And if you see it anywhere, you see it on YouTube. And the minute somebody does it, it's like, oh my God, everybody's tuning in then. People start yelling at each other, arguing. Oh, the views go up like crazy.
Oh.
That's good for business.
Pretty much it is, though. It's crazy how that works. Like, people like drama. Even if it's not happy drama.
Best life is making banana bread.
Probably. Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah.
Dang.
Yours like, do you eat banana bread? I don't think I've ever really.
Depends on how hungry I am.
What? Oh my goodness.
I don't know. I'm sure it's good.
It is amazing.
Yorga, Miss Mendersey wants to know about your hair.
It's growing as fast as hair can grow, lady.
It's so funny.
I mean, what I do is I cut it all off, and then I don't get any haircuts, and I wait till it starts, and it's getting a little bit long now, and then I'll just cut it all off again. That's how I do it. I made a deal with my hair a long time ago. It can do what it wants to do. I get to do what I want to do. We've been getting along great ever since.
You got to get along with your hair.
Oh, no. We got a deal. And my hair is weird, man. It'll be like one summer, it'll be curly, like I got an afro. And then the next summer, it's just straight. It just, like I said, it does what it wants to do, man. And
I think we all have those bad hair days.
Oh, every day.
That's why I have baseball caps. That's when you throw on a baseball cap. And
that's why I don't give a shit what it looks like. I just don't care.
Nice man.
He's a
She almost
vampire.
had a heart attack when I cut all my hair off.
Yeah, as I
Oh
said.
no.
Good thing you're a vampire. You got all the time in the world to grow it back.
Yeah, yeah. I grew a bunch while I was waiting for you to bring up some videos. A whole new crop of hair and a beard and everything else.
I mean, one of those times I really didn't know you were waiting. I was just like, I was over here reading the subtitles going, this ain't the right one. And taking my
I
time.
traded my watch for a calendar.
She was busy, so she didn't think nothing of it.
Why are you getting a calendar? It should take it forever.
Yeah, so early. Like, yeah, I'm not even, it's insane being up at this time.
Craig gets up before the chickens do.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Hey, do your chickens do that shit early in the morning, start squawking and stuff?
We should have sold lockets. Good idea, Craig.
Yeah.
What a great idea, Craig. I'm rich.
Well, you
They
cut
might
it
have
off.
magical powers to them.
Just think about it. You just cut it and threw it away.
Oh, yeah.
Be rich now.
Oh, yeah, I got a new crop going right now.
New crop.
It's true, though.
Would you like curly or straight?
Yeah. Yeah, you can get a little bit of both with me. Yeah, I could put a certificate of authenticity and all that kind of horse shit. So it makes it look like it's important.
Man, the only good thing about that, well, the only one thing about that video I was talking about is they actually show the part where she runs up on Clive Davis and it's Brandy and somebody else, and she hands Brandy a letter. Whitney Houston does. And like that was like very short time before she died. And it's just really freaking, you can't say it for sure, but you could see where someone could come up with a conspiracy theory with that. Like she looked, they said, and then like I said, Jaguar Wright talks about they had been in a fight and everything. And then the party he's throwing is the one she dies in the same hotel. Like it's some weird stuff with that. I don't know. Some people follow it and some people think it's just, whatever.
All right. Well, I've hung longer than I normally do, but
Yeah,
I've
me
got
too, even.
to get my beauty rest.
The sun hasn't come up. Vampires. No, I'm just kidding. I know. You actually did surprise me staying so late. I was kind of surprised.
Right.
Yeah, well, it was kind of a boring stream, but I was bored, so.
Oh my goodness.
I'm messing with you. I've been in a snarky mood tonight for some reason.
I mean, I made it through all the forehead jokes and I'm still here. So,
And I had more. But I said, no, it's at the point of being mean about your giant forehead, so I won't talk about it.
I mean, the forehead jokes or five head jokes are pretty funny, though. I gotta admit. I mean, but all right.
Oh,
good
it's
night.
a cute picture of a cute little kid. Come on.
Yeah, you
Yes.
got your bangs covering your forehead too on yours. That is a cute picture too, man. It really is. I do wish Watt would have put his up because his was a cute one too.
We were the little rascals tonight.
Oh,
I bet Craig's got a good one.
a baby picture.
Yeah. Well, you got to be baby. It could be elementary school or baby or
It's just
whatever.
kind of funny when you think, like, if you ever were wondering. My fucking freaking South Park head, big head, little body. I swear to God, you can't unsee it. I
I'm going to
mean,
start calling you Butters.
oh God. Oh,
All right. Well, I'm going to go.
all right. Good night.
Hey, good stream. And love you all. And I will talk to y'all soon. Sorry we're not old.
Have a good night.
Okay. Thanks.
Get some rest.
Leisure suit. Well,
So what now, Cola?
what is it?
I said, so what now?
Well, we could
We're
do
going
back.
down any more rabbit holes, or
I could do one. I could do the Bobby Brown. But I mean, I feel like everybody knows it. But you know, what does it really hurt? Like it doesn't last very long anyway. That's what he said.
yeah.
I hate it when people get me on those. I like. I missed something earlier. But it is pretty interesting. There's like one spot that's like about a minute or two, and one spot that's like 4. I just have to find it. And if Yorga was here, he'd give me a shit for how long it's going to take me.
Hey.
All right, let's see. And like I said, there's one of Allie Carter, but it's just kind of sad. I mean, she's just complaining that she has to leave, and everybody's kind of doxed her and stuff. And I don't know, man. It's a lot. I feel sorry for her.
Remember when? I love that song.
It's so sweet of a song.
Yep.
I like my favorite lyric of that is the sound of little feet wasn't music, because it's like, how could it not be? But it's a good lyric. All right, let me see.
So, Echo woke up.
Morning, Echo. All right, let's see if I can make it happen.
Craig is your hero. Have you do you know Craig? No.
This is the wrong one.
I'm joking. Have to give him a hard time. Gave Virginia a hard time. Oh, is that the wrong one? I was like,
it was one somehow it was Allie Carter, and I told you what that one is.
Yeah.
I don't know how I did that. Now I'm struggling to find I'll get it. It's like I said. And like I also have the Diddy Party one, but it's 10 years, it's 2010 or something, like it's a long time ago. And even if you do see somebody there, what can you really say? So
right.
It's like it was just something I watched. Let me try again. One more again.
I think they're all in it. Just
I mean,
good farted.
What happened to my daughter? What happened to Whitney? There's only one person that was around both occasions.
So you'll see Bobby Brown first, then it's going to be his sister, and then the last one's Jaguar Wright. That's the one that the White House recognized, and that I think there's either a lawsuit or she's on an indictment. I'm not sure which, but either way, it's being alleged that she helped. Anyways, it's going to be him, his sister, and then Jaguar on this clip.
You won't say his name. Nick Gordon is who you're referring to.
I won't say his name.
Whitney Houston and Bobby Brown's daughter, Bobby Christina Brown, has been gone a long time. But according to her dad, the incidents surrounding her death still don't make sense. Well, just like several other people, Bobby has talked on numerous occasions to date about how Chrissy's ex, Nick Gordon, may have been responsible not just for her death, but for Whitney's death as well.
I want the world to know that Bobby Christina did not die from the bathtub incident. That's not what killed Bobby Christina. What killed Bobby Christina? Bobby Christina was starved to death.
Do you approach that?
He knows what happened. I don't know what happened that night, but he does.
You walk through that door and you see her much like you saw Whitney.
It was literally, it was a nightmare all over.
But allegedly,
I'm sorry, I didn't say him. That was the ex-boyfriend, her ex-boyfriend. So I didn't say him.
there's so much more to the story. And word on the street is that Chrissy knew what happened to her mom. And allegedly, the eerie similarities to their deaths was planned. Honey, I also know that I have heard a lot about how she was present in many of her mom's arguments with people like Clive.
And then it's Grammy time. And her and Clive had a fight 2 days before. And from what I was told, Bobby Christina was present for some of that fight. And then the next thing you know, she's dead.
So what?
And then, like I said, they actually show her doing the note. Let's see. Hold on. Sorry. Oh.
as a result of a heart attack was at least not established by the autopsy report. As for the Coca-Cola levels, the coroner said it seemed she used some, but not a whole lot, so it could not have caused her death. So the question people have always had is what caused her to become submerged in that tub of scalding water to the point that she could not get herself out. In addition, something else that came up after Whitney's death was that there wasn't enough water in her lungs to prove that she had died from drowning, which makes it very likely that someone placed her in the bathtub, and she did not pass out while she was in it. And you know whose names have always come up when it comes to Whitney's questionable death? Chrissy's ex, Nick Gordon, and Ray J.
Ray J was the last person to see her alive. He let the dealer in, but she was sober, right? But he let the dealer in that gave her the shot. Leola Brown, Bobby Brown's sister, has said on several occasions that she was beat. They saw her body. She didn't just die in a tub. Like, she was beat up.
The thing is, Ray J was the last person to have a public relationship with Whitney, but they were really not steady, and they never admitted that they were an item. Now, on the day Whitney died, Ray J said he was not at the party, but there have been several accounts claiming that he lied about not being around. In fact, one of the accounts from people who were there was that Brandy was asking for her brother at the party. So why would she be asking for him if he was not there in the first place? People also started giving Ray J the side eye when Raffles and Ray J were hurrying out of the back with Brandy Burnside that same evening. Yet Raffles clearly never liked Ray, so why was he sort of helping him sneak out of the place? Then to make matters more interesting, Leola Brown, the sister of Whitney's ex-husband, Bobby Brown, said shortly after Whitney's death that Ray J had been helping Whitney get access to whatever she was using, and he was probably the one who gave her a bad bag.
No.
Trump is now in his first month in office, and we want to know how you think.
He was dealing her drugs, basically, they were saying. All right.
Say that he is going.
I saw Ray J coming out of the hotel, hiding his head, being pushed into the car. Why? I looked and I said, why is he hiding? Why is he hiding his face? He's always trying to show his face when he's around Whitney. Why now? Why are you trying to hide now, Ray J? And I put it all together. When I first heard she passed away, I said, my God, somebody gave her a bad bag. Yes, I promise you, that was the first thing that came out of my mouth. And then I saw Ray J, and it all added up.
It also doesn't help that before Whitney died, she slipped Ray J's sister Brandy a note when she crashed an E-interview with Brandy, Monica, and Clyde. Well, to this day, Brandy still refuses to reveal the contents of that note. In fact, in another E-interview, she said, I'm going to just not say what it was and keep it to myself for my own personal reasons. But a lot of people believe that Whitney might have given the note to Brandy in front of the cameras on purpose, like in case something happened to her. Actually, once she passed the note, she kept giving Monica and Clive attention so that Brandy had enough time to read it. I mean, it just doesn't make sense that Whitney Houston interrupted a recorded interview just to say hi while she was wet yet fully clothed to just pass a note to Brandy and kiss her like that at the end. And if you listen carefully, you'll hear her say, I nearly drowned today. In addition, people also noted that Brandy talks about everything good. When it's bad, she won't. And that can only mean that that note was bad, and her face said it all when Whitney gave it to her. Anywho, people have always said that they believe that Christina found out what really happened to her mom, and there have been reports claiming that she even had receipts. In fact, based on what Jaguar revealed, she was present when Whitney was having her fights with where she died.
And then it's Grammy time, and her and Clive had a fight 2 days before. And from what I was told, Bobby Christina was present for some of that fight. And then the next thing you know, she's dead.
Now, there have been theories suggesting that Clive may have been involved with Whitney's death. And if
I don't think that's a theory. He's been involved in a lot of singers' death and all that. But yeah, there's too much weirdness with both of them being in the tub and all that. It just, what are the odds of that?
Yeah, that's wow. And no further investigation to it at all, or is it just now coming out? Or
well, that guy that they kept talking about, the ex-boyfriend, he's dead now, but he wasn't. There was something they were saying. Let's see, they filed a complaint against him because he beat her. Oh, there was one more part, I think, actually. Yeah, it's like literally 15 seconds of the sister, Bobby Brown's sister, talking about how he beat her up, and she was gonna leave, and she never did get to leave. So they actually somebody was filing something for bodily harm and stealing money, pretending to be her husband.
Oh wow.
Which part? Yeah, it is. It's crazy. And I should put these. I can probably do that. Put that video. I should have done that with all of them. I always mean to, and then it's like going backwards seems crazy. But the video to the whole video of that, it's only I don't know, 9 or 10 minutes long.
So, what was his relationship with the daughter? or he just thinks that she knew and that
Oh, well, as
could have
far
been
as
a
Clive
motive.
Davis goes, I don't know. Like he could have been paying people to do it because really, well, like when she mentioned the sister mentioning Ray J always wanting to be seen whenever yeah, whenever the cameras are around and that time he didn't, he was definitely everybody knew he was dealing her drugs. Like he was getting them for her, probably doing them with her too. And
Right.
I think they were also having, and he was so young, but they were also having some kind of relationship too, I think. Um, but I mean, I guess that part doesn't really matter. But like he may have given her that fatal dose right then. I don't know. There's so many. It could be any of the things. But the only thing I don't think is that they both mysteriously, accidentally, like they both did have drugs in their system, but they even said in Whitney's case it wasn't enough to make her like fall
Not
into.
overdose. Yeah.
She
Or
should have still been able to function, and she wasn't. And then that's another part I didn't play. They talked about how she got underneath all that scalding water because the water was really hot or whatever. And somehow she got under there and then couldn't get out and died. It's nuts when you really think of it. The weirder part, if you're
Yeah.
Craig saying that's nuts, the weirder part is that Whitney died in the hotel of in the same building that they performed had like a pre-Grammy party that was thrown by Clive Davis.
And
Yeah,
that's what I was gonna say at Grammy
that's the
time.
strange part.
Mm.
Yeah, and that's why I say sacrifice. But yeah, that's definitely one. I've been down that one before, but apparently something with I don't think Bobby Brown had said much until recently, or he just recently said something again. Is because that was the only new part. All the other stuff had been out. Yeah. Oh my
Yeah.
God. Isn't there a hashtag dad suddenly? And that's with like the shots and all that. Um, I don't see Billy in the chat, but I
But
feel
the
like
lady said she saw them after they passed, and the one was stabbed and the other one was beaten.
I didn't know about somebody being stabbed, but they definitely said there were bruises.
I thought she had said that the other one was stabbed.
I
So
guess yeah.
why wouldn't her testimony count for anything? I guess
Well,
famous people are like the government. They all
well,
have impunity.
if it was Ray J, he's still alive, but the other guy's dead. So if it was the boyfriend, and I think they were going to try to come for him. That's what I'm saying. They were doing this like I don't even know how you file a complaint against somebody for bodily harm and stealing money. Like that just sounds like I don't know. I've never heard it worded that way, but there was something in motion for him, and he died, so he can't really do anything anymore. But Ray J's still alive.
Yeah, that's true.
For some reason,
Robin Williams. Yep.
it's weird how the happiest people, and that's the thing is maybe he didn't like. I had the Chris Cornell one I had. It's like an hour long, and I didn't really even finish it for myself, but it was. They will convince you that he was tied to a lot of different people, and he was trying to come out and say something. Like they always go for him when they're good, basically.
Yeah.
I'm trying to at least get this one because we just did that one. Because there is a little bit more than what I played. This is the whole video to the one I just played.
So who benefited from those two deaths?
I'm not really sure. I know. Well, anytime especially with Whitney Houston, I'm sure that Clive Davis, she was worth more to him dead than alive, and that was all kinds of artists died under Clive, and that's the case a lot of times. What's this? The boyfriend lost a civil lawsuit and owed $36 million to Bobby Christina's estate. Huh? And then died before. Rest in peace, Ronnie York, for sure. But I still.
TJ's a friend of Ronnie.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I still think about that. If I ever hear that song, which I don't anymore, the Carry On, Carry On. I mean, it's like you can't hear that and not think of Ronnie. And if I think of that sword dance, that song damn near plays in my head from him playing it at the beginning of all his streams.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if I can get the link dropped in here so that, because I have been going 5 hours. I don't have to like shut it down, but I could go backstage. And I feel like some people rather go backstage than be live. People might pop back here or on to go back. But
Yeah.
his singing, yeah, he didn't sing, he sang. He is singing, not singing. Good job. He was listening to me ramble. All right.
Thank
So
you,
that way,
Billy.
yeah, I appreciate it. That way, if we shut down, anybody wants to pop backstage, they're more than welcome. Although I do only have 6 spots, which is fine with me. Like, I feel like, especially on a live stream, I can't do it's like too hard to keep up with much more than that. No one gets a chance to say anything. I talk too much, you know.
Did you have you looked at how long you've been on?
5 hours. Yeah, I know. It's like I usually
We
go
were
around.
just talking about that last night. You did good. See?
Oh, staying on longer. Well, I mean, it was just a lot. I really did have a lot more fun than usual. Like we had a really fun panel tonight for sure. Watt and Yorga stayed longer than they usually do, which is
Yeah.
pretty. So I really appreciate it. And, both of them add so much, you know. Watt's pretty insightful. Like he comes off with some shit. I was kind of teasing him, but I didn't mean anything bad by it. Like I enjoy it that he comes off with some deep shit. Sometimes you're just like, wow. Or facts that I just would never even think about, like fun facts. And I was just kidding with him. I hope he didn't take it like I think it's awesome.
Yeah.
But the link is there now. Let me see, right? Where'd it go? I thought it was there. Okay. Am I tripping? Okay, yeah, there it is. I'm just overlooking it.
Love you too, Brew. Thank you.
Glad I was I'm just I can't believe we went this long for real. I'm happy we made it this long.
Looks like we made it.
And more, I mean, because I could see us staying on this long, but not on a live, you know, going to the back. But more than anything, I need to eat something. I need to munch.
I have that song Tourette's thing too that you keep talking about.
It's so real. It's a real
I
thing.
know. And that's every time I find something that I want to share. That's why the title's always a song, because I see a song just comes to my mind, whatever subject it is, and it just, I know one of these days I'm going to run out of song titles, I think, and I keep finding more.
That's cool.
Excuse me. Hello,
Well,
Mike.
yeah, no, I hate it. People come in and you feel bad. You're like, man, you hate to leave almost, but
God bless
yeah,
you too, Miss Manderson.
thank you, Craig. And for anybody that did rotate before I leave one more time, just a reminder about the PayPal. Yeah, thank you, Billy. Look at him coming in the clutch.
Wow. Thank you, Bill.
There you go. Yeah, definitely. I was like, man, are people not sharing it because they have like a beef with me? Because I was like, man, you can, if anybody wants to just make their own and come up with their own words. Because honestly, I didn't really know what to say, and I hated doing it, but I wanted to do it. So somebody else might word it better or add something that I missed. So they're more than welcome to use their own words and share it, but just get the information out there so people know. As I was saying earlier, we just try to have fun. We don't try to dwell on it. And so some people don't even know. And, we're getting it out of our system. We're
I truly appreciate it.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying too. Like, it's not like Bonnie would never. She's the last person to ask for anything. She's the first person to help. So we got to kind of share it around for her because she won't ask. She's not gonna. But it's hard times when some tragedy like this happens, and it could happen to any one of us at any time, and we should try to be there for each other. It's a real thing, and if nothing else, just hanging out and making each other laugh through tough times is good. If you don't have any kind of money, can I get 20, TJ? Man, I've been missing everything. Oh, yeah, you have $1 million. Yeah, well, it should be nothing to. Can we just get like
You have been blessed, PJ. I hope you appreciate it and spend it wisely.
or save most of it wisely and leave it to the kids and stuff. I wish I had a big amount of money to leave to my grandkids. I'd do it in a heartbeat.
I would make sure they had but yeah.
Anything left over that's there, I guess they can get. I'm not going to need it, but
Yeah. Can't take it with her.
hopefully somebody we have 4 spots if anybody wants to come to backstage, and we'll be on at least a little bit longer. But thanks for anybody that shares or helps or does anything. I really appreciate it. Bonnie really appreciates it. And I'll see y'all next Wednesday, I guess. Or I'll probably see you over at Bonnie's or Carl's or Indy's or 10 TVs before I go Wednesday. I'll see you one of those places.
Yeah.
So have a good night, everybody. They can have powder eggs and be happy with sometimes shit just goes. I'm like, all right, good night, you guys. Like I said, there's a link somewhere for the backstage if anybody wants to pop back for a little bit. Good night.
Much love, y'all. Night.